Welcome to the War Room, the KARDS Open 7 pre-show. Can you believe it? 7 cards open. So we're going to take a look in not too long at the top 4, but this show right here is going to get you up to date with all the action that took place to get you where we are right now. Not only are we going to be talking a little bit about what went on during the qualifiers for KARDS Open 7, we also have, in lieu of an experts panel, we're going to have the one, the only esports director of KARDS, Oli himself, here in the War Room. We're going to be chatting so you can get to know him a little bit better, as well as the current and future state of KARDS esports. Now, Oli is going to be hosting the KARDS Open 7 Top 4. He's going to be hosting it alongside casters Bubbles, That's Admirable, and Flake, all in less than 1 hour. Now let's get you all caught up and up to speed with the bracket. We had 6 rounds of Swiss go down, where a top 16 was cemented into a single elimination bracket. They all played their games yesterday, and today we have the top 4, and here is how it is lined up. We have Darkness taking on Sidecrawler in the top of the bracket, and Ari Big Ben versus Kalasnik in the bottom bracket. Now this is a best of 5 with 1 ban, and they will be competing for a $1,000 prize pool. Now the top 4 are taking home some cold hard cash, but the top 16 all get some gold to go out there, grab themselves some officer packs perhaps, and spend that in-game as they wish. So like I mentioned, we're going to get to the top 4 momentarily, but before that, check out the interview that I did recently with Oli. Oli, thank you so much for joining us here in the War Room. How are you today?
I'm fantastic as always. Summer has arrived here in Iceland, meaning that it's a crisp 12 degrees outside, and I'm tearing off the pants and getting ready to run around naked. No, but in all seriousness, it's been pretty good. Summer has definitely arrived. We just lifted all COVID restrictions in Iceland. Awesome. I don't know if you guys know that. So there's no restrictions domestically anymore, just restrictions on the border. So last weekend was a weekend of celebration and reuniting with family and friends. So riding high right now, definitely.
That's really, really exciting. In Canada, we're slowly starting to get there. I think it's funny though, because we definitely share something when it is 12 degrees in Canada. We also just tear off the pants and get to short weather. But it's been about 40 degrees here with humidity probably higher than that. So it's been a bit gross, but I can't complain about the snow and about the heat. So, I'll leave that as it is. Oli, we've had you on the War Room a couple times, often on the experts panel, and I regularly introduce you as the man who needs no introduction, because you are always here, always present in KARDS esports. But I figured since we've got a little bit of one-on-one time here, it might be a nice opportunity to get a bit of that background. So why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and, kind of your path to where you are today with 1939?
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually a pretty funny story. I get asked a lot, like, how do you get into the gaming industry? And I think that's a question that a lot of people have. And my story about how that happened is pretty funny. I didn't lie, but I didn't volunteer all the truth, right? We can leave it at that. But basically, I started my gaming career at CCP Games, which is the largest Icelandic gaming company. They make EVE Online. And it was a game that I had never played before. I was actually just didn't apply for a summer job. I really needed a job, and I saw an advertisement down at my university. And it was a really simple one. It said, "Do you play video games? Are you good at English? We might have a job for you." And I was like, awesome. Let me check that out. So I applied. I did an English exam. I passed that, and then I got an interview. And the night before the interview, at about 9 p.m., I downloaded the game for the first time. And this was an interview to become like a game master, by the way. So like a customer support representative helping people with the game, and I had never played the game. And I went into the rookie help chat, and I spent like 2 to 3 hours there just talking to people in the game and learning everything that I could about EVE. And then when I went to the job interview following day, they never explicitly asked me, how long have you played EVE Online? But they asked me a lot of questions about EVE Online, like, what's your favorite part? What's your favorite system? What's your favorite mission? And I answered all those questions. So they assumed that I'd played for quite a while, and then hired me. And then on day one, found out that I'd never played the game. And the guy that hired me, we had a one-on-one, and I told him like, "You're not going to regret it. I promise. I'll put in the work." And then kind of took a couple of steps up there and moved over to the community department. Then went over to Riot Games. I was there for 4 years building collegiate esports across Europe, traveling the world, attending esports games. Finally went back to Iceland. There started the Icelandic Esports Association, kind of built the groundwork here for esports in Iceland, and started working at 1939. And kind of my vision has always been that esports can be something, way bigger than it is today. And for me, it's like, it's not just about the tournament. When we talk about esports, we need to make the entire ecosystem work out. And for me, like, such a huge part of the value that esports brings is the path to the tournament. It's like the moments where you're practicing with your friends, the moments where you're, theory crafting, the moment where you're laughing about some like stupid combo that you're trying to pull off, and that kind of stuff. That to me is the true value. And if we can really foster that, I think we solve a lot of inherent issues that we see on the kind of competitive side.
I absolutely love that. I love that interaction between people. And I think that you take something like, a single player card game and you make it about a team. You make those interactions feel special and fun because, yeah, you're theory crafting something or you come up with a ridiculous combo or whatever the case may be. But you're always, you have that interactivity and you build that community out. And I think that is an absolute huge aspect of it. Is that what really got you into the esports side of things, or did you kind of fall into it based on being with Riot and CCP, and then you kind of came to this realization after the fact?
I've always been a competitive gamer. When I was 6, I had like a notebook where I would like write down like the cheat codes for Prince of Persia on DOS, and like I was speedrunning Super Mario 3, Circus Charlie on the Super Nintendo. I would like compete with my siblings all the time. So that's kind of just always been my approach to games. And I struggled with gaming addiction, I would say. Like when I was 18, 19, I played way too much and it had a negative impact on my life. And what kind of got me out of that was not like shifting my focus elsewhere. It was by tapping into that same passion, but doing something other than just playing the game. So I started organizing tournaments for the Icelandic League of Legends community, doing viewing parties, that kind of stuff. And that's actually also what got me my job at CCP. So what I found out was just like, when you have this bottomless passion for gaming and you get sucked into a community that you really love, don't necessarily spend all your time just playing and grinding. Like make friends, make events, do create experiences. And that both helped me like get to a better place mentally, kind of get my gaming and temper right. Like I was a huge rager under control. So it helped me a lot. And I think that kind of turned me on to esports and organized play like as an important
Right.
thing. And I think that's also like more and more important when we look at the kind of digital transformation of our society, right? Kids that are growing up now, they're growing up with devices in their hands. If it's phones, it doesn't matter what it is, phones, computers. And uh, you know we as gamers, we know how easy it is to fall into the pitfall of playing too much or
Mhm.
doing all these kind of things. So now it's our time to take the stuff that we had to learn the hard way and create an actual framework on like how do you successfully navigate this world. And I think esports gives us the tools to do that because there's a motivation to actually put in the work and not just play the game for fun. And if it's not fun anymore, just swap to another game.
That's so interesting the way you frame that, because I think it's a great point. Even I mean, she's a 3-year-old niece right now. And if you give her your phone or she sees your phone, she pretty much can pick it up. If it's unlocked, she knows how to, open up YouTube and look for things. Like it's so easy for them to, at a young age, just get their hands on something. And so, yeah, that when we were in our formative years and maybe had access to a Nintendo, there is a phone everywhere, a tablet. It's so easy for them to get their hands on it and get involved. So I think that framework, like you said, to take that and turn that into something constructive, like you did, and turn it into a career is absolutely huge.
Yeah, and then kind of specifically on the card game side, what really got me excited about cards esports and CCG esports in general, is that, and I believe I've said this before, is like I like to look at the cards collection as just a deck of cards, right? Like we can make that deck of cards infinitely large, and we can create an infinite amount of games within that deck of cards, right? Within the 52 cards you have like 20 different variations of poker, you have go fish, you have all these kind of things, and I think we can do the same thing for cards. I also think that in card games, competition is such a core theme and element because it's a one-on-one situation. There's a winner, there's a loser. It just lends itself so well to competition that
Yeah.
in the future I really want to explore, like, can just playing tournaments be the way to play a game? Like,
Mhm.
I used to play professional poker. I was a tournament player. I was not a cash game player. Now, if we translate that over to CCGs, you can be a draft player, you can be a constructed player, you can be a tournament player, right? It's like that's a category that I really want to flesh out. What does that mean? What does that look like? What does my gaming journey within a day look like if I'm a cards tournament grinder, right? Am I playing 36 tables of cards like I used to do in poker, right? Who knows? But I don't want to shut any doors, and I don't want to make any like predetermined assumptions based on the history of collectible card games. I also think like we still haven't actually fully utilized the step of the fact that these card games are now digital. They're not printed. They're not distributed. So I think you can do stuff like positively make balance changes and impact the meta in fun ways. You can alter different cards, so you're basically revitalizing the value of certain parts of your collection. Maybe you have like 50% of your collection, you haven't used it in 2 years, but now we just touched it all up and now it's actually valuable again. So yeah, I think there's just a lot to be discovered here still.
And I love what you're saying specifically around kind of crafting your own path within cards or any CCG really. It's been since I guess the first days of Hearthstone where, well, if you want to compete, you need to play 1,000 games on ladder. That was the only way to do it. So you had to build a meta deck that was good on ladder and then you had to go through it. And we talk about it regularly on the War Room in the experts panel, the differences between, ladder play and tournament play and how draft is even a whole different muscle and you have all kinds of different people competing and are good at different things. So yeah, sometimes you might get somebody who barely qualifies for the OCC, just scrapes by on ladder and then gets through that qualifying tournament no
Yep.
problem and gets to the last step. So I think that's so interesting because it allows you, like you said, to create almost different games within that single game, and then being able to tweak your collection and things like that is a big deal as well. Drawing some parallels to printed card games, things like Magic, where if you change a printed card, all of a sudden the value of that card, the actual dollar value, changes tremendously. So
Yep.
it's something you can fully take advantage of on the digital side of things that, yeah, on paper it's not possible, or it's not convenient at least.
I mean, I wholeheartedly agree, and I think that's where I think we're starting to see the innovation happen
Mhm.
here. I think stuff like the battlegrounds and kind of the more auto battler kind of procedurally generated. I build my deck over time type of stuff that we've seen, through Slay the Spire. We've seen it in Hearthstone Battlegrounds. We've seen it in TFT or different places. Kind
Mhm.
of we're seeing this evolution of this uh, genre that we know and love, and it's taking slightly different forms in different places. And I think that's super interesting because I mean, how long have card games been with humanity, right?
Right.
Like a long time. So there's also just a I don't know. There's legacy there. I mean, I think like card games are so beautiful in their simplicity, but can yet be so deep and complex. So I don't know. It makes me really happy to kind of get the opportunity to build this space, and I think we're going to see a lot more. I mean, I hope people have noticed, with the Easter Blitz tournaments that we've been running in game, or the Blitz tournaments we've been running in game. These are like our ways to dip our toes in to start getting kind of usage data on what does it look like if we just offer for 4 days tournaments as a way to play, right? Like how much play does that actually capture? How much rewards get dished out? How much are players how much do they want to pay to participate in that tournament? Do they want to pay gold? Do they want to pay dollars? Do they want to get packs? Do they want to get cosmetics? Do they want to get, you know, prestige? What is it that they're playing for? Because at the end of the day, we don't want to rush into this. We want to make something that like feels thought out, and feels good. So I wouldn't say like we'll have tournaments as a playstyle complete and ready in the next 6 months or something, but that's kind of the longer term vision. And if I think of professional cards in the future, I see a tournament player being one type of profession. And then I see, you know, being a ladder player being another one. And maybe there you got like more of the content creation side of things as well. So you're monetizing different aspects of the kind of influencer tournament, esport gaming content market based on kind of where you slot in the ecosystem.
Mhm. And I think that you brought up two really good points there, talking about the fact that you can take advantage of a digital card game by doing something like rolling out a few tournaments for, let's say, yeah, the Easter Blitz tournament and things like that, where now you also get all the analytics behind it. It's really easy to pull all the information and decide, oh, this is really popular. This is really popular. Let's roll that out. And yeah, if we're going to put out a new game mode, let's make sure it's something people do want to see and be involved in. And I think the other thing I really, really liked about what you said was also talking about the kind of the content creation side and how, you know, it can be on ladder or it can even start being in tournaments because you kind of create this scene where you have some of the same players. And because it's one-on-one, you can create these great rivalries, these great interactions, these great storylines. And from the perspective of being a host and a caster, a lot of times those storylines are what's I find the most fun about some of these tournaments. I remember the first time I think Berto Burrito went head to head with J King, and there was the whole story of, well, J King trained the guy. Is he going to, you know, defeat the master now?
Yeah.
What's that going to look like? And that stuff, I find it so much fun because it again kind of builds on that community piece that you're talking about within the game.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's the key takeaway when you look at esports is about the people, right?
Mhm.
It's about the players, it's about the ups and downs, it's about the drama, it's about everything. I mean, I recently I recently got into Formula One, for
Okay.
instance. You know, I never really watched Formula One, but I watched a series called Drive to Survive on Netflix, which is just like behind the scenes. And it focuses completely on the drivers, the teams, and all the drama that happens behind the scenes. I had no clue about any of it, but it was very clear to me after watching it that this is the reason why people like Formula One. And as soon as I got into that narrative, I got into the Formula One scene. And I think this is something that, you know, we'll also have to get better at over time, is like, how do we bring that narrative to the forefront?
Mhm.
And I think some other titles have done that really well. I think they've done it exceptionally well, often off the back of like organic content creators.
Yeah.
Because if you look at games like Hearthstone, when Hearthstone launched, you know, streaming was still in its infancy, and they kind of got that snowball content creator ecosystem like set up, and now it just sustains itself for a long time. So I really want to try and kind of get to that point if we can.
Absolutely. And I think that's exactly it. Having that person to cheer for when you're watching a cards event because you watched them stream or you've seen their YouTube videos or whatever the case may be, where again that kind of one-on-one sort of you know, personality comes through and you want to back them. And when you have a horse in the race, so to speak, you're going to be a lot more involved, just like you were saying with F1 and seeing behind the scenes and, you know, learning a little bit more about what actually goes into it versus you know, just watching the race itself, figuring, hey, any guy in a car can do this.
Yeah, and I think, you know, this is one of the reasons why I'm so excited about kind of the second half of the year here. We're going into the summer, but we still have so much left off the tournament season, and we still have the World Championship around the corner. And I feel like the World Championship is kind of, while we're still such a small team and we're still such a small company, the World Championship is kind of the one part of the year when we can really say like, okay, now the entire company is going to come together and we're going to make an
Mhm.
event, right? um, and for me, that is an extremely exciting prospect because we get to kind of push certain aspects of the tournament experience further than we're able to do, you know, every now and then just through organizing regular tournaments. So it also is a multi-stage tournament and it takes a while, so you kind of get these organic storylines appearing, and it just makes the final broadcast so much more fun. And that's something in 2022 I really want to aim to kind of build a holistic plan for the year that can really tell that story.
Well, and you said it so nicely, right? Where the whole company comes together. The World Championships are the pinnacle. This is the best of the best. This is the showcase of your game. If somebody's going to be watching it, this is the event to watch, and you can kind of build and tell that story. You mentioned how, for 2022 you want to have something maybe a little bit more set in stone, but 2021 has been a year of a lot of little tweaks and little changes and things like that. We've had some of the changes to OCC in the last couple of months. What's the second half of this year going to look like when it comes to the OCC qualifying for that World Championship? What's that going to look like?
So I definitely think we've learned a lot this year. I think kind of a big takeaway that I have is like there are certain things that you just can't fix when you're still running the tournaments outside of the client. It's just it has to do with just human nature and communication channels, and the fact that we operate a global community. But we are kind of already taking some steps to mitigate that. So for instance, when it comes to the KARDS Opens, we've been using Battlefy for some time, but that is not accessible to everyone in the Chinese community. I mean, some of them can see the page, but most of them require a VPN to actually see the page, interact with it, sign up, and that's caused kind of a little bit of a disconnect between the Chinese community and these open tournaments, which is something that we really wanted to address. So we're going to be moving the open tournaments and the skirmishes over to Smash.gg, and Smash.gg is a tournament tool that has a lot of power behind it and is accessible by everybody. So that means that the Chinese community will be able to properly sign up, join in to the tournament, be full participants in the entire tournament process, communicate with admins and everything else. And I think that's going to be a huge step up for us in terms of the quality of life of participating in those tournaments. But we're also looking at slowing down the cadence of these opens a little bit. We've been doing them monthly now, but it almost feels like they're a little bit too close together. So we're looking at maybe doing them bi-monthly, but doing 2 sets of qualifiers into the top 16 for the tournament. So you basically have 2 chances. And that also means that after kind of the first session, we might see some of the usual suspects already qualified, and that might make it a little bit less daunting for newer players to sign up in future heats. So we also hope that will kind of ease the way for newer players to kind of work their way to tournament veteran status in the scene. We're also going to be moving kind of the limited format skirmishes and that kind of stuff more into the client. We're going to be continuing to work on that tool. We're also working on bringing in a spectator tool that is available here for us at 1939 Games, so we can actually properly produce these games without having to rely on player recordings or recording screen share. So there's a lot of tweaks that are still coming up to the tournament ecosystem that I think are really positive. But then the biggest thing is, of course, the World Championship. And I just told you, we just lifted all the COVID restrictions. So our goal is to bring the top 4 to Iceland this year, like we did 2 years ago. And that is something that I am really, really looking forward to, because that is, as a game developer, that is one of the, it's kind of weird to say it, but like it's one of the best feelings in the world when you like physically meet someone that plays your game. It's like, even you, Christo, you're just a picture on a screen right now. I mean, I'm talking to you, we're engaging, but you're a picture on a screen.
Yeah.
If I meet you in person, like you're a real person that plays and interacts with our game, and it's just it's humbling whenever that happens.
Well, it's exactly that. You're talking to somebody who has spent hours in your game, who has taken part in however many events, is a huge supporter of what you've got going on, and then to see them in front of you, it's mind blowing. I think, especially with what's been going on in the last year and a half at this point, it's almost become so normal to just do things virtually and do things digitally, and stare at a picture on a screen, but to have people back face to face in person is going to make a big difference. And I think when it comes to production value of some of these events as well, it's very difficult to make a fully virtual event feel special when you're talking about the World Championships. It's going to feel like everything else because it looks like everything else, because not much can change. But when you can have the people there, you can have them in person, and you can have that event really be something different and something unique, and really showcase your game. I think that's going to be absolute game changing for Cards esports going forward, especially because, hey, players are going to want to go to Iceland.
Yeah, I mean, so going to Iceland is obviously a huge part of the experience. And I don't know, for me, it does so much with also just making the show good, having the players physically there in the bunker, sitting opposite each other, access to players to make kind of content that promotes them and lets us get to know them a little bit better. It's just yeah, it's worlds apart how much better it is when we can do that. And I would also say, you know, it might seem a little strange, like the gaming industry grew a lot in the pandemic and that kind of stuff. Sure, but that growth isn't like distributed like evenly across the entire industry, right? Like not all games grew by 20%. um, it's disproportionately, you know, gotten by the highest profile games, and that's fine. But it means that we kind of are lacking some tools, and it seems kind of sometimes a little bit counterintuitive, but like in-game physical events or like kind of physical events around games, they do have an impact in terms of you sensing the presence, right?
Yeah.
And you as a person, as a member of the cards community, if you had an opportunity to engage with the game in some way on a gaming convention or through a viewing party or through a local tournament or in person in some way, your connection to the game is going to be a lot stronger. And that's a tool that we haven't had for the past, you know, 16 months or something, and we really want to get that going. So looking forward to the future.
And I think that is something that resonates with a lot of players. And I think back to mainly my days playing physical card games, but you would go to an event, you'd go to a tournament, and you were there for the event, but you were there for the people. You would hang around between rounds, you would, you know, chit chat with different people, and you would see them, you know, somewhat regularly. Whereas now a lot of these virtual events, you sit down, you play your round, your game is done, you get up, you go make yourself a coffee, you get a glass of water, you sit down, and you just kind of twiddle your thumbs waiting for the next round to start. So
Yeah.
it completely changes the dynamic. It builds that sense of community. It allows people to, I mean, even gives them an excuse to, hey, go travel across the country because I'm going to go play in an event here, or I'm going to go play in an event there. And again, continue to build that community aspect. So I think that, you know, as cards goes forward, that's going to be a huge piece in continuing to develop that community because, you know, you're still developing and still growing a lot in you know, the maturity of the cards esports scene.
Yeah, and the addition of mobile is going to make this so much better as well. I mean, like I said, I want to look at cards, your entire cards collection, just like your deck of cards, like it
Mhm.
was a physical collection, right? And then just depending on the rules of the tournament, you bring certain parts of your collection. But with cards, you just have it all in this.
Yep.
So, you know, you show up to the bar or you show up to the tournament menu and you have your phone and you have your unique player ID and you're able to do everything. A lot of the experience can be the same thing, and we don't lose. What I think is something that card gamers really liked, and I really liked, at least in poker, is like sitting across from my opponent, you know, reading them. What are they doing? What are they thinking? Um, it's just, yes, we're playing a video game, but just that level of connection, I don't know, it's just a couple of steps above. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to being able to kind of build out that tournament and esports ecosystem in the future when we have, you know, better tools in the client, when we have it out on mobile and so on, and also when COVID just gets out of here.
I think we're all looking forward to COVID just getting out of the way. You you know, you've talked a little bit about kind of what's coming up with Cards Esports the rest of this year, and you know, hopefully kind of solidifying that plan for next year. But when you moved into this role of being the director of esports, did you have any big dreams out there? Is there you know, something you're looking forward to, and something where you'll feel like, hey, if we can do this, then I know we've made it, and I'm satisfied with where we are with esports.
Um, I really want. I mean, my ultimate dream would be to run like $1 million tournament, right?
Hmm.
But I mean, I also understand that running $1 million tournament probably means we've made it plus then some. right? So maybe it's a little bit of a big goal, but that's what I really would love. I mean, I don't know. I can just think about like there's just something about it, right? If you can
Mhm.
win $1 million playing cards, that's insane, and that's like, yeah, I would love to do that one day. Cards World Championship 20, $30 million.
You heard it here first, folks. 2030, $1 million. Ollie's gonna pony up the prize pool if 1939's not there yet.
Put the goal high, shoot for the stars, and let's hit the moon, right? So
Absolutely. That's no, that's that's part of the fun of it where you can grow this and part of the community aspect of it as well is 1939 has a certain responsibility, don't get me wrong, to put out the game and give the tools to the players, but the players are out there building that community as well, the content creators, those referring their friends in, things like that. It's it's on both sides of the screen really that you're bringing people into it and you're continuing to grow this thing, which I think is absolutely huge. And hey, I hope to be there in the audience watching somebody take home $1 million playing cards in 2030.
maybe you're on the desk. Who knows?
Who knows? Exciting times. Exciting times. I have one last thing I want to ask you about before we wrap this up. You mentioned the Icelandic Esports Association. Where did kind of that come from? Where how did you get involved, or how did you start that? I guess is the right question to ask there.
Um, just a lot of hard work and a lot of passion, I guess. I came to Iceland and I was just dead set that Iceland needed a proper esports scene, and I got some tournament organizers together and we started the association and started promoting esports kind of in general, not a specific game. We created a kind of more advanced definition of what esports are that got so basically like esports will be defined in Iceland not as just organized competition in gaming, but it's going to be the healthy and active pursuit of training games as a part of a team where you
Mhm.
train with a coach, you train physical aspect, mental aspect, you train the in-game aspect, you train communication, you get educated about the importance of healthy gaming habits, how it's going to impact your performance, the importance of healthy lifestyles, and so on. So like I talked about earlier, it really focuses on the path towards the tournament of kind of intervening within a certain amount of hours of playtime with kids early on to set up good habits that will deliver them more talent and deliver them a healthier life overall. So it's been a passion of mine, and we've been going crazy on that for the past 3 years. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to continuing that effort and also bringing a lot of the stuff that I'm learning on that side over into cards.
Mhm.
For instance, how can we how can we have how can we teach history with cards? You know,
Mhm.
how can we, because we just know that the kids love engaging with video games, and I've learned a lot about World War II since joining 1939 games and starting to play cards. So why can't we motivate kids on the at the school level
Yeah.
with cards?
And I love that holistic approach. And I know well, we've already talked about it a little bit, but that aspect of yes, you want to play video games at a competitive level, playing the game is important, but making sure, physically you are there, you're in shape, you're present, mentally, you're in a good headspace. There's so much that goes into it that I think for many years was not focused on at all. It was very much okay. Well, if I just grind the game 16 hours a day and live off
Yep.
of Monster and Red Bull, I'm going to be the best at this game. And I think a lot has changed recently. Where yeah, you know what, you're going to have a coach and you're going to do a certain amount of game time and physical, exercise and things like that. Talking about communication, talking about teamwork. There's so much you can learn from playing video games when you're looking at it from that holistic approach. So I think that's absolutely great.
Yeah, and I think this holds true for cards as well. And around the World Championship, this is something that I want to kind of work with top players in the community in terms of highlighting. Is like, how do you actually prepare for a tournament? Because I think for a lot of people outside the tournament scene, it can seem really daunting, and it can seem
Yes.
like those players just know everything, but like no, they actually work for that knowledge, right? And they go through the process of preparing. And even, waking up or going to sleep at a reasonable time the night before a tournament,
Mhm.
waking up early, getting in some exercise, waking up your mind. Even if you're playing, even if you need to play in the middle of the night, right? It's like, how do you orient your day towards that 4 a.m. start time or whatever, to be competitive? And this is something that holds true for practically any sport. I mean, look at
Yeah.
UFC when they do fight nights in like Abu Dhabi or something. They sometimes they're fighting at like 3 a.m. And that's like a physical combat sport, right? So I think this is just extremely important, and this is something that I want the cards community to be aware of, and I want them to enjoy putting in the work. I
Yeah.
want them to find each other, and I want them to have fun learning the game. I don't want them to feel intimidated or afraid of failing. Like, you're gonna lose, you're gonna fail, you're gonna make bad decks, but just go for it.
Absolutely. And I want to see a Rocky style montage with like darkness preparing for the world championships. Okay. Well, so bring that up to him. Exactly. I think that'd be great. Ollie, thank you
Just
so much for
chugging
taking the
raw
time.
eggs.
I mean, I don't know from a health perspective where that falls nowadays, but we'll do the research. We'll make sure it's safe, right? But Ollie, I appreciate the time. Is there anything left you want to say to the cards community before we sign off here?
I mean, just a huge shout out to everybody as always. Thank you for your participation, for your viewership. Thank you for playing the game. We appreciate you. We love you, and we'll see you on the battlefield.
Thank you so much, Ollie. It's been an absolute pleasure having you on the War Room. Thanks again, Ollie, for taking the time earlier today. I had an absolute blast chatting with you. For more Ollie, stay tuned in just a few moments where Ollie and Bubbles will be dissecting the decks and Flake and Admirable will be handling the casting desk at the top 4 of Cards Open 7. Now, we have more cards action coming your way if you have not yet taken part in the weekday skirmish events. Now, these are a blast. They are simple, casual tournaments with very special rules. Now, everybody in the top 8 takes home 100 gold, so you don't even have to win the event to get in-game prizes. The next weekday skirmish is taking place on July 7th. Now, this is going to be evens versus odds. That means the cost of your cards in one of your decks needs to be all even. The cost in the other needs to be all odds. So start putting some thoughts into that. You can get all the rules wherever you consume cards content. Don't forget, make sure you follow 983 and Cards on social media so you do not miss a beat. Thank you once again for tuning in to the pre-show. Stay tuned for the top 4 coming up in just a few moments where we will crown the Cards Open 7 champion.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to KARDS Open number 7. My name is Olikrummi, also known as Olikrummi, and I will be your host here today. With me is our returning player expert, coming back from exile, Innocent Bubbles. How are you doing, my friend? It's awesome to have you back.
I'm doing well, thank you. I spent some time in the mountains. I learned the ways of inner peace. I came back and lost resistance, and it all got thrown out the window. I'm angry and mad and no longer inner peace. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm much better now that you're back in the fray. We really missed you in your little hiatus, but we're here together to bring some awesome action to everybody here today. So let's just jump right into it and take a look at the bracket so we know the players that we're going to be looking at here today. So this is KARDS Open number 7, and here we see how the top 16 has played out so far. Darkness beating out Vinny, beating out Dindalian, I guess. And then he's going to be... Yeah, he's going to be facing off against Sidecrawler, who made his way into the top 4 by taking out John PX, who is our reigning champion. And then Sidecrawler took out Nyarla Guys, you need to make easier pronounceable names.
I'm sorry, Ollie. What is your full name again, Ollie?
Olikrummi Steinarsson. I don't know what you're talking about. That's easy. No, okay. Nyarla Totep, he fell 2-0 here in the top 8. On the other side is going to be Ari Big Ben taking on Kalasnik, both legends of the game, veteran players. Ari Big Ben beating out VII and Cold Carl. Kalasnik beating out JKing7, and to die is a White Eagle there in the top 16. So we're going to be starting off on the left side of the bracket with Darkness versus Sidecrawler. Let's talk a little bit about this matchup, Bubbles. What can we expect from these players, and how do you think this one is going to play out?
So obviously we have Darkness here, who is a veteran player. He's been around in all sorts of different tournaments, and he's got some decks with some new spice, and he's got some decks with some old spice. Now this US deck, you have to be careful for this Panther G bolster combo. With Fury as well, you can just get an absurd amount of damage out of nowhere, and just... Oh, sorry, I went early. So this US Germany deck, you see he's got Panther G, and he's got the Panzer Grenadiers, which is this Fury combo, and then you have this huge operational cost. And to get around this, we have Bolster the Ranks, which reduces operation cost to 0, so you can use this Fury, but it also gives it an even bigger buff so that it hits even harder, and you can get some ridiculous amount of damage. I believe it's like 18 in one turn out of nowhere. But then he also has some new cards like Island Hopping and these sorts of things to just buff up his units even more. I think this deck is going to be pretty terrifying. If it pops off, you just die before you know it, and you can't even guard against it because he has so many things like Patrol and Bounce for your cards.
Yeah, that's actually a great point. And I mean, you can see that on the curve there on the right-hand side. This is a very cheap deck, right? 19 cards that cost 1 or 2 credits, and then an additional 6 coming in at 3. So it is a very... It's dangerous at any stage in the game as long as the hand is full, right? So even if you go into late game, you have a full hand, you have a lot of credits to work with, you're able to do make a lot of stuff happen within a turn. So I'm going to be interested in seeing this one. Let's take a look at the next deck that Darkness is bringing. There we go. Tell us about this one.
So this is your average Brit ramp control. Now this is a very popular deck. We've seen this for a long time. It's one of the older decks in the meta right now. It's been around for a long time. You can sort of get these turn 2 War Machines into next turn War Bonds if you have this Pioneers down, because your War Machine suddenly costs 1 credit, your War Bonds cost 4. You can really pop off into the late game really quickly. And if I remember correct, we saw Berto having double the credits of his opponents like 3 or 4 turns into the game. It can really pop off very quickly. It has these big late game bombs from the US, but it also has these big bomb cards like Rule Britannia and these sorts of things just to completely wipe its opponent away. I think if given the room to do what it wants to do, this deck is terrifying. There are counters to it. You can sort of get your Kagoshima down and all these sorts of ways of dealing with it, but given the space it wants, this deck will dominate you, and it's really something you have to look out for.
Yeah, and I feel like you touch upon an interesting point there. This is an old deck. We've seen this deck pretty much like this with a few tweaks here and there for a long time. I remember, even before Theaters of War came out, these decks kind of existed, but then Honeys and additional cards made them even stronger. So Definitely a staple of the card scene, and it's a deck that's been refined for a lot of times by high-level players. So it squeezes the maximum value, I feel, out of these two nations together.
It is. There is a reason so many of these versions of the deck seem so similar, and I see so many people saying he used so-and-so's deck and so-and-so's deck. It's all the same deck because this is the most efficient way to play Brit ramp control. People have really figured out this deck, and I think if you were to look at hours played for each deck archetype, I think this would be the strongest for control. I think it would beat Soviet control. I think it would beat Japan control. I think this is probably the most popular control deck, at least when it comes to things like tournaments.
Yeah. One thing to point out there, the doubting system is listed as 2 credits, and that is because the update had not been applied on the kards.com/decks website when these lists were rendered. So doubting system does cost 3 credits now, and it will be at 3 credits in Darkness's deck. So let's jump to his next deck that we're going to see him bringing here. That is a Soviet and Italy deck, and it's something that I heard Admirable and Flake talk about earlier on Flake's channel. Italy is coming up big. You know, it's been a fairly consistent ally here for a while now, and we're now seeing it find a home again after falling out of grace for a little bit post Mare Nostrum nerf, you know, but definitely strong still, right?
So yeah, I think when Mare Nostrum first got nerfed, everyone sort of went, this is ridiculous, I'm switching deck, this isn't worth it, this is double the cost. But then as time sort of went on, we sort of came back to it and we went, you know what, for 2 credits, this is still really, really strong. And Italy actually combos quite well with the Soviet matchup. It has sort of got nice healing synergies, it likes to be ahead, it likes to play the game a little bit slower. And then when you reach the late game, you've got these things like Decima, you've got cards to trade upwards every while, like Lion for a Day. I think they really complement each other really, really well. And I think this deck is very powerful. It is interesting to see the Joseph Stalin, because usually you don't see this raw. Usually people like to cheat this into play with the new 7/7 infantry, or they like to get it from Heroes of the Soviet Union, but we don't see many people playing this card raw, so I'm interested to see how that goes. If you do get Mare Nostrum on this, it's really, really powerful. You can heal for 9 per turn, and it has 1 op cost, so you can always use it. I'm interested to see how it works out.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the decks that can really take the fight to the kind of Brit US value deck as well, just because of the amount of value you have in it, the amount of healing you have, the amount of guards and kind of board development that you can work on. It's if we see this deck go up against anything, I want to see it go up against another control matchup for a really fun game. Let's take a look. Go ahead.
One more thing I want to touch on, actually, before we move on from this deck. One of the main drawbacks of Soviets is their lack of AoE. And usually you try to partner them with people that have AoE so that you can match up for that, or you just say, screw AoE, I don't want any AoE. But what he's done is he's put in At Any Cost, which is a great AoE card, really high value, and he doesn't care about the self-damage because he's a heal deck. I think putting this into the deck is actually really crucial, and I think this takes us from like a B tier deck all the way to A tier and possibly an S tier. This could be the deck to look out for just because of that AoE that's been added.
There's also a Winter Offensive in there as well, so I mean there's 2 AoE cards that he's worked in there. All right, let's take a look at the last deck that Darkness is going to be bringing into the fray here. That's going to be another Italy ally, this time with Germany as the main nation. What's different here from when you're running Italy with Soviets? What are the differences that you're looking at here?
So the Germany one, it feels far more frail in the sense. You feel like when you're playing against aggro, you're far more trying to flampant and sudden strike them. Whereas Germany, you're beefing up, you're guarding up. Oh no, Soviet, sorry, you're beefing up, you're guarding up, you're saying, you can't get to me. But German is a much more active version where you're trying to constantly deal with these threats, you're trying to just get all these efficient removal cards down and just remove them. But then you also have, Germany have a lack of healing, and Soviets do this really well, because the potential for Mare Nostrum healing with Germany is huge. They have a lot of these big cards that have lots of heavy armor and trade very efficiently. You know, you've got Panther Gs, Panther A's, Leopolds. You get a Mare Nostrum on this, it doesn't matter how much damage you took in the early game. You heal back up to full. People have done Britain ally, and they run in Fortification or Honeys, but I think the Mare Nostrum combos with it slightly better.
Yeah, That's a really great point. More about like control and using your orders effectively on the German side, and then those big units. Whereas, you just want to fight everything and anything on the Soviet side.
Yeah,
just come at me, bro.
I like to call the Germany one aggressive control, because it's control where you have to be aggressive, and then I think the Soviet one is passive control, where you try to play passive and try to just outweigh your opponent through Soviet style warfare.
Well, all right, now we know Darkness's decks. Let's jump on over to his opponent. That is Sidecrawler. He's going to be bringing 4 decks of his own. First one being Germany USA deck here. Really focusing on that Greif Fast Heinz combo. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, it's a very, very fast and very dangerous deck. He's got Blitzkrieg in here, which is terrifying. When you know your opponent has Blitzkrieg, you're scared to give them the front line. Most aggro decks, you're building up your support line against them. You're trying to figure out how you can keep the support line and keep it safe. But against this deck, you almost feel like you need to take the front line. There's this, massive Blitzkrieg lingering at all times. I would like to see cards like a half track in here maybe, so that he can just get a little bit more bounce. But I think this deck is quite scary, and if he gets this off in a good fashion against the brick control, he can just sweep it out the water. He can Blitzkrieg and just kill him on like turn 3 or 4.
Yep. It's a dangerous deck, and this one has been around, in slight different variations over time. There were some joint operations that were in there for time when that was could go face, but it's taken a few changes. It's still powerful. It can still be deadly, and it could kill you absolutely out of nowhere. So let's jump on to the next deck here for Sidecrawler. That one is a Japan-Soviet combination, but Soviets have a pretty weak presence here, only bringing 3 Katyushas to the party while everything else is Japan. So Sidecrawler really favoring the Japanese in this deck, even though he has the Soviets to play with.
It's very different from the casino decks we saw, where you use the 45th Infantry to get the mountain rifles out. Since that's been put out, he's gone for a more traditional Japan-Soviet aggro. I'd like to point out, though, he has for the Emperor. With Kyusha, that's actually very powerful, because you get the 0-op Kyusha back, which is really, really nice. I think this deck has potential to run his opponent over if he's quick enough, and there are ways of making this Kyusha very high value. With, like I said, for the Emperor, we also have Naval Supply Run. There's all these ways of buffing it and making it scarier. But like you say, Soviets lacking presence in this deck. It's almost a mono Japan deck. I think this might be the closest thing we've ever seen to a mono deck in any competitive environment that isn't strictly mono as a rule.
Yeah, that's a great point. Let's see if he is bringing any more almost mono decks here as we jump on over to his third deck. Sidecrawler bringing a Soviet USA deck. USA, a slightly bigger presence here, but not filling out the entire 12-card quota though.
So this is Soviet artillery, but before everyone groans and cringes and goes, oh, I thought this was gone, this deck is a bit different. He's got promotion, he's got some blitz artilleries. This is far less of a annoying, slow, kind of grind away at you arty deck, and this is more of like a blitz lightning one, where you blitz out with huge promotion blitz artillery, you buff it up, and you just smack your opponent away. I think this is going to be far more of an OTK artillery deck than what we're used to, which could be a lot more exciting to watch rather than this more traditional, slow, gruely one that we've all grown to love or hate, depending on how we
Yeah, and I think the big thing that a lot of people are going to be happy to see gone there is basically the supply chain, the endless supply chain combo, right? Like, I mean, we're not going to see it as much with the 0 cost supply chains not being a possibility anymore. Another thing to note there, the Patriotic Firestorm has undergone changes. It does cost 2 credits, even though it does say 1 credit there on the picture. So when he plays it in game, it's going to be 2 credits. So. And let's jump on to his final deck, and here we are seeing a rarely played ally in France. We got a Britain-France mobilized deck.
This deck is powerful. If you let this deck pop off, it is so scary. This Potez is so strong, it can win you the game on its own. If a Potez survives 2 or 3 turns after it comes down, the game's over, it's GG. Because even if your opponent wipes and clears your board and manages to stop this huge rush of units, you're then sitting on like 40 health and you just Commonwealth your opponent. It's an aggro deck that runs Commonwealth, and that speaks volumes about this deck. What aggro deck in its right mind runs a Commonwealth. I think this deck is incredibly fun, incredibly powerful, and I think a lot of people don't know how to play against it. We've seen it a little bit on Nanda. Spoos has played it a bit, and whenever Spoos plays it, there seems to be this following of popularity. But I get the feeling that Sidecrawler's not playing it because he watched Spoos play it. He's playing it because he kicks ass in this deck, and he's ready to kick some ass in this deck. He's ready to show you, hey, France isn't just this resistance. I'm bringing them Mobilize, and I'm bringing them right to your face. And if you clear my board, I'm just going to Commonwealth you. So, best luck. Take your shot.
I mean, I love this. I love the first Airborne. I love the where is it there? The airdrop. I really love that. That can be such a big swing. And I'm looking at this, and there's a lot of like single copy cards, tech cards that are in there, and I am extremely excited to see this one in action. So that's going to be the decks for us this time around. Sidecrawler versus Darkness. Now, before we jump on into all the action and throw it over to our amazing casting duo in Flake and Admirable, I want to get your predictions. Who do you think is going to take this one? And is it going to be, all the games are best out of 5, so do you think this is going to be a 3-0? Is this going to be a 5-game series? What decks do you think these guys are going to ban? How do you think this one's going to play out?
I'm certain it's not going to be a 3-0. I think most people will be betting on Darkness because everyone's familiar with him as a strong player. Everyone knows he's a strong player and he's got this great track record. But I'm sort of leaning towards Sidecrawler here. People don't know how he's going to play the game. And whenever we see newer players come into these tournaments, they always teach us new things. They always surprise us in new ways. And it can be really scary for veteran players to go against someone who they're not familiar with playstyle-wise. Because I feel like so many players play thousands of games of ladder. They have all these ideas built up in their head, but they can't showcase them. And then they get, say, top 4 in an open, and they show off these ideas, and everyone just gets destroyed by them. So I would like to see Sidecrawler take it, just for the sort of potential and new ideas that we're going to get shown to us and blow our mind with. But I do think Darkness has a good chance of taking it. I think I'm going to go for the full best of 5, going 3-2 to Sidecrawler. But Darkness, if he goes down, you best bet he's not going to go down without a fight. He's going to hold his ground and sort of fight back.
You know what? I'm almost on the same line as you, but I think experience is going to edge out innovation in this one, and we're going to see Darkness take this in a full 5-game series, 3-2. But it is time to find out here. We're going to jump on into the first best out of 5 series of today. We'll toss it over to Admirable and Flake for the cast.
All right, well, experience over innovation, Admirable. That is the call that we've seen right now. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I am Flake. I'm joined by Admirable. Buddy, how are you, man?
I'm doing fantastic. I want to just kind of really start getting right into it because I think there's quite a bit that we could talk about here. I'm going to kick you off with a "How are you doing?" question as well at the start of this. So when you throw it back over to you, pretend I asked you that. I very much agree with this experience idea. I think function over form is, really the way that kind of strategy games work in general. It doesn't really matter how it functions well. It just matters that it functions well. And Darkness has just had this consistent train of performances and finishes that link with them in playing cards. With Sidecrawler, I do think these decks look really tight, though. Like, I have to give my hats off to this. The only thing I see that I really have a little bit of issue with is going over to the Soviet USA deck that they have. There's 2 copies of ZIS, and there's only 3 copies of Greyhound. I'm very much a 4 copies of Greyhound kind of person. But I did include all 4 war production. I really like this. I think Sidecrawler's decks look really tight. But the one thing I think I'm worried about from their angle is the fact that there's 2 Italy decks on Darkness' side that are both trying to utilize Mare Nostrum, and I think that really offsets a lot of what Sidecrawler has on their side. So for me, I think that in terms of the meta call, this favors Darkness, and I think of the experience call, it favors Darkness here. So those are the 2 things I definitely agree with as we look into the top 4 of this Open.
Well, I'm doing well, and I appreciate it. We're going to lead in with that. But yeah, I mean, I like when you're talking about Mare Nostrum being, even Bubbles mentioned it about how it's nerfed. And there's 2 ways you can approach this. Number 1 is the fact that, yeah, it quote unquote doubled in cost. It went from 1 to 2. And when you say doubled, it sounds like it's a complete nightmare. And that's, oh my God, it doubled in cost. If anything doubles in cost, you're going to have an uproar. But really, it's only 1 extra credit you're paying for something that does some really, really awesome stuff and get some work done for sure. It is damage that's dealt that comes back to you as, defensive HQ value. And honestly, seeing Italy as a support faction, a support nation, we've talked about this before. It's something that has been very powerful. We've played it before. I think Italy as a support nation is very, very, viable in terms of any type of competitive deck. You can almost throw it in there in various different situations. I'd like to see it. On what you said about being a 4 Greyhound kind of guy, I am the same boat as you. We've discussed this in the past before, man, where it's like, this was a card that when I got into this game, there was a few, like I started with US, Admirable, and there were a few cards where I was like, this seems really damn good not to have all the copies all the time. For me, it was Greyhound, Sherman, and at the time Mustang. And when you're building a deck, I'm like, how do you not just pack your deck with these cards? They just seem ridiculous. And a 1/3 with Blitz that improves your backline, you gotta load up on those.
Yeah, I'm with you on this one. Plus, it's a tank. Like tanks sitting in your backline, I mean, they have access to your opponent's backline. Theoretically speaking, it definitely feels like a super powerful card to me. Just my experience, also just from playing artillery, it was like I really like drawing Greyhound. It just felt like a card that was super good. Digressing though. I want to emphasize how tight the Sidecaller decks do feel. Fast Times decks, these have been worked on for quite some time now, and really it's been the weak stuff's kind of been thinned out at this point. To me, one of the biggest innovations that's taken place here is that Blitzkrieg is starting to really introduce themselves into all of these frontline decks. And I think this has been a super wise choice, because when you look at the way that these Fast Heinz decks are functioning, like this feels like something that could be super dangerous. Your opponent has 2 tanks in their back line, and if you don't seize that front line and stop them, 2 of those move forward, and suddenly you get blasted for 10 points. If they have Blitzkrieg in their hand. And it's really not, it's 3 cost in order to use the Blitzkrieg, but it lowers the cost of all of your front line. So it's just so powerful in that. The fact that your opponent knows that that's there is a very threatening notion. Just having that threat of power is partially the power of this card.
Well, it also forces your opponent to go ahead and, like you said, own that front line. And what I'm liking to see now is sort of the evolution of the fact that, yeah, those artillery decks that we've seen for a while now, really run the show on the competitive scene on the ladder. Those are not necessarily too aggressive in terms of holding the front line. Obviously, in any game, you want to have control of the front line. But these decks, like you mentioned, where these tanks can advance to the front line, they get Blitzkrieg on top of them to make them more powerful, to make them cheaper to operate. It becomes a situation where you're not just worried about the tanks that are entering the fray, that are actually hitting the board and becoming threats from the back line, in the future. It's the fact that you have to deal with them right away, because they can move to the front and absolutely steamroll you with a Blitzkrieg. The power level that card can offer can really just topple any kind of artillery deck that's just struggling to keep up. And a lot of these tanks are beefy enough that they're able to withstand a lot of the onslaught of those support line damage that some of these artilleries are going. So I'm liking the evolution where frontline really matters, and decks that don't typically want to own the front line or need to own the front line are now forced into having it in order to just slow down this Blitzkrieg deck that, frankly, I mean, you sold me on this card a while ago, and I know that I've watched some of your games, you've watched some of me, and I've built some of these decks, especially with those German tanks and Blitzkrieg on the front line. It has been, you can really pull rabbits out of your hat with that card sometimes, and it's beautiful. It's a thing of beauty.
I think that's the perfect way to put it. All right, looks like matches are ready to go on this one. From Darkness' side, their US deck has been banned away, and on Sidecaller side, their Soviet deck has been banned away. So we're looking at Germany, Italy, Soviet Italy, and Britain, USA on Darkness' side, and Germany, USA, Britain, France, Japan, Soviet on Sidecaller side. And so this is something I am really looking forward to, though, is the fact that we have 2 Italy decks available in this one. I've been love seeing Italy's side. I think it's a super flexible idea, and I think it functions just really well in general, just with how powerful it can actually, bring things forward. However, Sidecrawler here is going first. They're on their Japan Soviet deck, and this is a pretty strong opener right now. Already the Bicycle Regiment, and this thing is a real threat if you can't check it right away.
Yeah, passing first against a Japanese aggro list when you have nothing to just put on the board, it feels so bad. If you already feel against your kind of like your back's against the wall, Admirable, when you're looking at this, and you just have to pass for a turn or two. Now, there are options here, especially since there's a lot of guards that can come through and really be helpful. But you know, just passing those 1 or 2 turns, eventually Darkness is going to be able to come back. Cards like Fiat, let's say, not bad. You have the guards, but Japanese aggro is constantly just slamming bodies and just flooding that front line. It's going to be a wave after wave. And like you said, Bicycle Regiment doesn't look too good right now in the eyes of that guard, but I don't think it's going to be, it's not going to be pretty sailing for Sidecrawler, even though that initial move and that slow start from Darkness, I mean, just jamming guards down. You can see Italy right now is looking mighty fine.
Yeah, I mean, I will say the 1097 here has really put a, quite a brick wall in the way. You combine this with the fact that we have followed up this with another big guard unit as well. And suddenly, this is a pretty tough spot for Sidecrawler to get out of. Root out the enemy here. This is the setup that this whole deck is looking for, is play a couple guard units, slow down the aggression, and then boom, sweep out the board. That pretty much stopped the game right there. For Sidecrawler, the entire notion of this deck is to overwhelm your opponent as quickly as possible. When you don't get to overwhelm them right away and your opponent stuffs it with a sweeper, that's kind of the last call there. You're really looking, it's pretty much just an early game check on Sidecrawler's side. If Darkness, completes that check, Darkness.
That was it. Yeah, exactly. That was it. It's like, all right, you're giving him space. Can you drain that 3-pointer if I give you that room? And that's basically what happened there. And Darkness just comes through and roots out the enemy and just wipes the entire board. And now with the guard up, you've got some of that, you got the Fiat up as well. It's going to be tough going, especially since, that Japanese aggro list that really struggles to draw cards. You're basically trying to flood the board and overwhelm and then pick up cards as it goes. But you see Darkness here with so many options. Mare Nostrum is just a dagger to the heart. As you can see, that card still looks so beautiful to play.
Yeah, I mean, it is. And this is the kind of matchup exactly that's for. Even if you did get kind of overwhelmed at the start, if you can manage to deflect your opponent, and then you have Mare Nostrum, afterwards, you just get back to a point that's really unreachable for your opponent. Like, you have sustained. And so Desperate Measures coming out here. That's Sidecrawler's last card, so now they're operating solely from the top of their deck at this point. Darkness down to 16 only, and it's going to keep going up. So there's another Mare Nostrum, gets picked off, 2 more to the face. Boy. 17 in the frontline Darkness with 4 cards left in hand. Like, I just imagine envisioning this and seeing a world where Sidecrawler wins this game. It just doesn't exist at this point. Again, it's a really an early game check. This is just part of a metagame thing that happens here. Darkness followed that check. Super easy game.
Oh, that's it. And like you said, it just comes down to it. And you have to keep to your game plan, right? If you're Sidecrawler, you have your game plan, which is just basically all systems go full throttle. We got to make sure that we can get really just sneak under those guards and get there as fast as possible, push as much damage. Maybe we can get lucky. Maybe they didn't draw some of those Mare Nostrums to pick up some of that health back. In this case, it did not happen. And Darkness weathered the initial storm. He had to pass first and, stare down 4 or 5 units. But sometimes you just got to, root out the enemy. It happens. And there they go. And they are out. They have been rooted.
And so here we go, Soviet Italy for Darkness' side, as we have their first-person perspective here. Sidecrawler on the top. They're going to be going with Britain, France in this one. And this matchup definitely feels quite drastically different from the previous one we watched, where it's not really an all-in from either side that's taking place here. And we're really looking for, pretty much a mid to end game scaling on this one. To me, it feels like whoever first takes the tempo on this and then is able to keep following up is pretty heavily favored. And Flake, for me, that tells me Darkness's list might be a bit on the favored side.
Well, especially when you're dropping down a 3/7 guard right out of the gate there, like that's some great value to push through. When you said, whoever can sort of start pushing the tempo, it's hard to come back at that card. Honey is a great card to play. Pinning that is actually very helpful in this case, I think, because you're just stopping that card from advancing and creating more problems. But,
Zhukov.
Oh, baby.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Zhukov into the 272nd. That's you're going to get a discount on that, but unfortunately, it's only on the first unit you play. In that case, we're going to go ahead and drop another 3/7. Another guard feels good in this case. But I mean, both players are kind of playing for the mid to late game anyways. So really guarding the HQ here. The guarding of the HQ is not what you're really looking at here. You're literally just looking to go ahead and populate the board with as much as you can. There's a good hammer for you too.
Yeah, pretty important unit to take care of. Just something that scales throughout the mid game, and this is really, I think where Sidecrawler's window of opportunity kind of seizes its point very strongly is to have a lot of things that just kind of go, well, wait a second, you got to check all these, and if you don't check them, things can grow out of control. And so, airdrop, summoning a couple of units here. The unit's obviously very cheap. They have mobilize. It just takes a lot of Darkness's time for the following turns. You need to answer these mobilized units because they can get really out of hand, and you're kind of seeing some of that here. Like things are getting
goodness
way out of control. And we heard Bubbles talking about this in the pre-show. This is a kind of an aggressive deck that runs Commonwealth, and that really gives you a demonstration of like where the idea of this deck's aggression is that it's trying to just consistently have the foot down on pressure, and that's happening right now.
In droves. I mean, that one turn was spectacular in terms of just pushing the guard back off to the front line into the support line. And I mean, just generating not only the defense on your HQ, but look at the bodies that were generated there and the work that really, what did Darkness do? Darkness had to spend the entire turn just trying to clean up that front line and is still facing a twice as much defensive HQ. And look at that. That is ridiculous.
Yeah,
stare down.
It's getting large. However, Darkness is kind of getting that point where, things can go a little bit crazy. I'm staring at this 10 ball in hand, which just steals the unit. You just take it. Like Minority Recruits is a very powerful card. It's just it feels like it's a little bit difficult to get to, but while Darkness is under pressure, he's not really under threat, if that makes sense. A lot of stuff that needs to be checked here, but again, it's not really barreling down on Darkness right now. Like he just has stuff to kind of kill this front line and just keep deflecting pressure until he lands on an important point. So I'm kind of curious to see where this really goes and how Darkness chooses to handle this, because at a certain point you will run out of ways to handle all this stuff. So kind of curious to watch how this is all going to go.
The hammer's a nice little piece of removal at all costs is going to come through, and that is a nice way to go ahead and take care of a lot of those threats. The guard is still up. Monty's going to come through and get tossed away, unfortunately. We will not see the resurgence of Monty.
More mobilize.
I love that card. That card is such a great card. I mean, as a one drop, just putting that down there, I know that it takes time for that card to become dangerous, but with the Fury on that and the fact that it just gets out of control, if you cannot check that right away, that thing can really run the table. There is, I believe, another Bloody Sickle, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, La Decima gets drawn, and I'll be kind of curious to see how this goes. There you go. Seems reasonable to me. And from Darkness's side, again, just under pressure, but not really under threat. Sidecrawler not able to have countermeasures go through exactly how they envisioned, and Darkness is rapidly starting to approach that time where the 272nd and Minority Recruits, they're going to be available, and that can be a very big change of things that are taking place here. I'm staring at a 10-9 that hasn't really generated anything yet. If that doesn't generate anything and gets stolen, that's a problem.
Oh, certainly. Absolutely. I feel like Sidecrawler needs to start getting some actual, like what you said, under pressure, not under threat. You need to actually translate some of that pressure into threat. I mean, that back line looks fairly decent. You're staring down this Titan, this 10-9 infantry, but I mean, infantry's not mobile, so you actually have to invest the turn to just get it into the front line to start doing some work. It will do some work. But at the same time, if it's just there, what is it really doing? What is it accomplishing other than looking mighty tall and mighty big, right?
Yeah.
It's got to get some work in at a certain point. It's got to move forward.
All right, so there's the first. I wanted to go back and talk about this a couple turns ago where Darkness had an opportunity to use 2 Bloody Sickles in the same turn and maybe get something done. But I think Darkness did a pretty excellent job of recognizing that, like, doubting system or the counter was available there. And so what I was looking at from Darkness's side is when is this going to get used, right? So now that has happened, Darkness is going to have another turn where perhaps they're going to have to pass that intuitive check. Where is your opponent going to have doubting system active, and is Minority Recruits going to be active at that point? And so kind of looking forward, the idea for me was, is Darkness going to save this Bloody Sickle that they didn't use for this exact purpose? You get to 11 credits, you use that to check, and then you play the Minority Recruits to try and steal something. That's really where these countermeasures that stop your opponent from playing these orders make a big difference. And so for Darkness there, I think that the patience on this was really good. I think that the timing on developing these were very strong as well. So now when your opponent, if they have carpet bombing, which is, one of the more reasonable plays at this point, you get something in return from this. And so that's really, to me, the one thing that Darkness has had going in their favor is the fact that everything is kind of lining up well here. And so for Sidecrawler, you know, I see that position there, and suddenly everything looks like it is open to Darkness's opportunity at this point. And this has just been really well managed on Darkness's side.
It's interesting to just kind of take a look at this board. I mean, you're staring down 48 defense. That's a big boy there on the back line. We talked about this earlier. I mean, dropping a 9-cost 7/7 guard that comes back and only improves upon death. I mean, that's a nasty one to stare at. But here it comes. I guess Sidecrawler's finally just kind of saying, well, it's time to start turning threatened pressure into threat, but it's gonna get bounced back, and you're gonna have to spend another turn possibly to just go ahead and re-up. I mean, you have to go ahead and drop that thing again.
I mean, Raf's a big draw, you know, on Sidecrawler's side, and I think this really was the timing you're looking for, is how can you get to the front line and take tempo? And so for Darkness here, again, it's that notion of doubting system, and so they check for that first. That opens up Lion for a day. They have minority recruits here, so it looks like the Darkness is going to take a hit here, but it doesn't look like this hit's necessarily going to be lethal, although it's pretty darn close.
Incredibly close. I mean, the Fury is what gets scary here. You're eating 10 there. It's mighty close. I think you're just you're 2 off here at the moment. You're eating 3 from the back line, 1 up front, and then 10 for free. 0 operating cost, Admirable. I mean,
oh gosh.
Insult to injury on that one. Look how close you are to death here.
Yeah, see, like it's a point like this.
Oh wow.
I forgot your power hits anything. I always forget about this too. Every time I see these things that damage units, because I'm so used to being like the hammer, and it just hits something and delivering. When it just does an enemy, it hits anything. So that actually was lethal in that position, and that's all because of consistent pressure immobilized. So even despite the fact that doubting system was able to be checked on Darkness's side, it didn't really change the fact of things there, which is the giant thing. There was 2 giant things that hit the front line. One of them was the mobile unit that had time to grow, and the other one was, you know, the giant unit that just slowly grew over time. They both hit at the same time, and Darkness wasn't able to deflect that much pressure at once. And so that's exactly what you were talking about, converting that pressure into a threat.
Darkness just picked up the on that one mulligan there, the Cossacks, while with Zhukov in hand. Now there are other cards that you can pick up there and pull, but it's just funny that was the negative outcome there, unfortunately. You roll for it and see what happens, but it's amazing, Admirable, to see an aggression list, a very aggressive list like we saw earlier, finish a game up like 50 points of health. Like, that is usually not how that goes. There it is, boy. That's your card, Admirable.
Kenya. Now, that being said, Darkness does have a really good initial deflection of this, and draws another one that's very strong. Holy smokes. So able to hit this unit, you get 2 of it back on the refund, and another 845 is hitting play here. So Darkness, even though they've taken this big hit of pressure, the thing about it is, from Sidecrawler's side, is that none of these cards played have been very card positive. They've all been dealing damage, but they've been costing something at the same time. So Sidecrawler really needs to convert this now into just, you know, something that either is, full throttling on Darkness, or is starting to give you some cards back. And neither of those things are happening at the moment. So Sidecrawler running really thin on options, despite the fact having this Nashub to get some development here. Darkness kind of taking the lead at this point. You know, this is really an open stride for Darkness right now, who I'd say probably just stole the initiative right there.
That's crazy how that happens. I mean, you stare down this massive front line, these tanks that just come through and just rake you for 10 damage on turn 3, and suddenly you're able to just actually recover and make it look a lot prettier. But there's another card that comes through, and I mean, the way that this German tank type deck that can just populate the front line so lightning quick, and I mean, the hammer's going to come through and just cut out some of that extra card draw, and again, a nice value trade here to get some health back. And I mean, it's crazy how Sidecrawler has gone, like, it has been a very aggressive start. He's come through really hot and heavy, and the problem with that is that you need to find ways to just go ahead and refill your hand. I mean, it's not bad, but I mean, Darkness is just looking to pick his shots to just come right back at him.
They're looking pretty good, I think, all things considered. You know, you're just getting some more tanks down, and they're kind of providing you these card neutral and card positive situations here. But, you know, Darkness is hitting the same thing, and, you know, again, Darkness isn't the one who who is under the threat of time. I would say, there's a lot of things that just kind of keep scaling in stride. We saw the Zhukov played early on, so Sidecrawler knows that 272nd is in hand. They know that this time is closing in, and honestly, that kind of draws me back to that Blitzkrieg point. Was that the timing to use that? Did you need to deliver 10 from that Blitzkrieg right away, or did you need to do, perhaps set up your board a little bit more to kind of apply that little bit of pressure? Enigma gets found on Sidecrawler's side, and so now things feel like they could get a little bit interesting here, where you're not necessarily under that time pressure as much. And again, it feels like it's kind of slipping away a bit. So I think that Sidecrawler's going to have to find kind of a way to get around this, and Darkness is, just being able to kind of plow their hand away as well. Like, this is becoming very troubling when I look at Sidecrawler's side. Just where on earth does this all fit in properly?
That 99th would have been nice to have to go ahead and bounce that Fiat, because the Mare Nostrum on the Fiat, double dipping with the extra health gain. I mean, take a look, and this is where it comes back to what you're saying. Like, playing that Blitzkrieg when it happened, yeah, it's nice. I mean, it's an opportunity. You found a window to get it done and go ahead and, bring Darkness now to 10. But now Darkness is at 22. The board for Darkness is looking a little bit, worse for wear, but he's going to be coming up to a nice, healthy 9 credits and with a 272nd in hand, which is a nasty thing. Double Fiat comes back as well, and a Cossacks in the front line. I mean, like you said, even off the Enigma, Sidecrawler's not really getting a whole lot of value off of that. Paying 4 to draw 2 is not what you want to look at over here, but I mean, what other options do you have?
Wow, interesting little choice here, I'd say, from Sidecrawler's side. I was thinking this was going to be use the tank in the back, drop the battalion, the engineer battalion, and then use the Enigma. This could have been an extra card that cropped up from this side.
Mm-hmm.
So, I totally understand a little bit of, what feels like frustration here taking place. Everything you've done so far has been getting deflected. You have fast times in your hand and an engineer that's not really engineering anything. Like, nothing is happening. You have no cards left that kind of get you to that card positive spot. Using fast times here to simply take a value trade. That is not how this deck is designed. And it feels like Sidecrawler is just getting kind of stuck here. And I think that the hold of this, and just say like, maybe this is a countermeasure that takes place or something. Like, I don't really see where this comes back again from Sidecrawler's side. It feels like that window has just been closed, and Darkness is just going to sail straight forward here and really take full advantage of this.
Wondering why you would use the Fiat here instead of trading up with the infantry in that case.
All right, well,
the board's back to Sidecrawler. I mean, you got both 10th Engineer battalions in the back, kind of just holding each other's hands.
Yeah, well,
We're
we
in
also have
this
the
together.
272nd up here, kind of put the team on its back at this point. Oh, that one's nice. So that can draw some cards here, but again, you kind of needed all of this way ahead of time. I think Darkness, oh my goodness, this is going to get real ugly real quick.
Mm-hmm.
More big card draw available if Darkness wants it. And sitting at 30, I don't think you have too much pressure, I think, on your side at this point. Again, just kind of easy going from here. 5-year plan. I think 5-year plan this feels like one of the coolest cards that I feel like has, been introduced to the game to me.
It is definitely a really awesome card. I mean, all these extra support nations, Italy, even cards like Lion for a Day. There's a good amount of support elements into these other factions, while everyone else is doing the heavy work. But there it is. Oh my god! Like, just killing that one card feels so terrible. It just gets worse. Cut off one Hydra head and 3 more.
Big deal. It spawns an 8/8 with heavy armor too. How bad could that be?
How bad could that be? You're right. Oh, and here it goes. The super friends have now been dispatched. Unfortunately, there it goes. An 8/8 with heavy armor 2 in the front line is not a pretty sight against that, especially when you're on top deck. There it goes. I mean, these games have been real fast-paced, and again, this might come back, Admirable, to just the fact that you mentioned, like, finding that window to play Blitzkrieg when sort of the door's wide open and you just go ahead and plow through for 10. I mean, I feel like you take that every time, but is there any situation where maybe you hang on to that?
I think so. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily just about cashing in, because that whole matchup, that's kind of one of the big I'd say, influences that Italy has is that it gives you these full recovery opportunities with the cards that are available there. And so now as we hop into this third game, Darkness is on down to one final deck, Britain USA, Sidecrawler back to Japan Soviet. This Japan Soviet deck not really utilizing the Soviet side so much. It's mostly about Japan here. There are 3 copies of Katyusha that are available in this deck. And so really for Sidecrawler, it's all about this early potential. However, Darkness, Darkness is going first in this one. They open up with War Machine, and they have a Carpet Bombing in hand with a Wrath. That's going straight into 5.
But can you survive up into that? Because your next card that you could potentially play based on your hand is 2 turns away. And in the meantime, as you can see, Sidecrawler is just loading up. And that Bicycle Regiment with the 2, it's 2-1 with Fury. And look at this. He's got nothing to do. He's got to pass on an open board with Sidecrawler just that's going to keep going.
It's very scary. This is a lot of damage that's going to pour in on Sidecrawler's side, and that's how this deck is meant to function. It is meant to overwhelm your opponent as quickly as possible, and that is very much happening. 7 more crashing through. Darkness has 1 play to try to defend themselves next turn, and they're staring down 10 just in that front line.
But take a look, and there's the beauty of having that 0 operation cost. I know that we've discussed this in the past, but you kind of undervalue what that means in the long run. Is just being able to poke in for that damage for free while you're establishing your board. And here it comes again. And like we said earlier, Admirable, it's like the hand that Darkness held here was, you had nothing to do for a while. Now that Carpet Bomb is going to solve a lot of problems, but look where you are sitting right now, staring down this board, and that's no help either. I mean, to be fair here,
first needs a Monty.
Then no dice there. Monty would have been huge. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Darkness, unfortunately, had nothing to play. Is there any worse feeling in that case where you're like, I have answers, just let me get there?
I think the worst feeling in that case would be able to play all these cards and still lose.
Yeah, you're right.
This way you save some time doing this, but we're going straight to game 5 now. Britain USA for Darkness and Germany USA for Sidecrawler's side. And so this is really where I think the dynamic has changed a little bit, is again, these tank decks kind of adding in Blitzkrieg to the notion on this. It's not so much as Darkness being able to just simply deflect the attack. It's about anticipating and deflecting as well. Blitzkrieg changes a lot of that. And so, when I'm looking at this opening hand, the Seaforth Highlanders feels like such a vital tool for this kind of matchup. And so that's really what I'm looking at right now. Sidecrawler going first has an Enigma in the opening, which means that you just kind of get to curve your way down and slam that Enigma. This feels like a pretty big deal on Sidecrawler's side. I feel like this game is really anyone's game at this point, because these are fantastic opening hands on both sides.
Look at them go. And like you said, when you have Enigma in your hand like that, Admirable, like just flooding the board early and not necessarily worrying about having to overextend, so to speak, playing on curve, getting the board, set up as much as possible. Meanwhile, Darkness is going to be, I don't want to say playing from behind here, because the cards that he's going to be playing eventually are going to have massive impact, but you're looking at a developed board on Sidecrawler's side. And you might take a little solace in these cases, Admirable, where you're like, well, at least, he's running out of cards. But that one Enigma, it might take up a lot of that, it takes up a lot of your credits. I don't think you're going to play it at 4 unless you absolutely have to. If you have nothing else, you might just go ahead and, continue to drop cards as they're drawn and push face if possible. Ooh. That is a massive card. Black Watch is beautiful.
Huge draw. Holy smokes.
That just pumps the brakes on those Enigmas ×2. I mean, that is pushing that way back into the distance in terms of, where you're scheduling to play that card.
Yeah,
and nice.
That being said, Darkness does have like a little bit of choice to make here. The previous turn, the Daylight Bombing, I think that was pretty straightforward. Took out a unit. It denied your opponent a credit line. I think that deflecting the board here still is pretty important on Darkness' side, and so I think this is a good deviation point, is to go ahead and wipe a little bit from the board with the Kitty Hawk, and then also to ramp up just that little bit more, because now you are threatening something like Carpet Bombing, and your opponent really needs to pay attention to that. What that means is they're going to be paying attention to actually developing that board in a sense that does not necessarily involve using all their cards. So for Darkness' side here, when they see this Flampins just move forward and attack, I feel like now they get a pretty decisive idea of what's in Sidecrawler's hand. I think at this point, Darkness is really anticipating something like Enigma, given how this has been played from Sidecrawler's side. And so the Majesty's choice here, or Majesty's chosen here, to me says you are fully aware of the fact that Enigma is very likely in your opponent's hand. If they're holding on to other stuff too, this makes it tougher. This helps hurt the blitzkrieg notion as well. And so everything feels like it's kind of lining up for Darkness to be able to get time to find that carpet bombing, sweep this board away, and really take over.
Not only that, but the Blackwatch just went ahead and found like 75% of the cards in Sidecrawler's hand just got taxed by 2. That's a tough one to digest here. And even with the Fury there making an okay trade, you're just basically going ahead and clearing up that front line and dropping an even fatter threat for your opponent to have to go ahead and punch through. And like you mentioned, Enigma is an expensive turn, and it's not even a good card to play right now. You're not paying 6 credits to draw 1 card, so you got to play with what you've got left, which is not all that exciting. A Flampanzer's not going to get the value it's designed for. And what else do you really do here? I mean, you could go ahead and advance. You can Flampanzer, just continue to develop, but you are essentially putting more meat on the board for a juicier carpet bomb down the line.
Yeah, and this isn't the best use of fast signs, but I still think it's a fairly reasonable use of fast signs. If you wanted to use it. Now, if you don't want to use it, it makes total sense. You ideally, you kind of look at this situation, you're thinking to yourself, I might just need more value than this. Like, you're using one of your most vital cards in the deck in order to get this done. Monty gets drawn from Darkness's side. And so from Sidecrawler's perspective, all of this has been about how do I find that critical mass point and try to drive home that tempo pressure and really put Darkness to the test. But they just haven't found an opportunity to do that. That's because of the daylight bombing, the Blackwatch that took place here, and now suddenly all of these giant guard units that have been hitting the board. And so for Darkness, I think this is really about just looking at your hand, understanding this, and going, okay, how do I stop my opponent? How do I keep this time pressure going? Doesn't even need to use the Monty at this point because they're not under enough pressure. And so from Sidecrawler's side, they're getting the value to be able to continue to operate here. But is the pressure they can apply with what they have enough at this point? Darkness is kind of stealing the tempo.
Oh, absolutely. And the reason is that even though, Sidecrawler is just developing the board wider, it's tough to just punch through that. And now, even at this point, if you want to use that 99th to bounce that massive guard, you're basically allowing it to heal up and get replayed, right? So taking the trade where Darkness did feels good. Then Monty is always just a nice panic button, right? When it's kind of an OS button, so to speak, like, oh, everything's going wrong. What do we do? I need some time to sort of think things through. You just freeze the whole board and then get things going. I mean, you've got options as Darkness over here, as again, though the board looks dangerous. There we go. We're going to punch that back in. Doubting was a dud, but I mean, Darkness still has options to. Like, when would you say the best use of that Monty would be? Is it when is it more of a panic situation, or more of a, I'm going to develop, I'm going to freeze out your board so that I can come back at you later?
I mean, it's a great question. I'm looking at with the B17 here. If you drop that, that's probably a pretty good use for Monty. Really it's about setting up and making sure that you're not just devastated in the meantime. So there's the Monty to start things out. There's a rule drawn as well. Rule Botanica is looking pretty big here if Darkness can manage to seize this. And so that's really the question, is how do you do the most to seize? Because that's what's the test right now.
I like what you mentioned there. The fact that you can go ahead and Monty with the B17, you're basically not under threat of losing that massive bomber. And then on the next turn, you can go ahead and start cleaning out the rest of the problems. That B17 Flying Fortress was going to clean out one of the units that are out there. If you get lucky, let's say, and take out something a little meatier, you can go ahead and continue to establish. But I mean, you're just playing into right now on the guys that Darkness is not going to be running a carpet bomb anytime soon. You got to assume that maybe Sidecrawler's thinking, all right, you didn't do it earlier. You didn't clean out a bigger bomb. Oh, but there it is. My goodness.
It's up eventually.
Oh, eventually. You're right. Sidecrawler was playing as if he's like, all right, you probably don't have it, but here comes the top deck to ruin everyone's Christmas, man. That is a nasty, nasty reality.
Look, I think that was a solid read from Sidecrawler's spot to go.
Certainly.
They would have used carpet bombing if they had it.
Absolutely.
Take the risk.
But I mean, let's call it the top deck gods came through and absolutely really ruined your Thanksgiving in that case.
Sure.
Man, that is.
I think that being said, that Darkness still probably had a little bit of favor in that spot just because there was so much tempo on their side. You're seeing Sidecrawler get to these massive development turns, but it's not enough to really still pressure through on Darkness's end. And so, now that carpet bombing, I think, has completely shredded away that opportunity. And suddenly we have dead blitzkriegs in hand. We can't get the front line, and everything we have left is pretty weak. I think Sidecrawler at this point has, the battleship has been sunk at this stage, and Darkness, I think, is pulling way ahead.
Yeah, just using the fast hinds to go ahead and come through, and that's it. We're pulling the chute on this one. Sidecrawler, unfortunately, just was the victim of a very timely top deck. And again, like you mentioned, that's admirable. The fact that he went ahead, and like when that board was as disgusting as it was, there was so much on the board. You'd say like, all right, Darkness, this is it. I'm actually giving you a very favorable carpet bomb should you choose to take it, and it did not happen. It did not pop off. And then you could see right away Sidecrawler goes and just I don't want to say dumps his whole hand, but just goes ahead and populates the board. This is my opening. If you don't have it now, this is my opening to develop and go ahead and push. Unfortunately for Sidecrawler, and very fortunately for Darkness, there was an incredibly efficient way to just go ahead and scrub the board clean. But I don't think that was a bad play by Sidecrawler at all, and I'm sure, like you mentioned, you'd totally agree with me on that one.
I think is a wise play, honestly.
Yeah.
It's kind of an impressive notion there, is that, again, you had your board developed to a point where carpet bomb it very likely would have been used. The fact that it wasn't, that's the read opportunity, and the read was made. And that's where, draws kind of, break up the game and kind of dictate some pace and do a lot of different things. This is one of the reasons that card games are exciting, is that these aren't just like plays that you make. You're like, identified it and you get a payoff. It's you identified it, and now there's always some level of risk until you actually found a lockdown.
Well, that's
the
it.
risk was just simply 2 carpet bombings. If they're not there, I think that it's a good position for that one. But again, I think that Darkness had managed it very well leading up to that point, and still had enough to possibly deflect outside of that. It's just, strong decks and strong plays on both sides, and then, the card gods decide the rest.
That was it. I mean, his read was correct, so you can't fault him for it, right? The Sidecrawler's read was absolutely correct. You don't have it, so now's the time. This is my opportunity. But that's it. I mean, like, if you play scared, it's not like those carpet bombings are just going to disappear out of the deck. So you have to pick and choose. Eventually, it's going to come and bite you in the ass. In this case, it did it in spectacular and dramatic fashion, and it just makes for good TV, my friend. And that's just the way that we like to see it over there, as we see Darkness goes ahead. 3-2, 5-game series, Admirable. I suspect that might be the theme moving forward.
It definitely felt like a pretty tight series. Both of the Italy decks on Darkness' side had some pretty easy wins. The Britain-France deck, though, I was very impressed with from Sidecrawler's side. It pretty much just, continued to apply pressure. It took a pretty smooth win on its first one. Japan-Soviet, that took 2 wins on it. Germany-USA didn't quite get a win. And I feel like this is just good preparation on Darkness' side. Having decks that are meant to kind of take on those fast Heinz builds. That's a very strong metagame call, kind of coming into a situation like this. It's a very popular deck, and you can usually count on your opponent in a tournament setting having something like that available.
All right, let's take a look at the brackets as they exist right now, my friends, as Darkness has gone through and defeating Sidecrawler. There's still some action around the corner, as we see, as we're just sort of populating that final Darkness waiting for his opponent, as there's still a semifinal game left to go. Friends, thank you so much for tuning in. We are going to be kicking off to our analyst desk, back with Ollie and Bubbles. We're going to be breaking down some of the plays from that one, so I'm sure there's definitely some notable events in that one, and we don't need to talk about the top deck of that carpet bomb, which was brilliant. That is just pure strategy over there.
All right, and we are back here, Bubbles, after an awesome 5-game series where I was right and you were wrong. Are you muted?
I muted myself.
There you go.
Honestly, I'd hoped you'd forgotten. I was hoping you had just completely forgotten, and I wasn't going to bring it up. I consciously thought, let's not bring that up, because there's a chance Ollie's just completely forgotten, and we can just pretend I was never wrong. Because you can't always be right, but you can always forget when you were wrong. That's what I always think.
Yes. I may not always be right, but I'm never wrong. That's it used to be my motto when I was growing up. Actually, I was an insufferable kid. Let's be real. But we saw some amazing plays here. We saw all the decks that we really wanted to see. We saw that mobilized deck kick ass. We saw the Japan aggro finish the game before anybody blinked their eyes. What stood out to you through this series, and what do you want to take us through here?
So I don't want to spend too long on each game, because obviously we have to keep things moving, get it going. Game 1, we just saw Darkness completely obliterate the Jagro deck, just completely destroy it. And then Game 2, we actually saw Sidecrawler change his mind, say, I'm not bringing this deck again, I'm going to switch to this Mobilized deck. And I almost get the feeling this is a comfort deck for him. He was, pushed back. He sort of maybe got knocked off his feet, maybe doesn't have just as much confidence as some players do because of less experience, and said, I'm going to go back to what I'm comfortable on. And it all seemed a little bit okay, but what I want to go to is on turn 6 of Sidecrawler. If we can jump to that. So you see, he gets this Potez. And then he starts to heal up, and we see this Potez doing work already. And you think, this is okay, this isn't too bad, I can deal with this. This Potez is handleable, it's manageable. He moves up, he takes out the unit that's growing, but then out of nowhere, all of a sudden, we see this pushback come out. We see this airdrop, and this airdrop Potez combo is so darn powerful. I mean, look at this. He pushes it back, he gains 4 health, he draws 2 cards, he gains 2 units, both in the front line, and he pushes his opponent out of the front line. He then gets more mobilized units. He drops these 0-2 French mobilized units, and these get buffed every time you heal. Every time you play a card, you heal from the Potez. Your honey draws you a card. Oh no, you draw from the Potez again. Your honey heals you. It's ridiculous. I'm losing track of how many times this is getting buffed. This Potez combo, when it kicks off, it's like so insane. It can draw you more than the Tano and more than the Crusader, and these are like your sort of staple kickoff draw engine. I think we're going to see more mobilized ladder, and I'm so excited for it because it's such a fun and interesting deck. And then we did see one other play in this game, which I want to highlight. If we go a little bit later on into it.
Yeah, let's bring that up here.
Which is this order to kill. He uses this Fury unit twice, hits him in the face, and then he just finishes him off. This go with the air power. He does so much damage this turn. He hits for 10 with the Fury, he hits with the Guard, he hits with the Fighter, and he destroys Darkness out of nowhere. And this is a Soviet healing deck. This deck is meant to be comfortable against aggro. And against most traditional aggros, I think he would have had no problem crushing them. But in this one matchup against this one very certain kind of aggro, it just couldn't handle it. And I think that's one of the real strong points about this mobilized deck.
I think you touched on an amazing point there. Is that turn, it truly was the beginning of the end, right? At that point, Sidecrawler just gained such a massive advantage within that single turn that it was really an uphill battle from that point for Darkness. So it's funny to see how crazy these mobilized decks can become, because they don't need to rush in to fight, right? They can be aggressive, but they can still like chill back for a little bit, and they can be like, yo, all right, I see you there. You're playing your guards, you're chilling out. All right, I'm just gonna build my board, and then I'm gonna crush you, right? So I think it's a really interesting dynamic to add into kind of the fauna of aggressive decks and deck types in cards.
It's a very unique aggro deck. I mean, Brit France aggro, that's just unique in the title, and then you get into playing it, and there's different variants. Some people like to have this 0k mobilized unit, and sometimes they drop like 3 of them on turn 1. There's different variants, there's different ways of playing it. I think it's a great deck.
All right, let's move on to the other games.
Yes, we saw a Darkness hold off really well against aggro once again. I want to make a statement. I want to I want to put a crown on someone's head, and I don't do this very often. And I'm not one for compliments or giving them out or anything like this, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. I think Darkness is the best player in cards at playing against aggro. I don't think there's a single person in cards that can play against aggro like Darkness can play perfectly against it like Darkness can. When I'm playing ladder, and I match up against Darkness, if it's a control mirror, I feel comfortable. I can try and beat him. But if I'm aggro, I feel like just surrendering. I'm going to put this crown on his head right now. I think no one plays against aggro just like he does, and I think he highlighted that in this series.
All right. He didn't lose to the aggro decks, apart from that Japan aggro where he really didn't get a chance to even fight back,
Yes, and then we did see in this final game, this best of 5, 5th game. Now these are the nail biters. These are the ones you're really unsure about, and we saw this beautiful, beautiful top deck. I don't know if we can pull that up.
Yeah, I think we're just about to see it there.
Do not think we have the right moment, unfortunately. I think we are slightly early into the game.
Yeah, it's a little bit further in.
It is a little bit further in, but we're going to get there. This is just a highlight. This is a preview. This is when Darkness, we actually imprinted these things so you can think what the players are thinking. And what this is this is the first time Darkness thought to himself, damn it, where's my carpet bomb? That's what we have there. We pulled up the first, damn it, where's my carpet bomb? Let me see if we can just pull that up for you.
All right, well. Yeah, there we go. He brings out the board there.
Yeah, we see him going wide. Get the doubting system off.
Oh yeah, that was the final game. We were just a little bit too far.
Yes.
A little too far. That's fine. We all know what happened. Darkness top decked an amazing carpet bomb and won the game off of it. And I think, I mean, AoE in cards in general, I think like it is extremely powerful because of the way just the game functions in terms of developing the board and then operating the board. You know, it puts you in a position sometimes where you'll have a really vulnerable board to some sort of AoE, which is why I think Winter Offensive and Carpet Bomb are such powerful cards. But before we head on off to break, let's bring up the brackets here real quick so that we can take a look at what is waiting for us on the other side of the break. And that is going to be the matchup between Ari Big Ben and Kalasnik. Like I said, there's pretty much nothing but legends of the game here in the top 4, and I am extremely, extremely excited for this matchup. Ari Big Ben coming from Norway, and he's been a staple of the competitive scene and really has been an innovator throughout the seasons of cards. So we'll be right back after this break. Don't go anywhere. And when we come back, we'll be bringing you Ari Big Ben versus Kalasnik. Welcome back to Cards Open number 7. My name is Oli, and with me is Bubbles. We are here to bring you the second half of this semifinals. This time it's going to be Ari Big Ben taking on Kalasnik. Now, before we jump on into the action, we are of course going to go through the decks that these guys are bringing in and talk through them with our resident expert here, Bubbles. I know you guys have all missed his voice.
I too missed my voice. I missed my voice.
I really missed your turn, though.
Dude, I hadn't spoken at all when I left. I took a vow of silence until I returned to cast. So I was going around miming things and all this, but it feels good to talk again. It feels good to shout at people.
Yeah, well, we're definitely happy to have you back. Let's start by looking at the decks that Kalasnik is going to be bringing here into this one. Kalasnik starting us off with a German-Italy deck here. We saw a German-Italy deck coming out of Darkness as well. What are the differences between these two decks, and what are the core things he's trying to accomplish here?
So they are very, very similar decks, it's worth pointing out. I think the play style is going to be more different than the deck codes. I think the deck codes are slightly different. There are a few precise differences, but it's going to be how they play them that's more different. I imagine we'll see Kalasnik take it in a more aggressive style and play it more aggressively, whereas we saw Darkness play it a little bit less aggressively and a little bit more control. And this is based on the player play styles more than the deck play styles. But he's going to sort of put it a bit towards where he wants to play it, and vice versa. This deck is very popular in this tournament, is what we've noticed. There's multiple German control that have Germany ally, and the one that doesn't, little spoiler for later, the Germany control that doesn't have Italy ally has a mimic of Italy as its ally. So this deck is very popular at the moment.
Yeah. And we saw it have great success in Darkness's game earlier. The next deck Kalasnik is bringing to the table is going to be Soviet and the USA. This one is an interesting one. I mean, 5-year plan, again, Industrial Might, Unity is Strength. What are we looking at here? A token deck in 2021?
This is tokens. Now, tokens got some buffs, directly and indirectly. They have this new card, Deep Operation, which gives your tokens blitz. All your tokens in hand gain blitz, or your light infantry. Now, one of the things tokens have always struggled with is pushing quickly and reaching that support line. They have very, very strong units, and they sort of have this unstoppable wave reaching you, but that wave can actually take a long time to reach you, and you sort of have time to react and respond. But with this new Deep Operation, you can blitz these tokens into the front line and overrun your opponents very quickly. And then he also, and I think this is unbelievably smart, since tokens have so many issues reaching the support line, and it can be such a stickler for them reaching that support line, he just put in Stars and Stripes. It was like, you know what? I will just put in the support line nuke. I can't have strap bombing, I'm Soviet main. I'll just put in some Stars and Stripes. And I think this move right here, putting this card in, could elevate this deck to a competitive level. I think this may be the thing which puts this deck in a competitive level. Obviously, we also have 5-year plan for extra draw.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this and I haven't really seen a lot of tokens in tournaments since around last World Championship, where they kind of came out as a pretty dominant strategy, mostly from the Chinese competitors at that time. So I'm extremely excited to see tokens back into the mix and see how they perform here. It's also interesting to note, I mean, this is a fairly cheap deck to build, right? So if we're seeing this one be effective, this is something that a lot of the newer players can look at and start trying to emulate and start trying to find success on the ladder with, even if you're only a few days into your cards journey. If we jump on over to the next deck, it's going to be, it's Britain and Italy. This is a combo we've seen before.
Also known as, its nickname is Brittany. Very flows very nicely, Brittany. It's a pretty solid nickname as nicknames go. Now this deck is fun. The first word which comes to mind with this deck is fun for the user, at least. Maybe not fun for the opponent, because they can quickly heal. If you get Man Nostrum on a nice bomber or something, you can heal up really, really quickly and just get out of control. And then most decks are like, I'm healing because I want to survive. Healing, helps me survive. Then you have this Commonwealth. So your healing isn't just survival. Your healing is your win con. And then, if just in case Commonwealth wasn't enough, he's got Spirit of Rome in this deck. He has a Spirit of Rome in this deck. So if he's like 30 health in front of his opponent, he can just suddenly gain this 30-30 infantry and just OTK his opponent. So he's not only taking healing to fight aggro, but he's also taking healing to fight control. Healing is his win con, and I think this deck is going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I've had a lot of fun playing Italy ally, Germany, Italy in particular, but then Britain, Italy, it's looking like a lot of fun. And I noticed that, the Spirit of Rome is in there. That wasn't in Darkness's deck. And I think that's kind of a cheeky card to put in there, because if you do get that big HQ HP differential, you can really make Spirit of Rome work. So let's jump on over into the final deck Cole Bosnick is going to be bringing to this one, and that's going to be a US-German deck. Now, what are we looking at here?
This is a very, very aggressive deck. We've seen a lot of aggressive US decks lately. They sort of got this iron hopping recently, and people are trying them out aggressively. And this is a pretty sort of, solid deck list. There's not too much to really say on it other than it's scary and it's solid. We have got the Trop in here. Now, if played correctly, the Trop becomes a 6/6 for 4. If played incorrectly, it becomes a 4/4 for 4. Either of those are strong. This Trop is ridiculously powerful, and we could potentially see this deck just completely run over its opponents. You find US aggro, you can't AoE it as much, because you have this AoE card, but all your opponent's units have like 4 or 5 health, because they're getting buffed up by things and all this, and you just feel like you can't even AoE it. I think this deck could be really strong, and then obviously we have this Bolster the Ranks combo for huge amounts of damage that we have seen in US Germany.
Yeah. Well, if we jump on over to what Ari Big Ben is bringing to this one, he has not been known for bringing traditional decks, so it's going to be interesting going through his deck list, starting with a Britain deck. Now, this is a combo that we haven't seen before from another player in this tournament, in this top 4 at least. What is he trying to accomplish here?
So like I said, this almost mimics Italy ally. It offers some of the things Italy has as an ally. You've got guards and you've got healing. Those are sort of Italy controls offers, are guards, healing, and then this great direct removal with the Decima ability and Lion for a Day. But he swapped out that direct removal from Italy, and he's gone Brit healing, Brit guards, and Brit AoE, which means this deck is very, very powerful against aggro decks. And I have word from the man himself that this deck was created in his mad scientist lab out of a hatred for artillery. He's got artillery decks one too many times, and he was like, you know what, Carpet Bomb. We're putting Carpet Bomb in the deck, and we're taking out some artillery decks. I think this deck is great.
I feel like that's a recurring theme for Ari's decks. It's kind of like he just gets really fed up with something on the ladder and then somehow just counters it.
A lot of his spite decks.
Yes, exactly. Jumping over to the next deck, it's going to be Japan and an interesting ally, the latest nation to be added to the game. It's Poland.
So I like to talk to people a lot, and I like to get deck codes from them and try them out myself. And usually when I get a deck code from someone, I get a feel for the deck, I like the deck, I dislike the deck, and I run with it for a bit. I could not learn this deck. I gave this deck a good chance. I tried it over and over again, and I think I won like 1 game out of many, many tries. But whenever Ari runs this deck, he seems to kick my ass. So I don't know how to play the deck. I'm not even convinced it works. I think he only wins with it against me, and that's it. But he's here to prove us wrong and to say, hey, this deck's legit. And one more interesting point about this, most Poland decks you've seen so far are control-based. And they sort of Intel control or Legion control. This is Legion aggro. He's taken Legions, and he's going aggressive with it. Germany invaded Poland, but if Poland had had this, Poland would have invaded Germany. It would have been the other way around.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, they didn't have Ari Big Ben as their chief tactician in the Second World War, because things might have played out differently, considering the strategies that he's able to pull out from the card collection within Cards. Moving on to his next deck, it is a Soviet main and Italy ally. And I mean, this is similar to what we've seen before as well.
Yeah, Soviet Italy, this deck is very similar to Darkness's, and I know they're close to each other, they practice a lot, and they talk a lot. So I imagine this deck was forged in a sort of dual fire. You know, you've got the fire of Darkness with this beautiful control player who knows how to beat aggro, and then you have this mad scientist who likes to run weird decks and kick your ass with them. And this is what you get when you combine those two. And it's a solid deck. We've seen it work well today, and I think we'll continue to see it work well today. There's not too much to say on it, which hasn't been said. It's got AoE, and that's fun.
All right, and the final deck that we're seeing in our second semifinal here from Ari Big Ben, another Poland deck. The only player bringing Poland is bringing two of them. This one is a Britain Poland deck, utilizing utilizing the kind of rugged high HP units and guards from the Brit side and the Polish unit spam.
This is the control one. He's got the aggro one and he's got the control one. And it means if one of them's not working, he can always switch to the other one. And no matter what happens, he's got a way of showing off Poland. And I think that's the most important thing here. Isn't whether he does well or this, as long as he does well on a Poland deck. I think that's the priority for him. I would like to point out the power of the Tano Regiment. If you have a Tano Regiment on board, which is already a 4/7 for 5, which is perfectly okay stats, every intel card you play does its original ability, draws you a card, shows your opponent's hand, creates an infantry, and buffs your infantry. The list is just too long for anyone to follow. It's such a long list of abilities. If this Tano Regiment pops off, it's going to be insane. And if he can get it to pop off in this deck, I think it's just a free win unless he gets Leopolded.
Well, I am extremely excited to see what these guys will end up playing, what the bans are going to be. I mean, like you said, there's no way to ban out Poland from Ari, so we're definitely going to be seeing at least one Polish deck compete in this semifinals here. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing Ari's hand due to some technical difficulties with his recording, so good luck to Flake and Admirable divining whatever is in his hand. Not only is he bringing the most unheard of complex decks, but then we also don't get to see his hand, so an extra big challenge for the guys there. However, I must say, this is something that this is a tournament series I am extremely excited for. I mean, like we talked about, Ari Big Ben, he's been here for a long time. He's that mad scientist. He creates those decks. But Kalasnik is no joke either. He's proven himself in the tournament scene. He's placed in previous tournaments. So this is going to be an interesting one. So who do you think is going to take this one, and how do you think it's going to go? Do you think we're going to get another 5-game series?
I really like both of them, both as players and as people. I think they're both very skilled and they have the correct mindset. I think Ari's got a higher chance of winning, but I don't think that higher chance is by much. I'm going to say Ari 3-2 again. I think we're going to have a second best of 5. It's going to be a lot of games today. But I think I have to say Ari 3-2. But I do like both these players, and I think both of them have a serious shot at winning this game.
Yeah, well, before I give my prediction, I just want to remind everybody that is watching that if you did not claim the DLC Starter Pack or Anniversary Edition on Steam when they were available, they are currently on 90% discount in the Steam store. So if you navigate to Cards on Steam to the Steam store, you'll be able to find those DLCs there. For a combined total of, I think it's like $2.5, you get 3 officer packs, 2 draft tickets, some more packs, a card back, and a bunch more stuff. So if you're looking to expand your cards collection, that's the way to do it right now. However, I'm going to take the opposite stance. I'm going to do the same thing as I did last time. It worked for me then. I'm going to take Kalasnik in a 3-2 slugfest. Let's find out and throw it over to Admirable and Flake.
Well, I will say this, Admirable, it's always nice when new cards are printed and they make their way into not just the meta, but the tournament scene as well, as we do finally get to see a little bit of Polish action is going to be making its way in, my friend.
Kind of makes me want to go grab this giant abacus I have sitting over here. I don't even know why I have this in my room. It's like a 4-foot abacus I have in here. I don't know. Waving the flag makes me want to try to calculate some stuff. I digress. There is a lot of Poland, Italy being involved in today's play, and I love seeing it. To me, the one thing that's really standing out is a lot of the similarities that are in Ari's deck in terms of what these decks are attempting to do. Which is they're trying to be able to play defense, but at the same time be able to build to this critical strike point where you go, you haven't checked enough of my stuff, can you deal with this? And the answer usually to the critical mass point is no on your opponent's side, hence the term critical mass. A lot of these decks feel like they're built around that notion. Now, that being said, on Kalasnik's side, I will say that a lot of these decks are kind of built to do the same, and the one I'm most interested in, honestly, is the Soviet US deck that's on Kalasnik's side. It's been a while since I've seen a token stack really at all. Like I'm trying to actually think of when I queued into one on ladder even. And I don't think it's happened in quite some period of time. And so when I look at this list and I see that there's Alliance in here and that there's We Can Do It, that it's utilizing Unity in Strength on top of all this. There's a lot of unique stuff that's happening in here. And on Ari's side, honestly, there's not a lot of ways to check the idea of token generation aside from kind of doing the same thing on your own end. This, I feel like, is going to be a really interesting series, as when you look at both sides, Britain, Italy has been banned for Kalasnik, Britain, Poland has been banned for Ari. So I would say that Ari's, I'd say, most powerful deck and the one that's most threatening to what Kalasnik has brought here has been banned out of the equation. And so now we're about to see a toe-to-toe battle between all these lists that we have remaining.
Yeah, usually when you're, when you load up in a ladder match and you see that your enemy HQ is Soviet, right? You're usually kind of in the back of your mind, you're thinking maybe it is tokens, and how do I deal with it, and how do we take care of it? But lately, like you said, it's just been a little more scarce in terms of having that sort of appear, and seeing it appear here is unique in itself. And I can't wait to see how these games shake out. As like you mentioned, like you take a look at the bans and as the games themselves, as we do remind people that. Ari Big Ben's hand, there was a little bit of a technical situation, so we will not be able to see it, but that's all part of the fun games, friends. It's just guessing what's in there as well. As we take a look over there, both British lists are out of the equation. Kalasnik on the bottom of your screen, Ari Big Ben on top. Right there we go. And as we're going to just get right to it over here with a 10th Engineer and a Flampanzer, hanging on to the Flampanzer against that Soviet list. I mean, that seems like a good idea, I feel.
Yeah, I definitely think it's not like a horrible idea. Mostly what you're looking for in terms of Ari Big Ben's side is not one drops in this Soviet deck. However, Flampanzer is just, I think, a pretty reasonable unit. We see the Bloody Sickle coming out there, and for Kalasnik, it's just continue to load up. I will say that, I'd say 32nd Infantry is, this feels like one of the most key cards that's in the USA in terms of as a central point for any deck. It's just a way to keep something going. Like, even when you have very little left to do, it's just something to do. And that always feels like a pretty impactful spot. This 2-3, however, this feels like the card that kind of shreds apart that whole idea of just, spamming a bunch of 2-1s into play. It's like, well, how about I murder those and I, defend myself?
Right. Well, that's it. I mean, because you're getting some value trades in terms of with those 30 seconds. But just to sort of add on to what you're talking about, the 32nd, I mean, they come in as a 1 credit play, right? And they can also fill in the gaps where you might have leaving 1 credit on the table to just go ahead and fill that up by playing it. Plus, it just thins out the rest of those units out of your deck, which is going to, down the line, improve your draws. But there's the trop, and this is what we're talking about earlier in terms of, I mean, when you and I were looking at this card, we talked about how nutty it is in terms of the value it gets as a fighter on the back line as a 6/6 that operates for 2. The operation cost, I mean, yeah, you're paying 2 to get that going, but take a look at what you're doing in the meantime. You're dropping this fat boy, and I mean, you're as you're developing the 32nd, thinning out your deck, the Flampanzer didn't hit the way it wanted to, but the 99th here is going to go ahead and make space. And you can go ahead and continue to just hound on Ari Big Ben's life total. That's 6/6. I feel like, are you just constantly hammering face with that 6/6? Are you just dumping the damage into the HQ and just letting Ari Big Ben worry about it?
Well, this is kind of interesting. On Kalasnik's side, they decide to take down the Yak. The Yak has drawn an extra card. Certainly not something that I, am opposed to taking down, but opportunity cost of 6 damage is a lot of damage. You are staring at, you're staring at a lot of stuff on your opponent's side that can, again, support their life total though. And I think that's really what's influencing this decision overall, and really why I feel like it's even up for debate. If your opponent didn't have all this life restoration in play, there's absolutely no way that I am putting personally not 6 damage into their face in that spot. You know, your tank is going to survive 2 hits kind of regardless of how you slice this. So now when I look at a spot like this, it feels like this 6-5 has, you know, kind of done negative at this point, because it could have just smashed for 6 and you'd have all these units in play. Your opponent still needs to, you know, answer your units. There's 6 coming across now, but the thing about it is that Ari Big Ben has been denied a card in this spot. So if they can't handle this big fat plane that's sitting in the back line here, it is a problem. Part of that is, you know, denying your opponent cards. This comes down and destroys that, though. And so this is really where I feel a lot of that idea from Kalasnik's side has come into play, is the influence of what the rest of the cards in this deck do. You know, you're playing against your opponent's cards too. You're not just thinking about what you have on your own side. If you can't get some value, you can easily fall just completely out of favor on that side. So you do have to be kind of checking both sides.
Nice tank of the movie. Now with the double 99s, you're going to be maybe being able to make space here to go ahead and get damage. You could get a trade in with that with the defender there. Now there is ambush, but there's enough of a big enough butt to absorb some of that, as we can see right here. That's one way to get rid of a problem, and there's still some life to be had here. The problem is if you're bouncing back a unit with the 99th, you're giving it back. It's basically its full health. Now, here's one way to do it. You're filling up the, you know, you're dropping another infantry in, and I guess we are going to go ahead and we're going to bounce that back now. This is the tough decision to make, right? Because I mean, there that fighter already got some work done, and it was just sort of hanging in by a thread in terms of its health total, and bouncing it back. You're going to see it come back. Bloody Sickle is going to go ahead and take care of that last card there, as we see it. The trade is also made, and yeah, I mean, there it is. The Fiat's back in the picture there with a full tank of gas and ready to roll.
Patton, not the card you want to see right now. I feel like Kalasnik is kind of just run into this spot where they don't really have a way to keep resources going. You know, this is pretty unusual to see a deck like this. You know, almost every deck in cards right now has a lot of ways to keep the gas going. The US decks, they're pretty much based around 32nd and Sherman. So when you don't have M4 Sherman and you don't have any 32nd left, you can run out of gas pretty quickly. And so Kalasnik has kind of fallen into the spot where everything they did early has gotten checked. And now Ari Big Ben is having this opportunity to kind of slow things down and just really put themselves out of reach of Kalasnik's side. If Kalasnik can't draw something that's going to generate some value here, this is going to get ugly real quick.
Like, what does it say about a card when it gets doubled in cost and it's still really good? Like a card like Mare Nostrum, I mean, just looking back, it's like that card cost 1 once upon a time. Like, that's insane. Like, that's incredible. And at 2 costs, it doubles the cost. It's only 1 more, frankly. I get it. But I mean, that card is still, you just still pack those in there.
You got to set up for it. That's the thing. If you don't set up for it, it doesn't really work.
And a lot of work a lot of work. Like Kalasnik put a lot of work into that HQ, but it's still just sitting there at 20 and lying for a day, man. I mean, those Trops are beautiful cards. They're lovely, big 6/6 bodies.
Oh boy,
fairly cheap. But now Mare Nostrum again, doubling up on the way that comes back through. Look at that, 27 and a 3 in the back line. That's a nice card to have, kind of, maybe if you had something big on the board to. I mean, imagine that's the bolster on that Trop. I mean, it would have been so much prettier than what we're looking at right now.
This is kind of what some of these US decks look like when they don't draw Sherman. You know, if your opponent has a hand that's kind of going toe-to-toe with what you have, you can very easily fall out of line with that. And so for Ari Big Ben, you know, I'd say that the matchup is a little bit tuned in their favor. Kalasnik, I think, had an okay early start, but it just didn't really follow through as well. And I think from here, it's just going to pretty much fall out of notion. I think Ari Big Ben, you know, we can't see the hand, but right now they just have such a strong tempo lead. And they have a value lead, and it just keeps cranking. Like I don't see Kalasnik get out of this favor. There's the I like your style, and I think that pretty much is going to shake some things up. Sherman shows up a bit late to the party, and we have double the amount of KV1s that you're supposed to be able to have based on the elite card program cranking away here. So doesn't look like it's coming back anytime soon. Down to 8. Very few cards left. You're not getting the front line this turn. Ari Big Ben, I think, is just very, very cleanly pulling ahead. Oh, I guess you can't get the front line here. I forgot about this little pincer unit.
Yeah, the pincer maneuver unit over here is going to be lovely to just go ahead and actually take it. I mean, and the extra sprinkles there is the fact that your Sherman's going to come through and actually draw you cards. But unfortunately, you're going to get taxed on every single one of those cards that you draw. As you see there, a 2-point haircut for every card that you add to your hand. Now, you do have the front line, but like, if you don't take out that tank, every card you draw, you're basically on a 2-turn clock. You will be able to take care of it. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, it's going to get tougher here. The hammer comes through, and there's another guard. And as we see, it's literally get rid of that tank, or you just pass the turn and your opponent loses, right?
Yeah. And it's pretty much looking like a
hold on a second.
desperation maneuver at this point.
That's one way to do it. I mean, that was a great way to play that. I mean, you're going to go through double damage against tanks with the blitz is a saving grace here. But a 39-point deficit is a 5-year plan. I'll take 5 damage to drive 5 cards. I'm still up a hell of a lot of points, no problem.
But Flake, that's going to knock you down to 36.
Oh, no! Oh, no. It's only going to take 2 Commonwealths to kill me. Just 2.
They have to be active too, by the way.
Yeah, well, that's it. There's still a lot of work to be done first before that. But I'm just saying, if we're just going to be throwing silliness to the wind, let's just double up on that. There's winter offensive, and that'll just end the game in a beautiful fashion. I mean, it was kind of a tough go. Like you mentioned, I mean, a lot of that sort of hinged on the fact that they're owning the front line was a really difficult endeavor, and not having a Sherman when you were able to go ahead and pick that up didn't quite work out.
Yeah, so for Ari, Soviet Italy deck taking a very decisive game 1 win as we're heading into game number 2 now. Kalasnik going to refire the USA Germany build here, and on Ari Big Ben side, we're going to be getting into the Germany Britain build, and this is another one again where I feel like things are just in the favor of Ari Big Ben. I don't think that they're heavily in the favor, but they definitely are in the favor. You know, if things just line up, I'd say at all reasonably on Ari Big Ben's side. It's a pretty tough notion for Kalasnik here. You know, we're looking at a deck that's running Root Out the Enemy. It's got the 1097 Volksgrenadiers. It's got Fortification. It's got Seaforth Highlanders. It's got Carpet Bombing. And when you get to the end game, everything actually kind of matters in this one, because it's not like Ari Big Ben's deck is meant to just be this giant combo deck. It's meant to just kind of continue to leverage its position against you. And so you get to that end game point, that's not good news. And that's kind of what I'm looking for here on Kalasnik's side, is can they get away from that? Because honestly, it's feeling like with this start that Ari Big Ben is in a bit of trouble, but can they get away from it? There's the Flampanzer, and I think that alone is a bit of a turning here now, and Kalasnik going to have a little bit of trouble.
Well, the problem here is I think you're just sort of short of credit to have a really effective turn. You can go ahead and move the 30-second up, which will go up to 3. It becomes 3 attack, which, you know, challenges the Flampanzer fairly nicely. Problem is then you're a credit short to go ahead and actually capitalize on the Sherman. So what tough thing over there earlier was a turn earlier. Kalasnik also didn't, you know, kind of lost an opportunity with the draw by drawing one of the 30 seconds the old-fashioned way. So that could have been an answer potentially. Sudden Strike here is just going to go ahead and take out the 109th, and suddenly not moving up that 30-second looks like a fairly costly, endeavor here that you have to deal with.
I think it's working out nicely for Kalasnik, though. You know, you sacrifice something in order to gain tempo. You know, tempo is really, I think, the first key to this matchup. If you can't, you're not as worried about the value perspective from Kalasnik's side. You're worried about the timing. And I think that means that this sacrifice is quite well worth it. You know, I think it's kind of tough to make these bits of sacrifices because, again, the challenge into the Flampanzer is pretty well lined up. It's just, you know, it's just not going to work that well.
Oh,
so here, there's a big draw.
Beautiful top deck, and that's what I like to see. Kalasnik is not wasting time, actually just depositing 6 points of damage into the HQ, not even worrying about the trade. Make Ari pay for it, right? Like we're gonna make you pay for getting through that tank. Like why would you even make that trade if you've got a very hefty tank in the front line that's just holding court that can't be targeted by orders, right? You're just gonna sit there and continue to hammer face. I think that's a great thing. Picking up a Hellcat is even more pressure. Beautiful. And you could even go ahead and move in the 10th to just make it even uglier.
This was a big threat check from Kalasnik's side, and Ari Big Ben unable to answer that threat check right away. Suddenly down to 6. If you can't answer this, that's the game. And this is kind of what I was talking about. Is Ari Big Ben, you know, he's got this fantastic spot where things work out well, but it's got to line up reasonably. And nailing that 6-6 onto the board means it did not line up easily. The BF 109E7, the trop is just powerful. It's just a big thing. And it goes to show you that sometimes fashion isn't what's important. It's just big numbers. Big numbers win.
There's that abacus coming into flavor, baby. Heck yeah.
Big abacus, too.
Big abacus to slide over those big beads for a 6-6. But you're right. In that case, had he moved the 30-second forward, he wouldn't have had the infantry on the board to make that trop into a 6-6. So it also cost it cost Ari Big Ben the extra 2 credits to move that Flampanzer forward. So very good call on that one. I like that Howard. And it's amazing when something like even a carpet bomb on curve is not enough to sort of, you know, and a carpet bomb could have been problematic had that trop not been as beefy as it was. But yeah, I mean, I like it. Good call on that one. And off to game 3.
Yeah, Germany, Italy on Ari Big Ben's side. You saw the Comet in the opening hand, and that's pretty much how this deck is featuring. It leads up to like Annihilation, Tiger, Leopold at the top. It's got its own copies of Mare Nostrum, and you look at Ari Big Ben's side. This is a Germany-Britain deck, and the Germany-Britain deck, you know, we didn't really get to see it kind of play through on its stride. And so when you kind of line these two matchups up against each other, this is, you know, to me, sort of a tricky one. Is they're both trying to play similar roles, but they're doing it in different fashions. And that, to me, is where I feel like things can get a little bit tricky. You know, both players have Comet, both players have Tiger, both players have Leopold. But on Ari Big Ben's side, you're looking at Gathering Storm in the 8 slot, and on Kalasnik's side, you're looking at Annihilation in the 7 slot. And wow, this is
that's a tough one. I mean,
yeah, this is
an
interesting choice.
Yeah, I mean, the Mare Nostrum is nice to play, you know, earlier on and get that going. The Leopold is Leopold. I mean, what else are you going to say about it? That is a game-winning card right there.
Big tax coming from the Blackwatch here. But I will say that this particular unit, the 88G6, this thing feels like such a massive threat in a different fashion. Like, usually you're under threat because something is threatening your headquarters. This is under threat because it's threatening to like take your stuff and use it against you. This thing is so tough.
Well, there's the Mare Nostrum, which is a really nice card to play. I mean, in terms of just you're converting just pure damage into some extra breathing room. The Fiat comes through as well. I mean, that's doing the same thing. Nice to have there. From the Deep is just going to go ahead and I mean, it's going to eat the countermeasure here. You're going to have to feed it something at some point. I think that's the best bet to go ahead and drop in.
Cheap and unimportant is the idea, but, you know, usually you don't include too many cheap and unimportant cards in your deck. Usually the cards you include are important. That's why you put them in your deck. You know, if you're someone who's just including a bunch of unimportant cards in your deck, you're who I want to queue into.
Yes, absolutely. Exactly. I mean, I keep this card in here purely because I want to, you know, I want something to eat that one countermeasure that's going to ruin my day. No problem. I want to feed something into the entrapment, right? Like, he needs something to go ahead.
I can't wait to use this unimportant card.
That is like next level deck building right there. But I mean, if you're going to toss something out to the wolves, it's going to be the Fiat, especially since you've got the Mare Nostrum in your hand anyways. So you're getting that effect in droves.
Yeah, this we got quite a game developing here too. You know, there's again not really much threat onto the headquarters side, but a lot of threat onto the continue to apply pressure side. Right now, I feel like that's pretty heavily in favor of Kabalsnik. We got Admiral Hipper coming out here, and this is going to you know, deny quite a bit of development from Ari Big Ben's side. And so for Kabalsnik, this is really not going to slow down anytime soon with so much left that can kind of continue to pour through here. We're getting a look at fortification, and one of the reasons why I feel like this matchup might be in Kabalsnik's favor is Ari Big Ben's got a few more cards that are meant to offset the idea of aggression. And for Kabalsnik's side, most of the cards that offset aggression come after you have deflected the attack. Mm-hmm. After that, it's a stabilizing point. For Ari Big Ben, it's more like these kind of little emergency things where you're like, as long as I can recover for a turn, I can turn that back around. And so these Highlanders, these are really the cards that I feel like Ari Big Ben is relying on right now. But we can see that Kabalsnik is leading up to a Leopold. And I imagine from Ari Big Ben's side, this feels like it's probably a threat as well. They've got to get something done.
I mean, how many times are those Highlanders are going to get bounced back to the hand and hit the board? I mean, they've been bouncing back and forth. It's like kind of like a make up your mind, but that's part of the game plan for Kalasnik, is like just bumping those cards back to hand and then pushing through for a little bit of damage here and there where necessary. And like you said, just keeping things in check until you can get to that Leopold. That Leopold hitting is, I mean, it's just all right. Like the worst feeling is just trying to keep up with your opponent, and then suddenly the Leopold comes through against a board that's already established, that's already threatening. Like how do you just not just like fight back from a cards perspective, but like your mentality itself is just shredded at that point. It's such a difficult thing to just come back from. I mean, expanded research, you're working your way up to go ahead and you know, get to your own massive play. I mean, is this a Leopold kind of turn right here? I don't think so. There's not enough on the board to really feel too spooky, but you do have to punch through a fairly beefy and dangerous guard there.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious, you know, where Ari Big Ben's going to go with this research project. You know, we've had a pretty big update to this one, where now the 12 cost portion of the research is just blows up units. I think that's a much more powerful point to be at for the Reich research anyway. And when I'm kind of looking at this situation, I'm feeling like Ari Big Ben, you know, that one offset's not really doing enough. You know, you kind of look back at that G6. That G6 has put some pretty good value into Kalasnik's hand. And so with this giant attrition battle that's taking place, I feel like Ari Big Ben has to have a real threat, or none of this is going to work. And it just doesn't feel like they have a way to offset this properly. You know, this is coming down, it's kind of wiping board, but you know, what real effect is this having? You know, these are all things I feel like Kalasnik has gotten some sort of value or something from that was already valuable.
Well, I mean, you just basically spent all your credits right there to just clean up a board that wasn't like ultra impressive. It wasn't massively dangerous, but it was still something that you need to deal with. And here we go, another option to go choose some cards here. What do you pick in this case? I mean, we're gonna go for the research. We're gonna drop, you know, another guard in the back row. You know, it's a slow and steady game here, but like you mentioned, I mean, that's going to come down to just balancing, or sorry, managing the resources that you have at your disposal. And if you're Kalasnik in this case, I mean, you're sitting on a Leopold and you're just feeling good, because as soon as it gets scary, you just reset and everything feels great again.
Just running out of cards from Ari Big Ben's side. You know, Kalasnik knows a lot of what's happening on the other side of that hand. Are you under a threat? Nope. Start researching then. Build up to a bigger play.
And like, look how comfortable you feel at that point, where you could spend an entire turn just wheeling two instances of that research, right? I mean, you just didn't do anything. You just, all right, well, I still have a guard that you got to deal with. I mean, I don't need to worry. I'm gonna work up, and there's the first Leopold. Now, is this gonna become a tug of war of Leopold versus Leopold?
Oh, Comet gets burned.
That's a tough one to digest. Comet is that's a huge card.
You got to go for the U-boat here as well, and you know, kind of looking at this from Kalasnik's perspective, this peels the research away from Ari Big Ben's side. So that Leopold, I think, was some good value on Ari Big Ben's side. But, you know, again, I think that this attack is pretty easy to deflect. Really what this boils down to is, can Ari Big Ben take advantage of the fact that Comet is still available for them and Comet is not available for Kalasnik? And frankly, that can be an important tool, but it feels like in this game right now that Ari Big Ben's just, they're anchored by lack of value. So Tiger gets slammed here now. This is, I mean, we got the heavy hitters coming out. These are just haymakers back and forth, and that's going back to hand. And right now, Kalasnik, they have a real threat pressure that's going on here.
I mean, like, if you're Ari Big Ben, you're tearing your hair out at this point, aren't you? I mean, you've just been dropping big threats, and they keep getting bounced or killed or discarded. It's been really terrible. I mean, both players are playing with, you know, these massive fireworks. It just seems like Kalasnik is just getting everything, you know, everything to click the way that he wants to. As I mean, a Leopold with a Mare Nostrum sort of chaser is a nice cocktail to sort of, you know, lean on when necessary. It's both players just you know playing above their you know, their HQ defense. Each of them are just kind of just throwing these haymakers, like you said. Like Ollie mentioned, it was going to be a slobber knocker. It's going to be a barn burner, and the big boys have come out to play. But I don't think that at a certain point, if you're Ari Big Ben, everything that you had got bounced, discarded. You're both playing with the similar arsenal. It was just a matter of who bit first and who can sort of get the most value out of them. And I mean, expanding that research and killing your opponent's Leopold to follow up with your own it's hard to come back from that.
It's just a matter of how the decks are directed to, I'd say, defeat the aggression that you can possibly face. And on Kalasnik's side, it's a little bit weaker against the aggression, but you kind of get the notion there. It's a lot stronger when you get into a similar matchup for that one. So here we go into game 4. It's going to be Germany and Italy. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I've been marking these matches wrong because I'm an idiot.
This is where I say, no, you're not. No, you're not.
Side of things here, and it's going to be Soviet USA for Kalasnik. And so this was the token matchup on Kalasnik's side. And frankly, I feel like for Ari with this Nashab in play, this really I feel like is the card that can kind of change the way a lot of this looks. Where the tokens suddenly become a little bit scary if you just freely develop and try to tempo your opponent. Your opponent can get development from that, and so that's kind of a scary thing to be taking into account here. And so a little bit of advantage here on Kalasnik's side. Can they follow through on this one? Frontal assault is going to give you a little bit of pressure here. And so if Ari Big Ben can't handle this, things get in trouble. If they can handle this, look out, because Ari Big Ben can catapult thanks to that little smoke screen you didn't play.
Yeah, Kalasnik's deck here with all these tokens, this is always it's always a scary feature where you have to go through and just manage the amount of these tokens that are generated. You feel like you always have to just yeah, they're just like that was I mean that'll get some of the job done here. The sickle's gonna go through. I wonder if they're gonna go. Do you try to wheel the Katyusha here? I mean, you must have to just go for it. The high roll, why not? But I mean, what does that stop you from doing those 3 credits? If you're dropping the Katyusha for 2, wheeling it for 1, or do you just take the free do you take the guaranteed trade here? Or do you just not even trade at all? But a Flampanzer's gonna all right, we'll see what the oh boy.
Not today. And the trade is because of that little unit in play. Again, on Ari's side, just the Nasha, every single time you're able to check one of your opponent's units, you get extra credits because of that. Mm-hmm. And that is such a difficult thing to handle when your deck is trying to just crank through little tiny units the entire time. You're like, how much development can you just give to your opponent?
Right.
Before it's too much. And here comes a no surrender. And this is really one of the big check spots from Ari Big Ben's side. We're looking at a giant buff that's on Kalasnik's side, but Ari Big Ben, can they check that properly? Even if it's there, root out the enemy, immediately gets played, and Ari Big Ben is in a fantastic spot at the moment. Everything has been deflected, everything's been checked, the hand has been taxed from Kalasnik, and they have pretty much run out of ways to do, I'd say, really super relevant things here.
And Kalasnik was just trying his best not to get that Blackwatch to the front line. That could have been a nightmare. Putting the Katyusha into the front line is not a very unorthodox way to have that unit, but you need to, because you need to stop that Blackwatch from advancing and just absolutely destroying all those tokens. Again, a second Blackwatch just makes everything so expensive. Dear goodness, inflation has just riddled the Soviet resources here.
All right, so here we go. Draw a card for each unit you've deployed. It's 2 more cards coming in, but your opponent, again, is about to have a massive amount of resources. Ari gets to go up to 10 this turn if they so please.
Yeah, and think about it this way. I mean, take a look. The fury on that, just to go ahead and eat up those little dudes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this is bad news for Kalasnik. This is
How do you get
really
to that?
Bad news.
How do you get to that? That card is just going to come out every single time and just ruin your day.
Not a bad one to draw.
I guess. Oh, God. From the deep. But we didn't even see it. That caught us off guard.
Yeah. You could get a little bit of a different sense if you can't see your opponent's hand, how different it is. And you kind of look at this other Katyusha in your hand, and you're going, maybe I could have done that in a different order. But I don't blame Kalasnik on this one. I don't think that the different order really makes too much of a difference here. I feel like the game has fallen out of check.
Well, I mean, you're eating 4 from the Comet every turn. Those Blackwatches are going to go ahead and double tap you. It's going to be tough go here. If you can't answer these one of these Blackwatches right now, you're pretty much out of the picture. He's going to have enough. Ari Big Ben's going to have enough credits to do everything that he needs here. Playing reserves, filling up the back line. I mean, at this point, it's just food. It's literally just food for those Blackwatches just go through, and I think Kalasnik sees it. I mean, again, like you mentioned, it's a tough thing to do when every single one of those little wieners that just sort of get dropped onto the board get absolutely chewed up buy the Blackwatch, and you're giving your opponent more, you know, more sand in the sandbox to play with, right?
Yeah. It's very tough to defeat a Nashub when you're playing a token deck.
It's fish food, man. It's all just fish food.
So here we go. Ari Big Ben going to be on Japan-Poland. And so Poland gets its first peek into the broadcast here today. And I'm really looking forward to this one because Plan West and Underground State feel like the kind of combo that I can really get behind because just a lot of stuff that starts to happen there. And on Kalasnik's side, again, we're getting another look at this one, but I'd say a slightly better start than the previous game for Kalasnik here. But from Ari Big Ben's side, there's a lot of stuff in here that's meant to fight, fairly reasonably at the early start of it. And I imagine that this is probably one of the ones you don't want to see, the old 33rd Recon as you're playing a bunch of 1-1s.
Yeah.
Not the most fantastic feeling.
Well, token decks, I feel it's, they kind of operate in 2-turn waves. There's like the establishment wave, the establishment turn, and then like the beef up big time tempo turn where you're just, getting your bodies on the board and making a lot of hay with them. But that's not bad. That felt good. You're dodging one of your little dudes dying here. Now you can move them up if you want to, but you'll probably put them into blitz range from any of the other units there. So I think that's a wise move to hang him back. You don't want to just feed him to any of those other Japanese units that are just going to show up and ruin your day.
Yeah, it does mean that you don't check the Plan West at all, though. And that could be a little bit of trouble.
Mm-hmm.
So here we go.
Yeah,
this is big tension turns from both players. Who can capitalize first?
Oh, I mean, if we're looking at it, Kalasnik's got 0 operation cost on his entire, all of his forces are going to be moving for free. That's going to be really come in handy when you're just developing and moving, but desperate measures. Oh, Lord. Goodbye, my sweet princes. You were all beautiful children, and they're all now a thing of the past. That's tough, man. I mean, especially when there's so much out there that can absolutely just chew through it. Things like Winter Warfare, Tora. I mean, there's how many cards are out there that just absolutely punish, wide boards that are low to the ground.
Oh my gosh, this is so many intel-based units here. Kalasnik does not have a strong answer to these, and I feel like Ari Big Ben is about to have a huge capitalize if this can't be handled. So here's a couple of blitz units, thanks to the buff that took place.
Oh, going through, taking some damage to the HQ there. I mean, those tokens are better off than they were when they made it onto this planet, but still a tough go. Ari Big Ben is just kind of... All right, well, the bombing rate is just, again, going to answer it. It feels so bad. And the beauty here is that it also, it was just really nicely placed. Again, the extra damage on the on both flanks of the target, take 2 damage, so it's more just punch it through to the HQ. And this is it. I mean, how many of these orders need to be played just to make sure that you're getting the units to sort of get to where you're going? I feel like if you're by turn 7, turn 8, you want to have your tokens living. You want to have them buffed. You want to feel good about them, right? You have a we can do it. You have all kinds of support cards, and it's just not working out because you're getting punished. Everything on the board is coming through and just chewing through your units, and it's not a good feeling. And there's section 2. Cool card there. Intel 1, draw a card. I mean, there's very little secrets in Kalasnik's hand at this point.
Yeah, and this is where I think Plan West is such a powerful card. It's not just putting tokens into play to give you tempo. It's putting scaling threats into play. Mm-hmm. Pretty rare for a 3-cost card to be doing so much stuff, honestly. But this is one of the reasons that I think I wanted to see this deck and why I think it's so powerful is the aggressive decks. They're going to have to start including, I think, some mild ways to check this, either a huge pressure to your opponent or just kind of something that can deflect this, because these legions are going to get out of hand. And so, Kalasnik, this is kind of how the deck operates, is it continues to threat check in terms of this pressure. Can you handle this? If not, I can capitalize. But Ari Big Ben's getting to this point where they're like, go ahead and capitalize. I don't think it's strong enough. And honestly, looking at Kalasnik's hand, I think it still might be strong enough. There's still quite a bit of stuff going on here. The Alliance, this is really, I'd say, the biggest payoff that's available in the deck. And so, can this be enough? There's the extra Katyusha hit. And so here we go. Some frontline pressure getting pushed. Ari Big Ben, sitting back with a 4-7 and a 3-2. So still some action that can take place here. But Kalasnik needs, I think, 1 or 2 more turns. And if they can keep this pressure going at this same rate, I think things can go in their favor. But that window is closing very quickly.
That Katyusha RNG was really, that could be the tail of the tape here in terms of actually being able to just move up an extra unit and withstand some of this pressure and continue to establish. If that Katyusha whiffed, you'd have to sacrifice one of your dudes to get through, and that's not something that I think Kalasnik can afford at this point. I think he needs everything on the board functioning at, at high capacity here. As again, another no surrender is going to fill the board here, and we can do it. It's going to give a whole lot more booty to these boys, and also give a little extra help to the HQ. Is now it's a tougher board to punch through. I mean, the stronger units are on Ari Big Ben's side, but again, death by 1,000 cuts is kind of where this could potentially lead to.
Another underground state taking place. And that's really peeling away pressure constantly from Kalasnik's side. Redeployment. A couple more buffs taking place here. If Kalasnik can't capitalize, this is bad.
I mean, that's a big turn of just, developing very little here. Again, you are buffing your board, but all the secrets are well known now. Kalasnik's hand is
Stars and stripes. That is a massive draw from Kalasnik's side. And suddenly, the capitalize may be able to take place here. Kalasnik getting to advance to that front. Another no surrender, and Ari Big Ben could certainly be under a huge amount of pressure. Unity is indeed strength +9/+9.
Wow. And a free operation cost just because. Just right this way, sir. Straight to the HQ. And I mean, it comes down to it again, is, being able to manage to keep as many of these units on the board and alive as possible. That extra Katyusha hit allowing you to advance with 1 extra unit maybe changes the way that Ari Big Ben plays that previous turn, let's say. But in this case, you gotta do what you gotta do. It's not looking too good over here in the face of a 10 strength unit, 13 points of life there, and I don't think you're gonna get through here, unfortunately, as we see what a turnaround again in the face of so much scrutiny. Hold on.
Wow. So Ari had a chance to actually win this game with that random hit. If that would have connected with the headquarters, Ari would have won that game. That's crazy. That was a 1 in 9 for that to happen.
I mean, rabbit out of the hat kind of situation. Again, play to your outs, ladies and gentlemen. If that's the way you got to play to win. 1 in 9. I mean, let's put it this way, Admirable.
1 in 100 sounds appealing.
That's what I'm saying. 1 in 9 sounds a lot better than impossible in my books every single time. So, you take your chances, you make it work, and unfortunately it didn't roll out there. But eventually, I mean, how many tokens did we see in that case? And they kept getting just railed down, just riddled and killed and crushed and exterminated, and eventually they just kept reappearing in the onslaught of that those Soviet tokens. Eventually, it was too hard, man. Like, they just kept coming and coming and coming. The waves never stopped. They populated the front row. They got buffed, and that's all she wrote in that matchup.
Yeah, pretty straightforward, explanation there, and that's kind of just the way the game works. Watching how the tension builds up and how players capitalize, that really is the interesting part. The decks are going to continue to do that same thing over and over again. It's how do you actually arrive at that point? And I think the Soviet deck kind of showed how it arrives at that point. It's continuing to develop, then get a stable buff, and then capitalize. That's the whole deck that's based around there. And so you have to be balancing both sides of the resources, both your aggression and what you're actually using from your tools in order to take advantage of that. Kalasnik does that and moves on to the final here.
Yeah, well, we got a bracket, ladies and gentlemen, and we got a finals. The finals are ready to rock and roll shortly around the corner. We do have a third place matchup as well that we want to take a look at. But there they have it, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Darkness versus Kalasnik is going to be your final here at KARDS Open 7. And the bronze place match between Sidecrawler and Ari Big Ben is also around the corner. We do have the analysts standing by to break down some of that, including maybe talk a little bit about that 1 in 9, which, to quote Admirable, is not 1 in 100. That's that abacus math that he's using in droves. All right, let's kick it over now to Ollie and Bubbles to break down the previous matchups.
Thank you so much, guys. What an amazing 5-game series that was. Another 5-game series, and the final game had me at the edge of my seat. What a comeback turnaround there for Kalasnik, and shows you should never count out tokens.
That was ridiculous. I thought that game was done for sure. With that signal on the board where every single unit Ari has dying is hitting your face and so difficult to survive. But there was a story before there. You know, there were games before those games, unfortunately. It wasn't just straight to that super exciting one. Now, the game I want to draw some attention to is this game 2 right here. So I think we're going to skip over quickly to game 2. It's Germany versus Germany, the mirror match. And
Game 3.
Game 3, my apologies. Yeah. What we see is this difficult decision. Do I pick Annihilation or Reich Research? Annihilation, you can use it straight away and get this instant feedback, so it's tempting to take it, but instead he goes for the Reich Research and instantly starts ramping up. Now, it does eventually get Blackwatch, but that's not an issue, because what this does, if we skip slightly forward ahead, is we see this U-boat come out. Can we go back about 10 seconds, actually? I think I skipped slightly too far forward.
Yeah.
So we see this Leopold come down, and this Leopold is forced to come down because Ari doesn't want to discard it. But what he does in the process by playing this, and this might even be a blunder, is he sets it up to get U-boated because U-boat can target all units now. And this is where the Reich Research payoff came out from taking that instead of going for the instant payoff. So I think that was really, really, really impactful. And I think it's worth just noting how this small decision with not wanting instant payoff can actually pay off to be even better. And then we did see Ari almost do a comeback where he put at this Tiger Tank, but if we skip forward a little bit more, we can see this Tiger Tank just doesn't matter. It just gets blown out the water completely. It doesn't matter at all. And then, like you say, this amazing game 5.
Just before we jump into game 5, I wanna go back to that decision that you highlighted there, because when that situation came up, the first thing that I immediately thought was like, you have to take Annihilation there. You have to take the Annihilation. You need to get rid of those C4 Highlanders. But I think that play probably results in you losing the game.
It's certainly risky. It depends what you hit with the RNG, because you could just hit the Leopold anyway, and then you're in a very comfortable position. But you're basically saying, do I want a chance to win the game, or do I want a big chance to win the game? And all KARDS is, and it's this simple, in the most simple form, KARDS is about giving yourself the highest probability of victory. It's never going to be assured, and it's never going to be certain, but you're just doing as many small and small things as possible to give yourself an extra % here, an extra 1% here, an extra 20% here by taking this research, and before you know it, you've won the game.
Beating the variance, it's all about that. But let's turn our attention to game number 5, because that's the game we really want to unpack. That was where all the action was, that was where the back and forth was, and that was where the huge plays were.
Yeah, we saw this huge Desperate Measures come out. Like this Desperate Measures was ridiculously huge. I think we have it. We can jump over. So we see he has deep operations. Starts going wide. Starts trying to build up his board presence. I believe I have been a dumbass, Ollie.
No, what?
They put me in charge of something, and that turned out to be the worst idea ever. This is on me, my apologies. Bear with it. So, unfortunately, I appear to have fucked up the clips. That is on me. I will take full responsibility. But, okay, so essentially we had this huge Desperate Measures come out. It was ridiculously huge. He completely wiped the board. It was insane. And then he started trying to rebuild his board a little bit. He put down a few units, and instantly just this bombing raid comes out. And at that point, I thought this game is over for Kalasnik. This game is done. There is no way he can come back from this. And then we saw this nice alliance, this we can do it, started building up, and then all of a sudden this 10 units in the front line. And
Yeah,
now
I
he's
mean,
like, I can't deal with this. I've used all my bounce already. What do I do?
honestly, let's just watch the end of the game here. Let's watch these final turns, because this was, this is kind of what we were talking about. We saw this in the World Championship last time. Tokens all of a sudden made a comeback, and everybody was like, tokens aren't that consistent. But it turns out that it can send wave after wave after wave after wave, and when you end up exhausting all of your bounce, exhausting all of your guards, exhausting all of the stuff that you need to actually deal with it, it'll break through and it'll kill you.
It's worth noting that Kalasnik was on 9 health. I feel like from Ari's point of view, he wasn't concerned. He was just thinking, I'll just trade until he's dead. I've got time to trade, and then he gets this top deck. And that changes everything for him. Putting Stars and Stripes into the deck, like I said earlier, this card changes the deck, because all of a sudden he has this backline reach. It doesn't matter anymore. He has this backline reach, and he jumps to the backline, and then we see these huge units come out with Unity of Strength. It's ridiculous how quickly he came back into the game here. I'm a little bit starstruck, a little bit Stars and Stripes struck. It's just, this game was an absolute comeback.
Yeah, like you say, just looking at the end of that game, the Stars and Stripes tech card in there, bringing that instead of the strategic bombing, and just so that you have the ability to wipe out the guards and wipe out the support line for your opponent. It's such a big brain move. And then Ari there doing his best to try and finish the game using the Signal Regiment and all the proc effects, but the Akita just not hitting where he wants it to hit, unfortunately. But what a story that would have been, Bubbles, if Ari Big Ben had hit that 1 in 9 and won the game off of that. Man, he took it as far as I think he could have taken that game against Kalasnik. It got him into all sorts of trouble, but in the end, he was 1 in 9 away from clutching victory from the jaws of defeat there.
Like I said earlier, it's never assured. No matter what the situation, there's always a chance. There's always a 1% chance. And sometimes you're praying for your your opponent's computer to crash, but there's still a chance. Sometimes it happens.
Yep, that's true. But with that series in the books, we now have our finalists. It's going to be Kalasnik versus Darkness. But that also means we have our third place match, which is going to be Ari Big Ben versus Sidecrawler. So before we jump into the third place series, let's real quick review the decks that these guys are bringing. Again, we did just see them, but so you guys know some of the cards that maybe weren't played, we'll just roll through them real quick. Give us about a 10-second rundown on each, Bubbles.
Awesome deck. We've seen it before. I think it's a great deck, and I want to see it perform well.
All right, next one. Japan, Poland.
This deck hurts my brain. It's very difficult to play, but we saw Ari almost win with it. He just got smashed by giant tokens. I think keep an eye out for this deck if it's not banned. It's going to be scary.
All right, next one. Soviet Italy.
Yeah, he's taking Confusion and Partisans out and Urals out. I think it's a stronger deck as a consequence. I think this is another scary deck from Ari. He seems to have a lot of scary decks, and I think this can be put into that collection.
All right, and then the deck we didn't see, which was banned out, which is the Britain-Poland kind of control version of that aggressive deck.
I think if you know how to play against every deck, this is the scariest one. The only reason you might want to ban the Japan-Poland one is because of not knowing how to play against it. But if you feel comfortable against Japan-Poland, I think this is the deck to ban. I think this is his strongest deck just at a base level.
Yeah, and I really hope that it doesn't get banned again, because I really want to see this list in action. Unfortunately, I do think it's going to get banned, because it's just out of the 4 decks he's bringing, is just such a powerful deck. Moving over to Sidecrawler, starting off with his Germany USA deck.
I think he's just praying that he doesn't get blackwatched in this one. I think that's his main prey, is not getting his Enigmas blackwatched. I think if he can get around that and get these big blitzkriegs off, because we did see him get a big blitzkrieg off earlier. I think if he can get a slightly bigger one, I think this deck could go far. I think this deck could work. He just needs to get the stars to align where he needs them.
All right, and then we move over to the Japan Soviet deck, if you can call it as close to a mono deck as you can pretty much get from Sidecrawler.
I think it's a Mon deck. It's not quite mono, but it's almost there. This is your Japan Mon deck, and I think it's a good deck. There's not too much to say about it since it's just it's Jagro in its purest, in the purest we've seen so far. Maybe we'll see Mono Japan soon, and it will be 100% pure Jagro.
And again, another kind of fairly cheap deck, only 3 elites in there. So. And then jumping over to the Soviet US deck here for Sidecrawler.
Yep, Soviet artillery, but with a new spin on it. More exciting to watch. I think it's more fun. I think I prefer us to the old Soviet artillery, and it's still a strong deck. It's still a very, very strong deck.
And then we go over to what is probably kind of one of my favorite decks of the tournament so far, Britain, France.
I think this is most people's favorites. There will be, the odd person that prefers a different deck, and that's fine. No shaming here. But this should definitely be your favorite. If you've got any sense at all, this should be your favorite deck. This deck is really fun to watch, really fun to play, not very fun to play against.
Well, as a reminder to everybody, all the decks are going to be available on kards.com/decks following the tournament broadcast. So make sure that if you want to replicate any of these games on your own, to check that out. Now, we'll jump on into the third place series and throw it over to our awesome casting duo, Admirable and Flake.
All right, it's always fun to see these new faction, these new nations. The support nations are oftentimes, really helpful in terms of determining just not just the strength of a deck, the synergy of the deck, but just getting some real punch in where necessary. And there might be, I don't want to say some bias on my side, but there are other nations potentially out there that would be really cool to have in this game. I'm not saying that what those might be, but perhaps in future expansions. Just saying.
No comment.
Yeah, you get main nation. What do I get? Oh boy. But yeah, this is it, man, friend. It's the third place matchup, and again, no slouches for these two players who really went through a gauntlet to get where they're at.
Yeah, I mean, going through open tournaments is, it's always kind of a difficult thing. There's just a lot of players that get involved. Kind of the larger the player field, sometimes that means you'll get softer opponents in general, but that doesn't mean the tournament's easier. It's kind of like the larger a tournament is, the harder it is. Like, you have a much higher chance to win against the 8 best players in the world than you do have to, to win against, I would say, like a field of 10,000 players who just play the game often. There's so many more rounds you have to go through that way. And so that's kind of what makes the open tournament so interesting. And when you kind of see these players who are very well known in the competitive scene consistently get to these points, that's really how you measure that performance. Not necessarily tournament wins, it's consistency, the appearances, them constantly showing up to these spots. That's always a big thing to look out for. So coming into this match with Ari Big Ben side versus Sidecrawler, Sidecrawler's side, again, we talked about this in the open, but this side just felt like it was very tightly packed in terms of how the deck lists were built. The curiosity from my perspective is just going to be the meta call that ends up taking place here. It feels like a lot of what Sidecrawler is trying to do is drive their own action from their decks and very giving little notion to what their opponent is doing at that point. A few tools that can check here and there, but really driving your own side of it. And frankly, that's kind of the way that I like to play these games. And, when I've competed at this side, it's kind of driving my own action rather than just trying to check my opponents all the time.
Well, I feel like there's more variables when you take into account if your entire strategy is to disrupt or to try to stop what your opponent's doing. You're adding extra variables, playing a little bit more mind games when it comes down to how you're not just constructing your deck, but how you're playing it as well. So yeah. I like that line of thought there. If you just sort of stick to your own devices and keep to the keep the wheels on the track and just stay the course, then you could probably succeed if not too many things are kind of thrown out in front of you that can really disrupt your own game plan. But I like that line of thought. I definitely do. Stick to your own game plan. It got you where you're at, and sometimes if you're overthinking things, that's when things can go wrong.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that stuff too. It's an old term called fancy play syndrome, which is sometimes you just you think of something and you think you're a genius, and then you realize that you overlooked a single detail, or perhaps that you just didn't consider a better strategy option. Fancy play syndrome, it's a terrifying thing, and you don't get noticed by it until you get punished by it as well. This is a syndrome that I underwent for many, many years playing cards competitively, until one day I woke up and went, wait a minute, I can just be kind of beating my opponents.
Yeah,
in
wait
some
a
of these
second.
spots.
I could just do damage to face. Like, what am I doing with myself, right? Like, that's just...
If you destroy your opponent, all of their cards die simultaneously.
Exactly. Yeah. But to your point, I mean, we're going to get ready with these games. I think they're locked and loaded. But just to sort of talk here quickly about the bans, Ari Big Ben is going to have no access to that Japanese list, while Sidecrawler says adios to the access to that British list. But yeah, I mean, when you're playing a game, Admirable, and like you said, when you're overthinking it, you're giving your opponent, oftentimes you're giving them credit for cards that they might not even have, right? So you're basically just expanding what you're playing around for no good reason, and sometimes it's just better to just stick to the plan. As a Japanese aggro list typically just sticks to the plan. It's just, all right, we're gonna take the front line on turn 1 and really start pushing tempo here. As we could see, I mean, this is a really scary thing to stare down. And I mean, two units on the front line, 2 damage already deposited to face, and you only spent 2 total credits. That seems pretty decent.
Yeah, not only that, but a naval supply run got drawn very early here as well. So for Katyusha here, this is really about pushing damage, I'd say, at this point. When you see this little 1/3 drop, this thing, it kills anything it touches. And so, having naval supply run in your hand, I think this is a great card to have because it can apply so much pressure, but really the timing of that is what's going to end up being important here. So Ari Big Ben, they're going to lead out with Plan West, as again, we're not going to have Ari Big Ben's side of the hand, and we, sorry for the technical side thing on that. But now you're looking at this point with Katyusha in play and naval supply run. Give your units +2/+1 at the start of your next turn. Discard a card at random. This is some pretty hefty stuff that can take place here. And so blowing up these legions, this feels like an interesting spot to me, because I feel like from Sidecrawler's side that this could have been a spot to use naval supply run and just push face. This was 4 extra damage to face that we are looking at in a spot like that, where your opponent has 2 legions and a 1/3 that kills anything it touches in play. Is that stronger than the situation that you're in right now? And I'm not really sure, but now it suddenly looks like Sidecrawler has a tough time kind of clawing back from this. And so that was last turn, I think, is really the critical turn to look at. If you want to know who could, what could really change this game, that turn 4, that's the one you could debate for, probably an hour.
Yeah, this is a tough thing to stare down too. I mean, your Katyushas have been behaving, right? Like, they are getting that extra poke of damage in every time. And the way that this list is going is it's all fine and dandy if you're getting the job done and you're pushing damage, and everything that you're playing is dying the way it's supposed to die, which is depositing the damage back to face. But I mean, a fortification puts it a little bit further out of reach here, as like you said, that damage that was dealt earlier, I mean, that could have been dealt earlier rather than making the trade. Was that worth it? As we go ahead and plan West puts 2 more legions in the back row, and again, I mean,
wow.
Suddenly how things have changed, right? I mean, even though you've taken so much damage, a fortification and a play like that puts you right back in this game in droves.
Yeah, this is a really awkward spot from Sidecrawler, as I feel like they may have gotten cornered into a spot where there is no real strong way to look out of this. There's 2 legions in play with an intel in your opponent's hand, which means that these keep going. And instead, we're going to play agency here. We have even more going on. Naval supply run gets taken from that side, and boy, oh boy, how the turntables.
How the turntables. Now, if you're doing the math there, Admirable, I know you have a gigantic life-size abacus at your disposal. You mentioned it. With 8 damage coming from the back row and 12 in the front row. I mean, I'm no math scientician, but that looks like lethal to me if you can't get rid of this.
Well, we're going to have to naval supply run to, change some of that lethal math, but I feel like this is just simply delaying the inevitable at this point. Down to 8 is Ari Big Ben, but, down to much less is going to be Sidecrawler after a spot like this. Well, not much less than, what Ari Big Ben has anyway. Yeah, that's kind of the point I'm getting at here. Royal Research. Let's go ahead and bump up this headquarter a little bit just to make sure.
You never know. I mean, there have been crazier things that have happened in this case, but I mean, looking at this, a bicycle regiment is not exactly the best way to come back and,
Yeah.
Crush
No
away
handlebars.
planes. Yeah, no handlebars. I mean, maybe they were exchanged for bazookas at one point to maybe help you out here, but no, a bicycle against that kind of force that's just breathing down your neck is not going to go. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Ari Big Ben has come up 1-0 against Sidecrawler. And this is the bronze medal match here at KARDS Open number 7, as Sidecrawler's looking to get back in this one and even the series. See how this goes, as he's, again, going to be leaning on that Japanese aggro list.
Yeah, and so we're going to hop over to Ari Big Ben side. It's the Germany-Britain deck. And so we've seen the top end of this one. Leopold, Gathering Storm, a couple copies of Carpet Bombing, but Sidecrawler is going first, and again, has the bicycle to start things off. So Ari Big Ben here. Now check to this. Can Sidecrawler capitalize? And I think the answer to this is probably yes. And so going to choose to develop the Katyusha over the little tiny baby tank there. This is really where I feel most interested in some of these spots, is I always feel like I want to just try and cash in on this bike before something like this happens.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we did miss a couple points of damage. We get to make it up a little bit from the Katyushas being in play. Just I never really feel 100% certain.
No, I feel you on that one. It's an odd sort of turn. I mean, Katyushas, you want to kind of play them on curve at 2, but then they're not firing. And if you want to play them on 3, you're really not doing anything else. It's a tough go here, as again, things are just getting shut down left, right, center. Little tiny baby tank that makes all the other tanks and everyone else a little bit better here. We're gonna see it right now, I guess, if the Katyusha is actually gonna behave here, but we're not quite there yet. You could Katyusha and double fire and hope. We're gonna take this shot first. There we go. It's behaving. Way to go. The other Katyusha is gonna come through and gonna clean that up. But I mean,
it's behaving. As though when it only fires one, it's like
yeah. Well,
how dare you do exactly the thing you say you do?
That's just the thing. It's got to behave. Sometimes it just likes to sort of come out there, and it's like in Pokemon. If you don't have the badges, sometimes your Pokemon just misbehave. And in this case, again, it's a tough go, man. At this point, if you're Japanese aggro, you want to be dropping more things on the board, and that is a nice way to do it, as we see here. Look at that.
That's indeed.
Yeah, baby. I mean, you want to be pushing damage. You want to be addressing things. But, I mean, Ari Big Ben has been pretty decent at actually just presenting options that are not necessarily threats on their own, but they're soaking up damage, and that's a beautiful one to drop in there.
Well, I don't know how much more damage they're going to be able to soak up in this spot. Like, things are getting awfully tricky here as another type gets drawn. And so Sidecrawler, they have 3 to 3.5 damage on average pushing in through this Katyusha. You don't care about the Highlanders at this point. You have multiple destructions that can hit your opponent's headquarters at this point. For Ari Big Ben, if they can't draw a way to really offset this or to stabilize this, things are going to get, tough real quick. We're looking at, some pretty powerful effects here in Sidecrawler's hand, and I think this might be a little bit of trouble. Oh boy.
Get that regiment
That's
in.
a lot.
Look at that, just brush it away, go through, and suddenly you're at 2. You're at 2 HQ, and how many things that does Japanese aggro have that it's just it just wants to die to go ahead and deposit that damage directly to face without any setbacks. This is a tough go here. All right, fortification.
It's the emergency button. Sudden strike. Whew.
All right, now mobility is probably a little bit more of the issue. The blitz is going to help for sure.
Oh,
but I mean, this is where you kind of wish you had a blitz tank to just push through and finish the game, right? But I mean, look at that. It's like, all right, we're here. Hello. It's knocking right on Ari Big Ben's door. You got to get rid of 3 of those. I mean, or 2 of the 3 ones, I suppose. You can get rid of the little tiny baby tank. I'm just going to use that from now on. I just like that.
It just felt right at the time.
Yeah, LTBT. The LTBT. Oh. That is a massive card. Ooh la la.
Wow.
Fortification as well. That is such a big turn.
I want to point this out to the previous matchup where Ari Big Ben, they were in a matchup where the fortifications were kind of punishing the situation that they were in, but you're seeing why the fortifications are in here. It's when you queue into these aggressive matchups, fortification can save you. Absolutely can save you. Carpet bombing is going to wipe out these final 2 units, gives back to Seaforth Highlander, and this is why those fortifications are in there. Ari Big Ben got punished for him in the previous match, but imagine that play for the finals in this bronze match was instead flipped. Instead, this could have been putting Ari Big Ben in the finals. So it kind of shows you the importance of metagame in these choices and how they can be impactful in this spot. Right now, if it wasn't for fortifications, Ari Big Ben would have already lost this game.
Oh, that is just disgusting. I mean, in this case, it's not only that, but that carpet bomb just wipes the board, but gives you back all of your toys that you lost to that regiment. And, this Japan list is going to struggle to draw cards now. I mean, if it doesn't have the front line, it's going to be tough to regain the front line. I mean, and then you get a 7/7 tank with 2 points of heavy armor. I mean, that's a tough thing.
It's the eye of the tiger.
Oh, boy. I mean, how do you come back from this? Sidecrawler is just like, he was right there. A day late, a buck short, unfortunately. But ultimately, Ari Big Ben you survive. You just got to do it. The tough thing about dealing with aggro is just getting to, your turn 5, 6, 7, where you can potentially turn things around. And that's what happened. And now it's a matter of the pressure's now on Sidecrawler.
Look, Flake, you asked me how you come back from this spot. The answer is game 3.
Yes.
This one got beat. And that's okay. That's how these aggressive decks work. You're trying to check your opponent. You're trying to have windows of opportunity for small little counter checks at the end. It just isn't there in this one. It's not happening. The window has been closed. Luck has shut the door and it has barred off the window. Sometimes you just get beat in this spot. But again, the fortification, that's like the MVP of this game. That root out the enemy, opened the door, and then that fortification, it just burst through and flew to the sky at that point. Like, there's Sidecrawler just got done zone this one. Looking for game 3.
I mean, that's the thing you hate to see when you're playing against. If you're bringing this this aggro list, I mean, something like a fortification is always going to be a kick in the teeth. Same thing if you're playing against cards, and suddenly you just see a Mare Nostrum on a massive unit, and it's just game over. It's really tough to deal with. I mean, you just gotta. How often do these lists win? Like this Japanese aggro list win past turn 12? It's very rare. Usually that the games are all wrapped up with a nice little bow by turn 6, 7, 8 or so. It's very rare that you're going to be able to kind of turn it back. But there it is. I mean, Ari Big Ben is just one win away from third place here at KARDS Open 7. A Sidecrawler is down to his last life, I suppose. I mean, it's time to dig deep and see how this goes. The Sidecrawler is now going to be relying on that Soviet list.
Yep. Soviet list, I think, is quite strong still. A lot of stuff has kind of, impacted this build, or say over the past few patches that have been taking place, but the deck is still quite powerful. It isn't quite as quick. And so that really is, to me, the thing to really highlight about this, is that this deck is more like in the fair zone.
Yeah,
I would say at this point, than what it used to be. It used to just really be in the unfair situation. It was doing so much at once. But right there, you see the biggest change. Patriotic Firestorm getting notched up to 2 credit cost instead of 1. That is a big balance that hits this deck. And so that's really the thing I'm paying attention to. Look over on Ari Big Ben side. It's a Soviet deck as well, but not quite the same. You'll notice that nothing got played off the Zhukov here. It's because it's probably the Joseph Stalin it's 272nd guards or the Joseph Stalin at this point. This is a much different deck that's kind of trying to utilize the mid game and really leverage the end, where Italy supports very strong with the copies of Mare Nostrum, the La Decimas, Lion for a Day to be able to blow up your opponent's big threats. That's really where this is all boiling down to. So can Sidecrawler set up a situation that threatens critical mass over and over again to Ari Big Ben? I think that's the way that Sidecrawler has to win this game.
And this is one of those situations right there where you see that nerf come into effect, where you had to play the Patriotic Firestorm to go ahead and just take out a Fiat. That Fiat could have been very annoying over time, but the fact that your card cost 1 extra, I mean, you couldn't use that 1 extra credit to perhaps use the supply chain to, let's say, draw a card. Now, it's not always in your best interest to use the supply chain. You want to go ahead and discard them to create more, but it's still something that you got to do. If you're still digging for solutions here, you kind of want to get every little bit there, but kind of feels bad there where you're playing a card that's already a little bit more expensive than it was the other day, and just using it to get rid of a simple Fiat that, might just sort of run the table over time.
Yeah, and this is kind of a little interesting spot here from Sidecrawler side as well, where can you afford to try and check this Cuban Cossacks has made the front here, or do you just start going from promotions? And frankly, I kind of like the promotion spot where there's really not much in your deck you can draw that's going to be too weak, because it's getting +2/+2 when you deploy it. Mm-hmm. And so I think this is really the wise choice. You're not really worried from Sidecrawler spot about taking a little bit of chip damage here and there. The entire side of it is on Ari's side, having to check the threats constantly. So, it hurts to see the Mare Nostrum from Sidecrawler's perspective, but honestly, I don't really think that this is that big of a hurt in this situation. You lost a unit. But you still have a pretty reasonable way of checking this right now. You know, we're looking at ZS, we're looking at 37mm. All of this is going to boil down to Sidecrawler getting blitz units in play and then using buffs and wiping out Ari that way. So when you see this Marty Nostrum used and it's just a few points there, I feel like this isn't a huge deal from Sidecrawler's side.
It's a nice card to have the buff on with the promotion here. All right, well, we're going to establish the Katyusha. We still have the smoke screen up on that last artillery, which is, I mean, might as well drop the Katyusha and use that. No reason to break the smoke screen in this case.
Well, things got a little bit more dangerous now, is that time has shortened a little bit, and your opponent has one of their toughest to handle units in play now.
That's a big boy. The 1 point of heavy armor is going to be certainly factoring in here. You're going to have to use some more of those orders, like Ura or like Patriotic Firestorm, just to get through. The Katyusha comes through with the extra hit. Oh, you love to see it. It's behaving, Admirable. Everything's lining up.
Indeed it is. It did cost you an Ura at this point, though. That's something that can, really impact the way this is boiling down. And when Ari decides to use that on the non-1 health unit, you kind of know that something's following through here. And in that case, it's the Naval Brigade kind of taking this down. And so from Sidecrawler's side, can you continue developing? Can you find another buff in time? That's really, I'd say, the big point here. And it's looking like this could be okay, but I feel like Sidecrawler, they have the right notion. I think that you still need to be checking board, because the importance of this isn't, continuing to be aggressive on your opponent. It's hitting a critical point. Critical point's a lot harder to hit than it seems like, especially because right now, all of Sidecrawler's hand, it's just units. It's not really...
I mean, that's a tough unit to deal with. I mean, that unit in the back row there, it's ugly. However, it's going to take time to get to the front, but oh my god, winter offensive.
Oh my gosh. Now, that being said, for Sidecrawler, I don't think this is the hugest problem. It is a problem, but it's not the biggest problem. Again, they had units to kind of reload in this situation. So that was Ari's entire turn. They took 4 extra damage, and Sidecrawler, now they've seen that board wipe go, they go, well, I guess I redeploy everything else now. So Ari, once again, is in a position where they need to continue to be able to check this. And if they can't, things can go wrong.
And I love that the anti-aircraft, I mean, makes that Fiat very expensive. The hammer, though, is going to go ahead and get rid of that Zus. And now, Mare Nostrum, man. Mare Nostrum on a Fiat feels so bad. You're double dipping every single time. Oh, this is
opportunity. 4 to use Patriotic and attack twice. Supply Chain draws a war production instead of a useful unit here. And so now, this Patriotic Firestorm, once again, it's wiping the board presence somewhat. It's not able to deal damage on top of this, though. And so what that means is all of this damage is starting to get sunk, and Sidecrawler's running out of resources at this point now. So that critical point, that opportunity is out the window. You need to find a way to continue to find card-positive plays that are taking place, and that's tough to do with this artillery deck sometimes.
You might... Oh, Minority Recruits goes out and picks up that card. All right. Ooh. That's an expensive usage there. There's a promotion. That feels good. Hey, it's your favorite card. And it got promoted!
Not bad, but I'm worried.
Well, the problem here is that, the card that Sidecrawler's hanging on to is fairly useless unless you could pair it up with something like Supply Chain, right?
Yeah, it's an early game kind of card, or it's a Supply Chain kind of card. The Petchlikov getting stolen here, really, that's one of the big, deals that took place in this spot, is you're having to sink damage into something because it will just continue to pick off your line if you wait long enough.
Hold on a second here. Okay. I'm wondering if it might have been better there to just go ahead with the Greyhound, take out the infantry, and then double tap the bomber in the back row. But I guess pushing damage, you want to push damage. I'm just not sure if that was the
5-year plan. Ari taking some damage here. They need to find ways to fight against this. This is looking tough. We might be going to game 4, Flake.
But take a look. I mean, all the resources are in your hand for Ari Big Ben. You just got to find a way to do this. I mean, you're going to be picking up. Oh boy!
Wow! That is a massive change that takes place in a spot like that. To 5, is it enough that it can't move forward?
Well, here's the deal. I mean, Ari Big Ben does have resources in his hand. We don't know what's there. Maybe it's just stuff that you can't play. I mean, the problem here is that Sidecrawler is on top deck. That card that he's holding on to is fairly useless unless you can pair it up with that supply chain.
And the 329th, it's saving you here.
Oh,
Every
gosh.
little shred of health that can happen is such a big deal. Here come the guards, and Ari Big Ben feels like they may have turned the corner.
So close. A day late, a buck short once again. You were so close. Unfortunately, I mean, there's just cards that are doing nothing for you. Patriotic Firestorm's not really helping you out. Oh my goodness. You were so close, Sidecrawler. And Bloody Sickle just for extra gravy on it. Oh, Lord. And another guard.
Oh boy. You know what? This was the whole series has been good effort from Sidecrawler's side, but it's just been deflected at every single stage. Martin Ostrom is going to close this out. And there we go. Sidecrawler scooping it up. Ari taking a 3-0 here in this bronze match. 3rd and 4th place, respectively. Ari Big Ben and Sidecrawler in this one. But hey, you know what? Shout out to both of them here. You had to play through a number of players in open tournaments like this in order to get to these spots. Making the top 4, that's something impressive, just in its own regard. And so on this one, Ari Big Ben, congratulations. 3rd place finish there. Sidecrawler, congratulations as well. It is a 4th place finish that happened here, but you had to get to this point to begin with. That's a field to go through.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Is that the people who watch these tournaments don't necessarily know everything that came up leading up to this, the qualification for it and all the, just trudging through the gauntlet of other excellent players that you had to get there. I mean, like you said, 3rd place, 4th place, that's something you can hang your hat on for sure. Absolutely here. But we do have the pièce de résistance, my friend, just around the corner. We do have the finals here for KARDS Open 7. And I got to say, I mean, that last one, you're always just like this close, day late, a buck short every time. And you just can't convert. And, some people just say, calculated, no problem. Yeah, I was like 1 point away from death, but it's all part of the plan. You just kind of trudge through. I wonder if the finals is going to have that kind of same razor's edge of a result.
It very well might, but I do, however, feel like this was not very much of a razor's edge result. This was a 3-0 on Ari's side.
I get that.
The matchup was a 3-0. Is very much, I think, leveraged in Ari's favor. The games are close.
Yeah.
But I think that they're a little bit further than it seems sometimes. But really, just the last game felt like it was just kind of bricked out on Sidecrawler's side. I get your point, though. The life total feels like it's very close, but that is kind of calculated with some of these decks. Again, fortification in Ari's side, a lot of units that restore health in this Soviet deck. All of this stuff kind of, in a way, is calculated.
Well, you got to hate on aggro in certain, positions, and like playing a card like fortification just to give you that a little extra reach, a little extra runway for you to sort of figure your stuff out. And in this case, it worked out. I mean, you're able to weather the storm. The aggression sort of subsided eventually. You're able to reestablish. You're able to settle things down, calm down, establish your guards, move forward, and then that's kind of just when things fold. And it's nice to see. Like when I say that razor's edge, when I say that these are close, I mean, it seems like these very aggressive lists are coming within, a hair of just, closing it out. And unfortunately, that's when things just turn around. Usually, if you can't convert by turn 6 or 7, things typically kind of just shift the other way, and these mid-range or control lists can then reestablish themselves, dig in, move forward, get the job done.
Indeed.
Love it. And there's still the cream of the crop left to go here. Darkness is versus Kalasnik here to essentially crown the KARDS Open 7 champion. That's right around the corner here, and we've seen the deck lists. We've seen everything up to this point. There's the bracket for you. Again, a who's who for most of the part here of KARDS players. But when we're going to talk about the ins and outs, the nuts and bolts, we're going to go kick it back to Ollie and Bubbles.
Thank you so much for that, guys. I am no longer muted. We're back here on the analyst desk, myself and Bubbles, and a quick 3-0 series there for Ari. Really making those decks work and making light work of that series.
That could have very easily not been a 3-0. Now, Ari played really, really well, but God, did he get onto low HP a lot, and really some nail biters. game 1, we saw Ari go down to 3 HP before fortifying back up, sort of, getting all these beefy legions down using the stolen naval supply run, and just quickly establish himself and wipe the Jagro away. But he did fall down to 3 HP against Jagro.
Yeah.
In game 2, we saw Jagro again versus Ari's Brit Germany. We saw this Chiro come out, which stopped Ari healing at all. For those that don't know, the Chiro has this amazing ability. We used to have the Kagoshima to stop healing because it stopped all healing. The Chiro was on the board, and this means all healing is done as damage. So if Ari wanted to heal himself with that fortification, instead of healing for 7, he would have tanked for 7 and died. But he got that route out, destroyed the board, got his guard back from a Sendai, and then was able to heal up, and once again, re-establish himself. He got a Tiger tank down, he used another Carpet Bomb to clear the board, he pushed up the Tiger and closed out the game. And then this game 3, Ari's sitting on 8 health.
Jesus Christ.
And he plays an order which nukes his own HP. And he ends the turn on a tiny amount of health. Now, I worked it out. We don't know how many cards exactly were in Sidecrawler's deck, but I estimate it to be around 20. And there were 2 cards in those 20 that if Sidecrawler had top decked, he had lethal with. He had the 1-3 Blitz from the US, and he had the Zis from Soviet. So he had about a 10% chance of top decking lethal. But Ari said, you know what? The odds are in my favor. I've got a 90% chance of victory, and he's got a 10% chance of victory. I like those odds. I'm going to go for it. And you know what? He rolled the dice, and he ended up getting a 3-0. He didn't get screwed over by the luck of the draw, and he played based on probability, and it paid off. I think he played really well. I think Sidecrawler also played really, really well today. I think considering this is his debut, I got to give a shout out to Sidecrawler, because it's not like we're seeing him go against average players. We're seeing him go against the cream of the crop. These are really, really strong players, and he's holding his own against them. He's almost taking them in all of these games. So I think this is not the last we've seen of Sidecrawler, but congrats to Ari. He played really well and well deserving of that victory.
Yeah, and I mean, the tables are definitely turned there. It was a 1 in 9 chance for Ari to win earlier. It was a 1 in 9 chance for Sidecrawler to win in this one. But I think what you're saying is true, and I think we've been seeing a lot of this actually happen recently. In my opinion, it's like we're seeing more and more new talent come up in the tournament scene, right? We've seen John PX now close out a tournament. We're seeing Kalasnik place the second time in a row. We're seeing Sidecrawler here. We're seeing the tournament kind of scene grow in terms of talent, and it's going to mean that the fight for the top is going to be even harder. And like you point out, I mean, card games are all about beating the variance, right? So as the field grows and you get more kind of high level players to compete against, it gets harder. So I'm extremely excited for not only just the rest of the tournaments this year and the World Championship, but then 2022 as well. Because when we're talking about, introducing mobile, introducing new ways to get into the game, expanding the player base significantly, there is so much that is around the corner that I'm excited about. But one thing that is right around this corner that I'm excited about is the finals of the KARDS Open 7. And that's going to be Darkness versus Kalasnik. So let's review these decks real quick and then just jump straight into the action. We don't want to keep you guys waiting. There's a best of 5 of grand finals action waiting for us here between Darkness and Kalasnik decks. First, starting with Darkness, USA and Germany.
Yeah, we saw a similar deck from this earlier, and it didn't quite get what it wanted to do of, but it's worth noting in Kalasnik's he has the drop, and what I realized halfway through the game, which I failed to notice before, was you can Pincer Fury the drop for 12 damage, which is a lot of damage out of nowhere, and it costs 6 credits to do so. 6 credits for 12 damage, and you have these units left on board, it's a lot of damage. We have Darkness with a very, very similar deck, and I'd like to see a Fury Pincer huge damage at least once. Fury Pincer bolster. I want to see it from one of these 2 players.
Yeah. And then next deck up, it's going to be his Britain USA deck.
Brit control. We've all seen it. Brit US ramp. It's tried, it's tested, it's been tried again, tested again. I could go on all night with tried and tested. It's a deck.
Yep. And next up, it's going to be his Soviet Italy deck.
Like I said, similar to Ari's, very similar. They've scrapped Confusion, they've scrapped the Euros and the Partisans, and I think it's paying off. I think the deck becomes more reliable as a consequence. When you have a full stack of Euros, Confusion, Red Banner, Partisans, it's like a quarter of your deck with this gimmicky, stealing your opponents, turning it into things. I think you're better off abandoning it, and I think they've done that and it's paid off.
And finally, Darkness is bringing his German Italy deck.
Yes, the Alliance. I think it's a strong deck. And I think especially if you can find your Man Nostrums against aggro, you sometimes struggle. You have to have Man Nostrums or AoE to be able to take down aggro. But the deck does have enough of them to try and, fight back. And if you play against tool aggro, you can Flam Panzer and Sudden Strike it. But I think it's a solid deck, and I think it's performed well tonight, and I think it speaks for itself.
Yeah, and then over on the Kalasnik side, he has a German Italy deck as well, a popular deck. Not a whole lot of difference there between those two decks.
It's the same. I'm going to be honest, Ollie. It's essentially the same thing. Just copy and paste everything I said about Darkness's deck. We replace Darkness with a Kalasnik, and that's this deck. It's the same.
All right, and then next up, it's his Soviet USA deck.
The tokens, the big boys. I think this is challenging mobilization on popularity. It's either tokens or mobilize that are taking it home tonight. And I think tokens might just be a little bit ahead right now. That huge infantry. I mean, just imagine you're on the Eastern Front, you're fighting regular dudes, and then what's that towering over the horizon? It's this kind of 50-foot tall Soviet infantry stomping towards you. Run back to Berlin.
There were giants over on the Eastern Front. And then next up is his Britain and Italy deck.
Brittany, very good deck. Like I said, it's got Spirit of Rome and Commonwealth. It doesn't just heal to survive, it heals to kill you. I heal, you die. That's the idea of this deck. It's a good deck, and I'd like to see it perform well.
It sounds like a great trade-off. I heal, you die.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant.
All right, and then he has his USA and Germany deck.
Very good deck, very similar to the one Darkness is running as well. They're both going for these sort of pincer, bolster, huge damage, but it does have the trop, and I have to say, I think I'm siding with this variant a little bit more for that trop. But they're very similar decks, and we may even get to see a mirror match, depending on which decks they choose in what order and what gets banned, of course.
Yeah, I'm going to be really interested in the bans in this one, because I think, I think Kalasnik has extremely powerful decks. I think the wild card there is probably the token deck. And that's probably the deck that you've played the least against, that version of the token deck, I guess. So do you ban that, or do you go against, do you take out one of the decks that is extremely, extremely strong, like one of the Italy control decks, or do you just feel comfortable in those situations?
I think for Darkness with the tokens, if he's able to get, say, Germany against tokens, he's comfortable because they have a lot of AoE to deal with them. They don't have the carpet bomb, so the light infantry buff where they go to 3 defense is difficult, but you've got Flam Panzers and Sudden Strikes. You can generally deal with them. So I think there's sort of like this mind game. If I ban tokens, if he bans my Germany and I haven't banned my tokens, I'm in trouble. So I should ban his tokens. But then if he's not banned, you get into this whole rock, paper, scissors game. And I feel like it's just a game of rock, paper, scissors. And whoever brings the gun wins. That's how that works.
Well, all right. Before we jump on into the action, I need to press you for your prediction. One more time, Bubbles, Kalasnik versus Darkness in the grand finals. Who's going to take it, and in how many games?
History would say Darkness, but we're not in history. We're in the present. Kalasnik 3-2.
Wow. I was going to say that. And I'd hate to agree with you, but I'm gonna leave it at that. Kalasnik 3-2. That's gonna be my prediction as well. I think he's just on a tear recently, but if Darkness is having a good day, I think you nailed it on the head. Like, I think you just can't beat him if he's on point. So are we going to be seeing the Chosen One, Neo Darkness, like dodging all the aggro units left and right? Or is Kalasnik going to have a chance? Well, let's jump in the action and find out, and toss it over to Flake and Admirable to take you through these kick-ass grand finals between Darkness and Kalasnik.
Okay, here we go. It is the finals. KARDS Open number 7, Admirable. It's all come down to this.
That's absolutely right. If I break up my calculation method here real quick,
okay,
I can give you a prediction of how many games we're going to be seeing here.
Okay,
I have no idea why this abacus is in my house, but it is.
Carry the one.
As you can see, I'm trying to slide things over, but they always fall back down. So this is really where my calculation problems come in. It's a big problem there. That was the abacus that Blake was referring to earlier. Again, no idea what's actually in my house, but it is.
Use your head abacus.
My head abacus. I never thought about that. I could just visualize it and it works.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it's up there.
I'm feeling a pretty tight series here. The one thing I will say is that Darkness's decks, they definitely feel pretty tuned to be able to tackle aggro decks, but they also have some good tuning in terms of being their own aggressive deck as soon as the window of opportunity arises. Mm-hmm. That being said, they're going up against Kalasnik, whose decks, while they tend to be a little bit aggressive, they in a very different way than is normal, which is just kind of building to a certain point and then trying to capitalize on it. And I feel like these are just really well-built decks, and the matchup to me, it does. I agree with Ollie and Bubbles in this one. It definitely feels like it favors Kalasnik, at least in my head abacus calculation. That being said, Darkness is a very strong player, and definitely I think is oriented in terms of value in a lot of situations. And so what that means is that in terms of using resources and such, I don't feel like Darkness is going to be limited on that capacity. I feel like they're going to use their resources wisely and continue to have them overall. The real one is, can Kalasnik find critical points to strike where Darkness isn't set up? And I think that's really what they're going to be hunting for in this series, and all of their decks provide them opportunities to do so.
All right, the question now is that, are we going to see somebody actually one-tap with the Commonwealth? I know that this is a card. You've sent me so much Commonwealth screenshots of just, check this out, watch this. Like, those like moments before disaster style things. You've sent me so many screenshots of those, and I have actually played a lot of games with British Commonwealth type deck, and it's a lot of fun. It's just kind of one of those things where it's like, yeah, you do your thing. Problem. I'm not going to touch you for a long time, and then eventually you just draw your card and you point, click, delete the HQ, and it feels great. I really, really hope so. You don't need a gigantic abacus for that, but I guess if you would need a gigantic abacus, that would probably be the best way to use it, is in calculating the that very simple head math that you could do. But boy,
gigantic,
oh boy,
I guess for a gigantic play, just makes sense.
I would love to see that happen in a finals. That would be so beautiful to just witness, after I've been such a fan of that card after you put me onto it.
Oh yeah, I thought you were going to continue saying something there. Yeah.
Nothing.
If it were up to me, the tournament would be all of your decks have to have Commonwealth in them. I don't care what the rest of it is. There are no rules for anything else. It's just every deck has to have Commonwealth. So all decks are Britain based. On that particular notion, you can do whatever you want with the rest of them. But here would be the kicker, I guess. All of your decks can't be the same. They're allowed to share. They're allowed to share. I don't know what's 25. You're allowed to share 10 cards each. There we go.
All right. I mean, these are all interesting alternative rules that we're playing here. Literally, merely to just fan the flames of our Commonwealth desires. It's just, again, this all stems from the fact that Commonwealth is in one of these decks, and I would love to see that end a game. But, who knows?
One of 8.
All right. We'll see how it goes. That's not for us to decide. The players are going to be playing the games, and those are right around the corner here. I guess we figure out the bans first. We're going to see how those have shaken out. And oh my goodness me, the Commonwealth survives.
It does indeed. So on Darkness's side, their Soviet Italy deck has been banned. And on the other side, for Kalasnik, we're going to see if they can get the job done. It's kicking it off with USA, Germany is Kalasnik. I'm sorry, Darkness in this one. Excuse me. On Kalasnik's side, we're getting a look at Britain, Italy. So it could be It could be that we see it here. It's the Britain deck up first for Kalasnik, and Darkness is going to be going first in this one, and quite an interesting opening hand here as well. It has the 32nd, and so it gets to start cranking right away. And for Kalasnik, I feel like that's really the first initial check that takes place, is this 32nd hits play, and you start getting chipped away at.
And it's a nice little opening move that you've really sold to me in terms of how the unit is very effective. I mean, as a 1-drop, it's great, thins out, and then again, it can fill gaps. But in this case, I mean, you're going to go ahead, take the front line, and maintain pressure on your and development on your back line, and just again thin out those 1-drops that you don't want to see late in the game. It's just a nice way to again round out your turn when necessary, continue to flood for pressure. And yeah, I mean, if you're facing against a deck that's looking to potentially just 1-tap you with Commonwealth, you want to make sure that you're actually just diving in with as much damage as possible to get them out of that 30 range. And who knows, you might actually just put them out of the game before they're even anywhere close to threatening that.
Yeah, that's the first big one, is that you might just actually, you might just get them. But if you don't just get them, you are keeping them away from the Commonwealth check, which is really, I feel like, a big major tool for Kalasnik in this one. They can still get there at the end. You still have like Lancaster. You're still drawing a lot of cards. Grenadier Guards. Spirit of Rome actually is a card that I feel like is a really big deal in this matchup. Potentially is the fact that if the headquarters from Kalasnik is higher than Darkness's, they can have stuff like Blackwatch just suddenly grow incredibly large and just smash you in one turn. So that is like another kind of pseudo Commonwealth check that's really taking place here. But really everything requires Kalasnik to kind of set up for it. And that's really what this deck is designed around in terms of, my perspective, is it looks like they built this to get to the late game, have more health than the opponent, and then just deliver one giant hit. That's really the big key. And so for Darkness, it's about making sure that they can keep the pressure going. And that card that just got drawn, that can definitely be a way to keep some pressure going sometimes. Holy smokes, is that card strong.
Now the follow-up turn here, because the previous turn you dropped the Sherman, you had the opportunity to draw the cards. Now bolster the ranks on the Sherman is a nice play. I mean, you're going to have a 6/6 tank that could just push up to the front lines and again, put your opponent at 10 health. That's going to be a tough way to deal, but then you're basically going to just give it away, right? I mean, you do have the commando on the front line. That's going to be ugly. There's one of our new favorite cards, you and I, man. 507th is a really, really beautiful card when it's not necessarily always acting selfishly, because we've seen this in action before. And hey, now here we go. Buff it up. Yeah. Let's go.
Island hopping gets active, and for Kalasnik, that is permanently a check that you're going to have to keep in mind. And so for Darkness here, having bolster available, it's not necessarily the best because that Blackwatch is in play. However, it does start to get some windows open at some point. So here we go. Checks the Blackwatch, gets a unit in play, bounces that 1/3 right back. And that 1/3 being bounced, that's really the critical point, because that #1 commando, that's meant to kind of like poison a unit effectively. It just hits it once, and it's right there. Now suddenly the 6/5, it's completely unchecked in play, and so Lion for a day is going to be saving Kalasnik here from that spot. But again, constantly under threat, but does have 2 carpet bombings in hand, and so this is quite a bit that the Darkness has to do, I think, to actually deliver a real hit here.
Yeah, that was, I mean, that's always a looming threat. And that's basically online from now, moving now on forward here is, I mean, the 32nd are not all that spectacular. You do have the 99th and the 507th, but I mean, they're all in that carpet bombing range. So even if the second that Darkness starts to threaten and move up, he move up his units, maybe he develops a few more, and it's just going to be a carpet bomb to just go ahead and clean that up. Not to mention, I mean, Kalasnik's got a second one ready to go at all times, so he could feel fairly decent about dropping that in. And the 101st, that's a wonderful card. That is a card that's like one of the OG in terms of powerful, spectacular, elite cards. When you talk about like instacrafts for particular nations, I feel like the 101st is one of those cards that you can never go wrong with.
It's a good card. Look at what this thing just did.
And I mean, let's be fair here. That ambush is going to get some work done, because it's basically protecting itself against that commando. And oh, there it comes. All right, first carpet bomb comes through.
Yeah, that's definitely the timing for it as well. I mean, your opponent has 4 units in play. They're now threatening something. Oh, and 1 turn late on this strategic. So now Darkness has to set up this strategic, and it can work, but I'm not sure if it's necessarily going to. So from Kalasnik's side, if they have resources to spend that don't involve moving forward, that could be a big threat for Kalasnik because strategic planning wasn't played a turn and a half ago. And so they're probably looking at this thinking that is likely not in play on the other side. And so here we go. Strategic planning does get set up.
Hey, beautiful.
And this could be a big deal.
Yeah, no, that's a nice little sweeper over there. Again, you're not going to kill everything, but you're killing a lot of the stuff that matters over here, and you're going to start, again, putting down pressure. And, you know, again, your opponent is... I mean, you got 11. You're at 11 effective defense there, and I feel like you're going to have to address that tank there because otherwise you're going to get a freebie trade with that 30-second there, so... But, I mean...
is in a pretty good spot here, though. I mean, there's a lot going on that's favorable.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, like, looking at the board and the life totals, I mean, that means nothing given the fact that Darkness is kind of holding on to some low-value things. I mean, the half-track's all right. It's not the greatest. It'll sort of buy you a turn, but the half-track on itself is not going to change the way that the game is played. We're going to continue to just go ahead and, you know, drop in more units, see what we can do here. Nothing really you can advance with. You just play the half-track here, but again, a half-track just plays into another carpet bomb. Yeah, and there it is.
Everything plays into another carpet bombing at this spot. You know, Darkness does not. I don't think they have an option. You know, the whole deck is built to play things and then move forward. They have not seen a Sherman at this point, and we were talking about this earlier. Without a Sherman, like what? Like, how do you fuel? How do you keep fueling yourself at this point? You know, they've played it how the deck is designed. Patton shows up at the wrong time. It feels like deja vu from earlier.
It's going to be tough now. I mean, basically, Kalasnik's got the tools necessary to not just shut down what comes through for Darkness, but also just recover some of that HP, some of that defense, that HQ defense where necessary. And I mean, in terms of the question now is, what is Darkness looking to pair up that bolster with? That bolster at 6 is not as clean as a bolster at 4. It's going to be harder to pair it up in one turn with something that really is you know, gonna really change the tide here. And I mean, that's a big boy with a nice, you know, a great big amount of defense there. That's gonna really be difficult to punch through, as again, Mare Nostrum is gonna double dip there on the Fiat, and it just seems like things are just way out of line here. Patton helps.
Yeah, this is a pretty big help. So now this allows the M16 plus the Sherman.
The half track's great here. You're going to be bouncing. You're okay. I was thinking maybe bouncing the actual Fiat, but I guess you're going to trade the Fiat in with the with your Sherman. Again, Patton giving everything blitz and making things a little more digestible. That's not bad. I mean, basically, you're trading off the fact that if you bounce the Fiat, you're getting rid of the Mare Nostrum. So that trade there it's a good value trade. You're getting it done, but you're giving your opponent a decent amount of HQ defense as well. But I don't think that matters in this matchup, frankly.
Couple of guards coming down is what it looks like. Indeed. So now back over to Darkness. Can they capitalize on this? Does have bolster in hand. Does have a patrol in hand as well. I mean, this is quite a bit that's happening, but it just, again, I feel like it's fuel on Darkness's side that's really the lacking factor here.
The tough part here is, I mean, that bolster costs 8. I mean, you're going to be able to operate that tank for free, and that's a good trade over here. I mean, it still threatens the 5/9 guard.
Hang on to the patrols. More guards drawn from Kalasnik's side. Again, it's so tough to overcome this deck once it kind of reaches this, you know, very strong stabilized point. You know, Lancaster just gets to hit for value. How often does that happen?
It's tough, man. I'm telling you, like, I think your eggs were in that one basket, and that Lancaster came through and just crushed it. All right, well, this helps again. Yeah, I mean, you're stripping the guard status away from it, which is nice. I mean, it gives you access to that HQ and allows you to go ahead and with that Hellcat to go ahead and kill the bomber. And you know what? It lines up nicely with that remaining guard in the back row that no longer has guard. 5/5. I mean, that's fair, but again, you're on top deck, and the cards that Darkness is holding on to here. I mean, I guess the best thing, there's another Sherman that can help you out. More guards, and the worst part here is that there's Honey as well, sitting nicely. Yeah. Shelling is just brutal.
Just peel the turn down for a bit.
Cool. I mean, like the extra
Sherman.
The tough part about that shelling is the fact that now he can just go ahead and trade more comfortably versus having to, you know, get rid of the 5/5 and trade it into it. Hellcat's gonna come in and I guess we're going to continue to push face. I mean, what else can you really do here? Give your opponent the, give them the onus to actually make the trades. It's just tough.
Ooh.
It's a nice card to pick up.
Yeah, Royal Research, I think is arguably one of the strongest cards that you can draw at this point. And so here we go. Honey's going to trade in. You boop it down with the...
oh, boy.
The board with that Ladachima.
So
yeah.
So good.
Yeah, which do you want to retreat here?
Yeah, do you want to bounce that? Well, you don't want to bounce the Decima back in. It's just going to come back and just ruin your lunch again.
That's the critical point right there. So Kabalsnik's entire deck is built to kind of orchestrate these moments. And once again, it has arrived at it. Holy smokes. This Britain Italy deck is just so strong. If you can't tackle this deck, it just gets out of hand.
And here it comes. I mean, who needs the Commonwealth when you're pretty much just laying it on thick this way? That's the, you know what? Like when I've played this list, when I played the Commonwealth list, like a lot of the times I'm like kind of disappointed by myself in the sense that I'm like, hold on a second. Do I really want to do this, or do I want to wait for the Commonwealth? I mean, I could just kill him right now, but how spectacular is that going to be in the long run? I want to do the cool thing. I want to point, click, delete the HQ.
Hey.
But the deck is so strong to the point where you're killing them before you even get a chance to do that.
Spirit of Rome is a bootleg Commonwealth in this instance. It makes something very large if you're ahead in life, and that crushes your opponent right away. And that is just a fantastic spot to be in. So for Darkness here, having to answer back, they're going on to their Britain-US deck. Very much ramp-oriented. Kabalsnik moving on to Germany-Italy here in this spot. And I feel like this is a pretty... Excuse me, I keep having it backwards for some reason. I don't know why these are backwards for me, because my head is ridiculously dumb. So let me reorchestrate this. Kabalsnik onto the Germany-Italy side. Darkness onto the Britain-USA side. Ramp versus a deck that pretty much is about endgame scaling. The difference is that Kabalsnik's deck doesn't peak to that endgame quite the way that Ramp does, but Ramp isn't operating with quite as many, I'd say, big endgame options. It just definitely gets them quicker. So from Kabalsnik's side, if they can manage to keep things just getting out of hand, that's really where they can get back into this. But for Darkness, the whole deck is built to push things out of hand. The question is, can they do it?
Warbonds is a wonderful card. You pair that up with 2 honeys and you're drawing a lot of cards. But I mean, it's a ramp that you're really holding on to. Sudden Strike's going to go ahead and kill that second honey. So you're not going to get that the extra sprinkles on the Sunday that those honeys would have given you on the second turn after the Warbonds. But I mean, take a look at just the complete discrepancy between, just the credits on each side. Darkness all the way up to 8. Kabalsnik at 4 and just got all of his orders taxed by that Blackwatch. And we're going to sneak in another War Machine. Let's go to 10 next turn. Why not? Just doubling up on the resources available. Problem is that you got to start drawing cards to actually start converting some of this. I mean, it's okay. You can take your time. But eventually, you want to sort of pair this up with the big boys like that one right there. Flying Fortress. What a top deck.
Wow. That was, I was about to just go over all the cards, but, I'll settle for just Flying Fortress at this point.
Just why not?
Line for Day is going to at least countercheck that. And again, this is kind of what Kabalsnik's deck is designed to do, is if things can't get out of hand, it can go toe-to-toe with these big, powerful threats. It's that things have to happen kind of, in a big enough string or at a well-timed enough position that things don't become overwhelming. So for Kabalsnik, this is still fine to be running into these spots. They're going to go ahead and use the Comet for some value here. This is very rare that you see Comet used in this order. But you know what? Just keep slowly chipping away at things. Eventually, they'll get worn down. So for Kabalsnik, they're facing some minor threat here. But the minor threat, again, this can get out of hand very quickly. They need to find a way to start turning this back around.
Yeah, that Comet is typically just aimed directly at the HQ every time. But it's fun to see it actually go in for not necessarily a trade, but to get some work done. An 8-cost root out the enemy. Why not? We're just going to pay for it. Boy. And now it becoms dangerous. Exactly. You saw what came up there. There's the Royal Research, and it's going to be ugly. That's going to be, we're going to start hitting the books. We're going to start studying, doing our research here. If you're Darkness, again, like you said, Admirable, just chipping away slowly. That Blackwatch with the Fury has been doing some pretty good work as well. I mean, it's a little bit here and there, but it all adds up at the end of the day.
I have to say, this is a very clever play from Darkness, is to kind of just seed this into a spot that's very sensitive, where the Blackwatch is in front, but it's not necessarily super threatening. So from Darkness's side, that Royal Research can kind of just critically strike if that Blackwatch doesn't get touched in that spot or the headquarters doesn't get affected on Kobalsnik's side. So I think wisely at least affecting that, but that could have been a very disastrous spot for Kobalsnik to be in here. That first plan here can always be a bit of a problem, it feels like. I'm sorry, the second plan, that one.
That's the one. Really nasty little move there, as we see it right there. Kabam. Synthetic rubber is pretty gross, especially when it's paired up with that. I mean, take a look how close you are right there. Synthetic rubber, give some defense, match it up with the attack value. Why not? And Fury is gross, but there he is. This is, I will say, Admirable, that is one substitute you're not going to screw with. It is certainly Leopold. But not yet. We're going to go with the Annihilation first.
And Kobalsnik's willing to just take the risk here, say, you know what? I don't think I'm going to get hit. And the answer is, they might not. Down to 2. But they could be in a good enough spot to be able to survive this. It is really tough. This is the one weakness that Darkness has in this Britain deck, is that closing the game can be a bit difficult if you are low on resources. The idea is that this deck typically leverages this endgame and punishes the opponent. I'm going to take a trade here.
That's a tough one. I mean, Comet is typically one of those cards that you don't want to see just fall off the table like that. But like you said, closing this out is going to be difficult. There's not much with Blitz. There's not much going through. Kobalsnik holding on to 2 defense on the HQ, but there are answers in his hand. And, you know, being very patient with that Leopold, not pulling the trigger on it yet. It's still a panic button if necessary. I think that's... But you gotta, I mean, like you said, you know, finding a way to close this out. Darkness is very well sort of scratched away and clawed to have this deficit, you know, between the two, to get that 19-point lead, to get him so close to the edge here. But how many times in the past to date alone have we seen people just cling to 2 points of health and actually turn it around?
And in this situation, it might not be any different from that as well. That Wolfpack getting found, you know, that's going to be, you know, a timely one on that one gives you a tremendous amount of comfort. Joint operation is going to happen here first. Oh my. This is getting absolutely nuts.
Got to push forward. Got to get access. That pin is going to be huge. Kobalsnik now here's, you know, you've got all the credits in the world, more or less. But Dechima's got nothing for him right now because there's nothing in the support line. It is a guard, though, if necessary. The question is how you gonna handle this? Is it like a Leopold on 1 unit feels like it's you're kind of overpaying?
It does feel like you're kind of overpaying, but you are getting a 6/4 artillery at the same time. And so there we go. It says pitch a card, and that does it.
Rule Britannia.
Wow.
Adios, muchacho. Kobalsnik clinged as close as he can, holding on to that Leopold where necessary. It's all tied up now here at KARDS Open 7. Darkness goes through with that British list as Kobalsnik as well.
That is just such a tough game at the end for Kobalsnik, just constantly having to you know, find a way to try to divert the pressure. But for Darkness, honestly, you got to give your hats off to that one. Just having that small play instead of playing the research to be credit efficient. Instead, they held the research to dissuade the opponent from affecting too much of the board, and then suddenly able to strike and have that fury attack on the Blackwatch punish Kobalsnik for not being able to anticipate.
Yeah, and it started off with just a little knock on the door a couple times, and then all of a sudden it just became a massive pounding of like six points of damage twice with the Fury here. And you know, it does kind of feel bad to lose a game holding on to Leopold like that. Like in Overwatch, the saying is it's tough to lose a game when your team is holding ults, like their ultimate abilities. You know, you want to sort of blow your load to make sure that you're still in the game. And in this case, holding on to a Leopold, it's a tough thing to swallow to lose when you have that in your pocket. But we're on to game 3. That's in the past now, and it's a best of 5 here, and it's all squared away. So it's really a best of 3 at this point. And either player now really has got the championship here. The KARDS Open 7 championship in their sights.
Yeah, and we're in a mirror match now at this point too. It's Germany, Italy on both sides, and pretty almost identical deck lists here. There are some slight, tiny little changes, but it's kind of hard to analyze how these changes can really affect too much stuff that's going on here. Really, it's a couple little tech choices. Joint operation on Kalasnik's side is one of the big differences I'm seeing, and to note that that's kind of a big difference should give you an idea of the similarity that's actually taking place here in this one. So I'm kind of curious to really see like who can capitalize first. That's really, I think, one of the bigger spots is, Comet, I think, is a huge impact in this one. Who can be leveraging their Comet properly? The rest of the time, it's just who can have that first, really critical strike take place. Both players' decks are operating in similar manners. They're trying to counter aggressive decks. Neither of these decks are very aggressive. So who actually has the advantage?
That root out of the enemy seemed a little bit like, you're really just targeting that one unit, but it was a Fiat with Mare Nostrum, in tow. So that was going to be a major swing card, as basically every damage it deals is coming back twofold in terms of HQ. And I guess using a root out the enemy in that case is you're not really wiping a board full of smaller tokens or smaller units. I mean, you might as well just take it where it lands. I think that was a perfectly fine root out the enemy in that case. I mean, one thing that I found a lot admirable is a lot of players like to get too greedy with certain cards. It's like, well, I can root out the enemy now and just kill this one unit, or I can wait and maybe kill 3 or 4 and make a spectacular, cool fireworks style play. When in reality, if you hang on to it too long, the opportunity just sort of goes away. And in the meantime, that Fiat with Mare Nostrum, on its belt is a really, really difficult thing to overcome, as basically, it's just like a threefold swing every time.
Yeah, it really does feel that way. And kind of, again, it's like we're talking about the similarity of decks here, and they're just both, drawing and playing the same units.
The same planes, yeah.
Effectively as well. And so for Kalasnik here, I really feel like this is the first opportunity, I think, to get a strike in this spot. The G6, that's picking up units when it destroys them and putting copies in your hand. And that can be a major difference that takes place. And so for right now, a G6 getting picked up on Kalasnik's side. And so for Darkness, that is really the first fear that's taking place here, is that your opponent might be able to get a little bit of string of pressure going here from being able to turn a G6 into a G6. You're having to use root out the enemy to kind of check back. That is allowing you to take the front line. But Comet's here to answer a little bit of that pressure. You're not really under too much pressure at this point, but it still is something. So for Darkness, they're getting to develop a G6 now. And there's a little bit of damage that's getting to be chipped away as well. Kalasnik, time to start answering back.
Yeah, fly like a G6. In this case, both players are fly like a G6. The root out the enemy on the other side was a little bit more effective, however. Kalasnik's... Yeah. I mean, it wasn't that long ago. I mean, I'm not out here, quoting Depeche Mode or something. Like, literally, this is a song that was popular, 10 years ago. Like, relax.
Whoa,
Leopold! Now, is this a good Leopold, though? I mean, we've seen patience on Leopold sort of bite you in the ass in the past. Is this what you want to do? I mean, you do have a line for a day to just clean up. The rest is really not all that spooky.
The whole thing for me is that your opponent, that they have Comet, right? And so that's kind of a tough spot to be in. And so from Darkness's side, really, it's about finding a way to check through that. As soon as that happens, that's when Leopold, I think, can become a reasonable threat. You don't want your opponent to have deployment effects that you're returning back to hand. Again, the big impact of Leopold, I think, in this matchup is really just the fact that it's a 6/4 artillery unit. We're seeing players be very careful with their removal in this matchup. They're using it when they feel like they have to. Leopold is definitely one where you have to check it, but you can check it several different ways.
I mean, La Decima is just the hard counter to that card. I mean, even if you're bouncing everything back, La Decima just comes in and just crushes your Leopold right away. It's hard because, I mean, that Decima could come in, kill something, and if you're forced to Leopold, it just goes back in the hand and you get a second swing with it. It's just a nasty existence if you're a Leopold, because before that card existed, Leopold was the top dog, and there's so much that can just go ahead and crush its spirits right now. I mean, if you're gonna pull the trigger on Leopold, you have to see La Decima come out and kill it before you bounce it. Bouncing that card is a bad idea for a lot of reasons.
And so for Darkness here, they're getting to crank this research, and we are approaching the final moment. Where is it? Do you want to go for the 12, Or do you want to have something else happen? Wolfpack hits a fairly useless card, I would say. And once again, Darkness not getting to draw a card, but does have the research perhaps getting checked here as well. So this is kind of an interesting point. Knows that Comet's in hand. What do you grab here? Going for the U-boat. Line for a day.
Oh,
La
Decima's gone. That's huge. That is big. I mean, that's
a very big deal.
Big time. That Leopold has one less thing that it's got to be, scared on. I mean, that Decima was just the ultimate answer. Now, I'm guessing there's another one just floating around, but there's the other Comet coming through. It's just going to go ahead and tickle the HQ every turn that it exists. Line for the day. That has no targets right now.
You're going to have to figure something out. And my gosh, I mean, Darkness's decisions, it just really boils down to which are impactful. Which are the most impactful.
You just Leopold here? He's tickling it. He's thinking about it.
Look, I am very much a slam it kind of player.
We'll do it on the night.
I think Darkness has been pushed into the corner here, has to shove back right away. And so, you're looking for different ways to do this, but you're pretty much just going to have to play this one. And so for Kalasnik's side, they now have to answer. And so this, to me, is really the big point, is that Kalasnik, they're having to use this Comet. So now the Comet's been checked. That's the power of Leopold, is that really it's pulled away this inevitability threat that Kalasnik has been using every single turn.
Kalasnik here is now just really sneaking under that line for a day. Sneaking under the line in for a day, trying to combine those two. It doesn't really work out as well as it did in my head. Nonetheless, it's you're not quite at that spot where you could just go ahead and point, click, delete one of those guards and just start punching through. It's not looking really good for Darkness here, as the cards that is holding on to are fairly low impact or no impact at all. And that's going to be a tough pill to digest here, because as both players are pretty much, you don't have many cards in your hand. It's really about what you draw from this point onward. That's going to be a tough one. Comet's gone, though, but I like what you're talking about. When you play you see La Decima get discarded. That was a home run. Darkness likes seeing that. You drop the Leopold. You know that the Comet's in hand, but at the same time, the Comet was going to be basically just punching you right in the teeth every turn that you did not have a guard up, that you did not check that. So trading the Leopold into the Comet, it feels bad, but it gets rid of one threat that was basically potentially going to end the game for you.
Yeah. Admiral Hipper just bouncing something, denying a draw. Darkness replays the same turn because the situation they've got into there. And that, to me, is like really one of the critical moments that takes place as Leopold gets drawn for Kalasnik's side, is that setting up cards like Wolfpack and Admiral Hipper to have these impacts at the right moment make them so much more powerful. If you're able to get to a spot where your opponent is in trouble and they don't have an impactful play, that's where denying that draw feels like just an enormous measure of difference.
That's such a tough turn to digest. Now, you could play Leopold here. It's not as impactful in terms of what's on the board. You're not bouncing anything of relative significance, but you can hide that Leopold behind a guard, let's say, and then you just start whittling him down. I mean, that might be the play here.
Darkness they do have a lot, from the deep set up, though. Like, you can't, I'd say from Kalasnik's side, you just don't need to do anything. Just keep chipping away until, the right moment shows up.
Yeah. It's tough to digest here. There's the From the Deep. It's back online. Countermeasure activated. And you got a 5/4 that's just flying around in the back line there.
This is kind of an interesting moment here. How does Kalasnik want to fight against this? You don't want to just leave this 5/4 in play and let it, kind of do its thing. Same time, you don't want to put it back in their hand.
No. That's what's interesting about these bounce cards, right? Like the 99th, the half track, all these bounceable cards that exist. It's like, if you're picking and choosing, I mean, you don't necessarily want to bounce the thing that's going to come through with a massive deploy effect, like La Decima, like Flying Fortress. These are bouncing a Flying Fortress. Yeah, you're getting rid of a 5/5 bomber with heavy armor, and it's a big time expenditure to replay it. But damn, does it feel bad when that thing comes back and just ruins your Christmas again?
Yeah.
That. It's just not ideal, but that's a great use of that card right there. We're a great root out, great follow up. Spoils of War comes through as well.
Oh, I mean, not a good find here, but you did get some of these draws out of the way.
From the deep, one more time. I mean, Darkness representing, like, you know, like, doesn't necessarily have all the greatest cards over here. And you can see Kalasnik is kind of just slowing it out, but there he goes. He finally, he roots out that from the deep. Yeah. Ooh, big card. That's the anti-Leopold medicine.
Well, a lot of little cantrip effects here from Darkness's side. You know, it's allowing them to again keep getting some pressure going. But from Kalasnik's side, a lot of this is kind of fallen out. Like, again, if you Leopold this, your opponent gets to have another draw in their hand because of this little bomber unit, and that the attrition has kind of like slowly faded like into Darkness's favor. Like, this felt like it was a spot where it was going to be really tough for Darkness to pull through here, but just card after card, he's been able to keep his time going, you know, not panicking under the pressure, and eventually the pressure just continued not impact. And this little thing keeps attacking as well. Like, this is
the Comet too.
I think the Panther A is really the choice here because you deny a draw. And again,
That's true. Absolutely.
Earlier, where that card draw denial really affected the game because there wasn't a valuable turn to take. So Kalasnik kind of getting into a very similar spot with it's just everything's feeling like it's really tough.
You're in such a position of strength. Darkness was kind of on the ropes over there. He had everything working. Well, we're gonna line for a day. Why not? It's a nice, cleaner way to get rid of everything. And now, you know, you could drop La Decima. It is both establishing a body and getting rid of that card. But we saw the difficulty that line for a day had earlier in terms of finding value. So I think that's always the line you take. You take it when it's there. And suddenly, once again, Darkness is just, he's established his board, and Kalasnik has been having some trouble here. Like, having
G6.
trouble, I mean, not just pushing damage, but just getting to the front line. Now, Mari Nostrum on a big tank is a beautiful sight, especially when it's hanging on to 1 point of heavy armor. And once again, we're going to drop through, and no card draw for you, Kalasnik.
Yeah.
You got to play with what's given to you here. Eat what's on your plate.
Another one lined up.
Yeah.
Get ready. Not ready. Wow. And what a comeback on this one. I mean, I felt Darkness was very far behind at one point in this game and just, again, managed to be patient, manage the resources, use Leopold to check the opposing Comet that took place. You know, that's really the spot in the game to go back and look at. Is there a way that Kalasnik could have avoided that? And frankly, I'm just not sure that there was. Down to 4, Kalasnik's not getting a draw. Wow. Yeah, this was a crazy game.
That was an excellent game. I mean, back and forth, and just at the end, how things were executed so beautifully. There was a point, I mean, where it looked like Darkness was really up against the ropes, where everything was just falling into Kalasnik's, you know, in his favor. You know, the hand that Darkness was just nurturing there, and it didn't have any punch to it. There was no targets for a lot of what he was hanging on to. Line for a Day was struggling to find value, and eventually everything just kind of turned around, and that's how it goes. As Darkness now is up 2-1 here, and this might be game set match for Darkness if he can just go ahead and convert on this final game with the US on his side.
I know the matchup you're taking place against too. It's one of these matchups, again, it can be really tough, but you know, this is the kind of deck that if you have the right pan out in these first few turns, this US deck can just kind of catapult itself to a victory if you're able to chain together some value plays. And the reason that works is because you're applying so much pressure at once. Like this unit right here alone, it just continues to buff itself every single turn. It very much needs to be checked. You're looking at a 2-credit unit that moves to the front line here, and going into your turn 3, it's going to have 6 attack attached to it. Like, this is it's pretty tough to handle this, I would say, you know, given the moment here. And so from Kalasnik's side, even if they're able to check this kind of stuff and have things answer back, what ends up happening is if Darkness can get something to the front line here, or have something in play that goes unchecked for a turn, suddenly they start getting some cards. And so that's where this Catalina really is a big play. We saw Darkness keep this in their opening hand. It's quite rare, I think, that you keep 4-credit things in your hand unless they are absolutely critical to your deck functioning. In this matchup, though, this unit I think, can be very critical to your deck functioning. And so this was a very experienced and knowledgeable keep here on Darkness' side. You have to check this, or otherwise it's going to get out of hand.
Catalina Wine Mixer. Here we go. And that's a big butt on that one. It's going to be tough to go through. And again, no damage coming back to that Fiat, as the bombers don't really dish out when they're attacked by an enemy fighter. They can dish it, they can't take it. That's the problem. Here we go. All right, we're going to half-track that back to the hand and go through and complete the job on that Fiat before perhaps a Mare Nostrum gets through. Now, Catalina's just hanging on by a thread, but the threats are essentially nullified here. And there is some mobility and some attack on the back line, but man, root out the enemy.
Yeah,
That's a nice-looking card.
That was a very interesting spot there, where Darkness, they have strong follow-up on this, which is why I think they went to this measure, is they go, if I lose Catalina, it's not a big deal. They could have gotten, in theory, I think, an extra card out of that, but it would have given Kalasnik, I think, some effort on the other side. The option was answer the Fiat on the other side and leave yourself vulnerable to root out the enemy, or don't worry about root out the enemy and leave yourself vulnerable to the fact that Catalina is going to get picked off. Which one of those is more valuable at that point? That's a really tough one to tell because so much changes with each one of those little notions. We've landed on this one, so now we're seeing, is this enough? Like, this is a 6/5 heavy armor in play that went unchecked for a turn. This feels massive.
There we are. I mean, it's right up in his kitchen now, and it's not like there's much on the board right there to really deal any damage to it. That one heavy armor just kind of brushes aside. It just literally deflects right off of him, and moving forward, I mean, there's a half track to get rid of any potential infantry or air units that are going to be problematic, and you're just punching through. But as it seems like Kalasnik is just having issues with this one unit right there. I mean,
couldn't check it. I'm worried.
Spoils of War. I mean, there's another free pass for Darkness to go ahead and connect for another. Oh boy, that is not good. Big time. What a play, connecting with the pincer for the Fury and just crushing for 12. That was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
And that's what all of these decks I feel like have become more powerful with and more tuned with as I've continued to watch these card tournaments is all the players have realized that everything is like a platform for something to get catapulted into your opponent's base. And that's what every single deck feels like at this point. If your deck is not catapulting something, it feels like maybe it's missing an aspect of it because the entire game feels like it's platformed for that. And as we continue to see these decks and we continue to see these players, what it just feels like to me is the players that we're consistently seeing, they feel just one step ahead the entire time. They're always finding something that gives them that big pressure. So Darkness able to win this one, and I'd say win it in a fairly decisive fashion as it gets to this finals. It's not really much a surprise given what we've seen from Darkness before.
Now, Darkness is a world-class player when it comes to this game, and I mean, having Darkness on top of a tournament, with that gold medal and all the glory and glamour that comes with it is nothing out of unusual here. But to break down again the X's and O's of the final here with the final that at KARDS Open 7 won by Darkness. We've got Ollie and Bubbles standing by to break down this final match.
Thank you so much, Flake and Admirable, for the amazing cast in that final series and the third place series as well. I had a lot of fun with that one. The hype was real. Before we jump in and then analyze this matchup a little bit, let's take a look at the bracket just so that we can see how this whole thing played out and give congratulations to our winners. And there you see it, Darkness 3-1 in the finals against Kalasnik. So Darkness taking first place, Kalasnik taking second, Ari Big Ben securing himself the third spot, and Sidecrawler rounding out the money spots in fourth. So congratulations to all our competitors that made it into the top 16. Congratulations to our top 4, and of course to our winner, Darkness. Now, let's talk a little bit about that series, that 3-1 series. Real quick, what really stood out to you in that series?
I think that game 3 is the game 3 was the mirror, right?
Yeah.
Game 3?
Yeah.
Game 3 is the most exciting game, but there are some things that led up to that. So game 1 was Kalasnik's game where we saw Spirit of Rome lethal, which I think, I hope I speak for everyone when I'm glad I saw that. I am glad I saw Spirit of Rome lethal. The only thing which would have topped it would have been a Commonwealth lethal, but Spirit of Rome is next best thing. Game 2, we saw, a little bit of the stress and sort of pressure of the finals. There's so many decisions and so many different things you can be thinking about that sometimes you get into your own head when really you just need to do the simple play. And I think if Kalasnik had done the simple play, he would have been in a stronger position, not necessarily winning, but stronger. And that's something we see in Darkness's experience, where Kalasnik is very skilled and has experience. Darkness knows to stay calm because of that. And then that game 3, what a game with the back and the Leopold chucking this over there, that over there, got a comet into that Leopold. It was, what a game. That was insane. And then obviously game 4, Darkness gets the Fury on the Panther G, manages to do 12 damage in one turn with exactly 8 credits. Huge congrats to Darkness, absolutely incredible. And I think he's played so well, so deserving of first place. I think he's played the best out of anyone here today. The least blunders, the most perfect, on point. He knows what he needs to do, and he knows what he needs to get there. And there's been games where we said, this is over. Darkness can't win this. Yep. And then you go to take a glass of water, you look back, and you're like, what? He was done. Where did this all come from? And I think congrats to everyone, but huge congrats to Darkness. I think he played really well.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about it before the series, right? If the chosen one shows up, he's really hard to beat, and I think he showed that in that mirror matchup, right? He was turned on in this series, and that's just a beast that's really hard to take down in Darkness. I
think you need to get a new analogy for that.
Why?
If he's turned on in the series, that's not a good analogy.
Come on, he's on it. He's on it. Can he be on? No, okay. All right, he's
in the zone.
On point. He's in the zone. Yep, he's in the zone. Well, in any case, I feel like Darkness has these he has these periods where he's just like absolutely unstoppable, and then we see him maybe struggle in an OCC or something, and we go like, okay, all right, maybe he's not as, and then he just turns around and just crushes everything. I don't know. It's he has these periods where he just is untouchable, it seems. Outside of maybe J King, that sometimes manages to beat him in the kind of within team matchups, but. Overall, an amazing set of games today. Absolutely awesome play by all the players. I hope everyone at home enjoyed watching this. Did some new stuff today with your replays, Bubbles. So before we sign off and say goodnight, do you want to give any last words?
Yeah. Thank you to all the players. Thank you to thank you to the casters, the players, the producers, everything and everyone into this. But thank you to the fans. Thank you to the viewers, the chatters, the lurkers, whether you're watching on Twitch, on stream, on YouTube, on Facebook, whatever you're watching on, you guys are what hold this game together. You guys playing it and interacting with the community and getting involved. We just come here and we do our thing, but you guys are the glue. You guys hold it all together. So thank you to you guys for allowing us to do this. Every day we appreciate it, and it's wonderful. Thank you so much to the fans. Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. Shout out to the fans. Well, that's going to be it for us here today. I'm Ólafur Steinarsson, also known as Olikrummi, the easier to pronounce one, and that is Bubbles. It's been an absolute pleasure following the action with you all here today, and we can't wait for the upcoming tournaments for the rest of the year. So until next time, see ya.